Psalms chapter 1, verses 1 to 3 says, "Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season, and his leaf shall not wither. And whatever he doeth, he shall prosper." A blessed good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. Today in our Moments of Impact Reflection segment, I'll be sharing part 8 of our leadership series, Becoming a Better Leader. So far in this series, we've reflected on the key words: long-suffering, empathy, action, discipline, excellence, resilience, stability. And in today's reflection for part 8, I want to focus on the key word, honorable. All of you should be familiar with this word because when you were sworn in as a member of Parliament, the title of honorable was bestowed upon you. This is a very heavy title and is not to be handled frivolously. Sadly, many carry the title of honorable but lead less than honorable lives. Let me take a brief moment to define what it means to bear the title honorable. To be honorable means to be deserving of respect. It means having high moral standards. It means acting with fairness and honesty. So let me hasten to remind each of you today of the responsibility you bear by carrying the title honorable, because the title alone doesn't make you honorable. As honorable members of this Parliament, you have a responsibility inside and outside of these hallowed halls to be respectable, to have high moral standards, to act with fairness, to be honest in all of your dealings. In conclusion, I want to encourage each of you today to live up to the title that you bear. People are watching your every move. I've learned this harsh truth over the years, that public life leads to public scrutiny. I want to further admonish each of you to be honorable in all of what you do and in all of what you say. Today, if you do so, you will add value to your leadership and become a better leader. I leave you today with this scripture that I believe fully encapsulates what it means to be honorable. And I want to encourage you to read this scripture every single day as you desire to serve this great nation. And it's found in Micah chapter 6, verses 8. And it reads, "He hath showed me, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of thee? But to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we praise and we exalt your loving kindness. We exalt you for your tender mercies. We exalt you for your grace and your favor that you freely extend toward us. For this is the day that you have made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you today, Almighty God, for the gift of life. We thank you for health. We thank you for strength. We acknowledge that we are nothing without you. And today, we pause to say thank you for all of what you've done for us. We thank you for this nation called the Bahamas. We pray for our continued growth and development. We pray for our people, Almighty God, that they may experience peace and prosperity and joy in their lives. Almighty God, remove hardship from our people. Remove pain from their lives. Today, we pray now for our political leaders. And we ask, Almighty God, that you would help each of them to live up to the title of honorable that they bear. Where they are weak, Almighty God, make them strong. Where they are deficient, make them sufficient. And where they lack wisdom, grant them wisdom. Today, we place a hedge of protection over our political leaders. We cover them under the blood of Jesus. And we declare that no weapon formed against them will prosper. We declare no harm shall come nigh their dwelling. We pray, God, for each of them today, if there may be some form of sickness in their body, we pray in the name of Jesus for your divine healing to rest upon them, from the crown of their heads to the soles of their feet. Give them long life. Give them health and strength. This is our prayer. Father, we thank you and we pray for the proceedings of the House today. Guide, direct, and govern the affairs. These things we ask in no other name, but in the matchless name of Jesus, the Christ, we pray. And all of God's people say, amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, at the suspension, we had just completed debate on a compendium of bills, and we had reverted back to the order of business. I presume that we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move that the House do resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the honorable member from Nassau Village in the chair. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the honorable member for Nassau Village, the chairman, in the chair. you some mints to keep you company, okay? Thanks. All right.
Committee of the Whole. Motion. You have a second minute. Yep.
Mr. Deputy, I now move for the appropriation of revenue account expenses 2026, 2027, bill of 2026. I move that the long title be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded. The appropriation revenue account bill, long title be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Remain seated. And those opposed will sit. Stand. The long title is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I
That's
now
good, yeah.
move that the short title be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor, remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. The short title is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the schedule be agreed. Mr. Deputy. I now move that section 2 of the bill be agreed, authority to pay repayment.
It has been moved and seconded. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the schedule be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed. Those in favor remain seated.
Yeah, stand with schedule 1.
Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 1 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 4. Oh, sorry, Mr. Deputy.
Recognize the member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just had one question with relation to the revenue, particularly at page 20, the dividends for Bank of the Bahamas. I see there's no forecasted revenue with relation to that, and so I just wanted to ask, are there dividends, and if so, where are they going?
Yeah, but that's still a question.
Member for St. Barnabas.
Just to address the question, Madam. Okay. No, that would be a matter for the board to determine, and so normally done at the annual general meeting, and so we do not want to preempt any of their deliberations.
Thank you, St. Barnabas. Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, on page 24, under administrative fees, under Ministry of Finance. Yeah, he answered the question, so I was just asking. Under item 1422670, mooring fees, this seemed to be a new revenue item of 2.6 million. Can the, page 24, item 1422670, mooring fees. This seems to be a new item, unless it was transferred from another section.
Member for St. Barnabas.
I answered the first question on the dividends, but I think we are at the point where now we're dealing with the expenditure.
Expenditure.
There is, I would just say that there is a bill that we're dealing with, having to deal with mortgage, and we can speak about that when we get there.
When we get to
But
that.
I think at this point we are going through the actual expenditure and not the revenue. But there is an amendment to some legislation, and when we get there, we can address the issue that the member
Member for
asked
Okay.
appropriately. But right now we're dealing with the expenditure.
Board bill with respect to the seabeds. I mean, I don't have a difficulty in terms of when you answer it. We just would like an answer.
So, so we'll proceed to head one. Okay. It's been moved and seconded that head 4 be agreed. Those who are in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It is agreed. Head 5, you all have questions on? They have questions on head 5.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 5 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 5 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Member for East Grand Bahama.
Under head 5, public service, under item 211101, salaries permanent pensionable, you seem to have increased the budget from a little over 10 million to 11 million. Can you speak to what that represents in terms of people? And under salary contract workers, you seem to have decreased the budget from about 5 million to about 4 million. Can you speak to what that also represents in terms of workers?
The chair recognizes the member for Golden Gate.
Yes, Chair. So in the item of salaries permanent and pensionable, there's always an annual increase of salaries as a result of annual increments that are directly related to the normal increments and increments that we signed as a result of industrial agreements. And the allocation for contractual workers are engaged for a particular process, and as a result of this decrease, we will see that some contractual workers are no longer engaged as their projects may have come to completion. So this represents the actual and active contractual salary obligations.
Member for East Grand Bahama.
On page 50, item 2251115, consultancy services. You were allocated $600,000, and you have allocated another $600,000, but you didn't appear to spend anything under that as of the first 9 months. Can you say what that consultancy services represents?
Yes.
and why
Golden Gates.
no funds were paid in the first 9 months?
Yes, this represents a contract for the digital conversion of public records and our software support services that fall in line with that project, specifically Oracle and our digital document management.
Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Back on page 49, item 2221103, lease agreement with NIB. I see that it is increased. Is that an increase in rent or another building? 1103, lease agreement NIB.
Yes. So we have another line item, 2251312. As you can see, that has been zeroed out. And that fund, that line item has been transferred to 2221103, and this provides for the consolidated allocation for costs associated with NIB leases, including the recurring maintenance charges.
Member for Long Island.
Yes, follow up to the question just asked by Kalani, and in response to the answer provided by Golden Gates, that still is a substantial discrepancy in terms of what is now allocated to 2221103, which is an increase of some $10 million. And the line item that you referred to, Golden Gates, is only approximately 225, maintenance is 850,000. So I'm just, to the member's question, how is it that you are accounting for that huge increase?
The increase is some $3 million, not $10 million.
The Long Island.
Yes, as I look at it, 222, the lease agreement, the approved estimates are 24 million, correct?
24 and now 27.
And now 27, okay, no. Sorry, it's still 3 million. The discrepancy is still quite a substantial increase over the line item you
Yes.
referred to, which is,
This
almost $3 million.
This represents the maintenance recurring charges, as we are aware that the maintenance charges for the buildings have increased. That is why we also moved it to that line item. We will be embarking upon maintenance on all NIB buildings. Some are already in train, and we have contracts for them, and this represents the active contracts that are in train at the National Insurance Board for maintenance, recurring, and leases.
Okay, but thank you for that, Golden Gates. However, for the first 3 quarters of this past fiscal year, you only spent $14 million of the allocated amount. All right? If we use that and we extrapolate, we're going to perhaps be using an additional $3.5 to $4 million for the remainder of the year. That would still only take you up to approximately $17.5 million. Whereas the estimates for 2026, 2027 are $27 million, which is $10 million more. So my question is, the explanation you're seeking to provide just doesn't seem to explain adequately why that increase.
You're looking at the expenditure at midterm, not the overall budgeted, which was 24 million, which represents the active lease agreements and active maintenance recurring contracts. So that is what is used up to that midterm, which would be up to March of 2026. The expectancy and what is currently active and in process totals 27,340,429.
Thank you, Golden Gates.
Just to be clear, and I don't want to belabor the point, respectfully, Golden Gates, all I'm saying is you have $27 million that has been allocated under the line item first referenced by Kalani, right? Up to the first 3 quarters of this year, you only used $14 million. To extrapolate, if we take that to be $3.5 million per quarter, that should still only take us to $17.5, maybe $18 million for the entire year. Why is it that we've now increased the allocation for this to nearly $10 million more than you are basically spending? That's what we're trying to find out.
So I'll say it again. The recommendation that is noted is what is active, engaged leases and what we have for recurring maintenance charges currently. When we do our budget preparation, we present what is actively engaged in terms of contractual agreements, maintenance. We have a number of maintenance projects going on. Even at my headquarters, Poinciana Hill, we have extensive renovations going on to that building, to the fact that the Ministry of Health and now my ministry have to actually leave the space. That is one major renovation. There are a number of renovations projects going on, and this amount captures what is actively engaged through the board.
Thank you for your answer, Golden Gates. Last question I have on this point. Are you able to say these are leases the government has with private vendors, correct?
No. These are NIB leases, NIB buildings that are under lease to the government.
So they are owned by the government, all of them?
Yes.
Owned, okay.
The government pays NIB rent.
Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 51, item 2831105, insurance premiums, government personnel. So you've allocated $75 million for this. You've not changed the allocation with respect to this from last fiscal year. Hadn't the government made some announcements or made some indication of some changes with respect to government personnel insurances? And if you've made those announcements or if you intend on doing that this year, why have you not made any adjustments to the amount that you plan to pay?
Member for Golden Gates.
Yes. This line item represents our current insurance premiums. Yes, we do anticipate a transition. That is a project, and I think I would have noted that in my communication yesterday, that is housed in the Ministry of Finance. So this represents our current plan, our current premiums, and our continuation of that process until we transition to the new model, which is housed under the Ministry of Finance.
So you don't intend on making any adjustments this fiscal year?
If
Or
adjustments are
so
to be made,
is it
we still
accounted
have
for
to-
in finance?
We still have to account for those that exist.
Right.
And in regards to the new model, that will fall under the Ministry
It's
of Finance head.
It's in Ministry of Finance head?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Deputy.
It's been moved and seconded that head 5 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed, please stand. The head is agreed. Head 5 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 6 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 6 be agreed. All in favor remain seated. Okay. East Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 53, item 2251301, maintenance and support. This 225
113.
1301, maintenance and support. 1301, maintenance and support. This appears to be a new line item. Can you speak to what this maintenance and support represents?
Chair, I recognize the member for Ken Island, Ramkey, and San Salvador.
This relates to funding for the support and maintenance of the e-cabinet system.
Mr. Chair, on the same page, 282-1430, and I'm not sure who can speak to this, since it's the 282-1430, the Parliamentary Service Commission. You're increasing the budget from 5.6 to 7.1.
Yeah,
Could you say what that represents?
that's the operational expenses for the Senate, House of Assembly. Increase represents new hires, digitization of the documents, and planned workshops and conferences during this fiscal year, upcoming year.
Member for Long Island.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Member for Cat Island, Rum, San Salvador, in follow-up to the question asked by my colleague, can you say the name of the company that is responsible for the e-cabinet system?
I don't have it at hand, but I think it's one of the accounting firms, KPMG, yeah.
It's been moved.
So, on accounting firms, what comes to mind is KPMG, but we'll confirm that. If it's not that, we'll come back and tell you who exactly.
It's been moved and seconded that head 6 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed, please stand. The head 6 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 7 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. With respect to 228-1122, there hasn't been any significant, there's been no real change from last year to this year with respect to the ombudsman, despite the fact that we have agreed that we'd bring that office into full force. So I wanted to know what was the total projected budget if the office was up and running, and why has that amount not been allocated? What was the total projected budget, and why has that not been allocated?
For Cat Island, Rum, San Salvador.
As you would note, 40,000 is presently allocated for the ombudsman. It is intended that the office do be populated, but populated by existing public servants. And that exercise is now being undertaken by Attorney General to identify, instead of having to have new hires or otherwise increase a budget for it. But in the event more is required, then more would be provided.
So in the event that we, thank you very much, first of all, but in the event that we have someone move from elsewhere to occupy that spot, it is presumed that they would have support staff with certain level of qualifications to do the work, given the fact that this is to investigate officials, et cetera. Are you also saying that the resources, that those persons are likely to come from within the public service? And I still didn't hear the comments relative to what would be the total monies allocated. When you project that, because obviously there has to be investigations. They may have to get external counsel as well. There may be a need for travel, et cetera. So again, what was the original budget for that office?
No overall budget has been established, but it is intended that the Ombudsman Office will be supported by the other allocations of personnel that's now existing in the public service.
Can the member indicate what is the timetable for the full establishment of the Ombudsman Office, given the range of issues we're presently dealing with that demands that person on their team to be in place?
I don't know the range of issues you are talking about identifying, but suffice it to say, the Attorney General has the peculiar information in that regard, and I will expect to get some answers from him in due course. I'll get back to let you know.
The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Under that same head, item 225-1141, Document Service Management Center.
225, 5411.
1141, Document Management Center. It seems to be a new item, a new creation. If you could just,
Yes, it's being explored to have what we call a document management center, which will be set up to ensure that documents relating to the work of the office is properly paginated, properly filed, so that it could be easy and readily accessible.
with relation to item 2821431, the Court Services Council, I see that they are getting an increase. Have they reached maximum, I guess, fill out in terms of their staff, or are they still populating?
No, the increase in the allocation includes provision for the statutory contribution to the pension plan that's being envisioned, recalling now that this is now an autonomous body. The Court of Appeal website that they're attempting to upgrade, the e-probate software, the annual license agreement that we have to pay for, the courier license, the carib pay, the talent warrants, administrative software, lease agreements for court services, security upgrades, elevator maintenance contracts, AC and generator contracts, cleaning contracts, media service maintenance contract. These are the requests made by the Court Services Council, and we are making the provisions for them to be able to deal with it.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, through you, Mr. Forbes, can we make those requests so we could get that money too?
Chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member for Cat Island, Ronquins, and Salvador, under the head for the Office of the Attorney General, Ministry of Legal Affairs, would you kindly, sir, indicate what line item 2281001, special financial transactions, what exactly are those funds intended to be used for?
Number again, 228.
2281001.
Huh?
228 1001.
2281001.
The line item has increased from an expenditure in 2024-2025 of $92,400 to some $140,000. Special financial transactions, page 55, approximately two-thirds down the page.
Member for St. Barnabas.
That's provision for the Freedom of Information Unit.
Unit.
Yeah, 140,000.
Question then to either Minister of Finance or the Prime Minister. Does this government believe that that is an adequate amount in order to fully implement the objectives of the Freedom of Information Commission?
Member for St. Barnabas.
Yes, we do.
Does that amount actually, is that the funding for the entire office? Or what exactly is $140,000 going to pay for?
Member for St. Barnabas.
Operational expenses, it does not include salaries, et cetera.
And can you say, is the inspectorate, I know formerly it was under the remit of Justice Keith Thompson, I believe. Can you say whether it is correct that his office had a budget in excess of $1 million and was reduced to $140,000. Can you say whether or not this is the same office?
This is for operational expenses. Operational expenses are, things like electricity, telephone, et cetera. Does not include salaries, et cetera.
Okay. Just wanting to confirm, though, is it correct that this line item previously, for the purposes of equipping or funding the Freedom of Information branch of government, was in excess of $1 million?
No, if you would consult if you'd look on here on page 55, you'd look back in 2024, it was 92,400, and it was increased to 140,000 for this year and 140,000 going forward.
Thank you. Member for Long Island.
To the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. Line item 225-1115, consultancy services. Is it correct that 225-1115, consultancy services, do these include payments made by the Office of the Attorney General for legal services provided by private attorneys?
Yes, it's provided for funds provided for external legal services rendered on behalf of the government, yes.
Thank you, sir. Are you able to say, Mr. Prime Minister, whether the government or any of its emissaries is paying for the legal services now being provided to Mr. Jonathan Eric Gardner in the United States of America? Can you say, for the record, that no public funds or funds tied to any of the members of government, either by that person or an emissary of the government, are being paid to assist with the legal services of Jonathan Eric Gardner? That's a very important question. Reason being is, consultancy services, you've acknowledged, Mr. Prime Minister, that this is payable to attorneys, private attorneys abroad. You just said so. I just like for the record, you did. Like for the record for you to deny that, please.
Member.
Please.
Member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador.
I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole that this young man wants us to go.
Yeah.
I indicated that line item, right, is set up for the payment of legal services provided to the government of the Bahamas, not any individuals.
Thank you. Member, Long
Mr.
Island.
Chair, I think a non-answer is not going to suffice. I just want a yes or no answer. Just a yes or no answer.
But member,
This is fact.
member,
The Bahamian citizens abroad receive the assistance of government through line items as this one. I'd just like to know, for the public's edification, whether any taxpayer dollars through this line item, either paid by the government or an emissary of the government, are going towards the legal defense of one Jonathan Eric Gardner. Can you state for the record, Mr. Prime Minister, whether that is the case?
member, the Prime Minister has already.
Yeah. Thank you for acknowledging that you do not wish to answer that very important question.
All right. So, there's been recognized the member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Again, Mr. Prime Minister, with respect to the same consultancy services, recently there was a matter, I believe it went as far as the appellate court here in the Bahamas and may have gone on to the Privy Council, related to the Exuma matter, the conflict that exists between both parties on Samson Key. It's my understanding that the government, again, paid for the attorneys at the appellate level and quite possibly the Privy Council level. I just wanted to know whether or not, one, that was accurate, and then two, would that have come out of this particular item?
Because this is projected for next year. These funds are not being spent now. These funds are the projections for next fiscal year.
So those particular funds that were paid it would have come out of what provision in recently?
The same line item that's here.
Right, that you would have paid out of, previously out of that
Yes.
for the last, right. And we were
What's
not-
the question now?
So my question is, we were not necessarily party to that particular
Who
action.
said so?
You were not named as the party
Who
to that
said so?
matter. So any particular
You-
reason, any particular reason the other party did not pay?
Look,
Or did they also pay?
understand the process. It was a judicial review against the government because it was the government whose decision that's being questioned. So we had to defend that question. And we decided to engage outside counsel to assist in it. And we had to pay them for it.
Other party did not participate in that process at all in terms of paying for attorneys in that matter, just the government.
Again, understand the process. When a judicial review is instituted, it is against the decisions against public authorities. Now, interested parties who could be impacted or affected by the result could join the proceedings. And in this instance, I'm advised that the interested parties did join the proceedings, and they had their own counsel.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. That had 7. Oh, member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 55, 228, 1123. That's 228, 1123.
Actually, we participated in JRs before, you forgot.
Independent Commission of
You and I both.
Investigation, Mr. Chair.
228-1123.
1123, Independent Commission of Investigation.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to follow up on the question under specific financial transactions, which is 2281001.
228-1123 and
It's the
228.
same, right, it's the same question, but with respect to 2281001, the line item for the Freedom of Information Act, and then 2281123, the line item for Independent Commission of Investigation.
Are the same for both.
I didn't ask the question yet.
Huh?
I didn't ask the question yet. The question is,
So that you're posing your question led me to believe that the answer that we gave for the other one will be the same for this. That's all I'm saying.
well,
So East Grand Bahama just
the question is,
ask the question.
Can you confirm when the implementation date will be for the full implementation date for the Freedom of Information Act, as well as the full implementation date for the Independent Commission of Investigation, when that will be fully in effect?
As I said, the answer is no different from what as I said before, right? The implementation and the full operational is peculiarly within the knowledge of the Office of the Attorney General, what's character and conduct of it. And you will get that answer through that department if you seek to get it from them.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I turn the government's attention to line item 2821631, legal orders. The actual 2821631, legal orders.
282-161.
Yes. That's sorry, page 56 at the near to the bottom. You got it? All right. The actual expenditure for 2024-2025 was $7.9 million. For the public certification, this happens to be the amount the government allocates for the payment of legal settlements on behalf of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Is that correct? It speaks for itself. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. The reason I raise this question. We spent almost $8 million settling lawsuits lost by the government or judgments against the government in 2024-2025 fiscal year. The approved estimates for the following year were half that amount, 50% of $4 million. we had this government unreservedly apologize to the family of the late Claudia Bethel. We assume, although the court has yet to determine damages to be paid to the estate of Mrs. Bethel, that they will be substantial. Your estimates for this fiscal year of $4.4 million, still approximately slightly under 50% of what was spent in 2024-2025. Can the government state whether the Bahamian people will carry the burden of the damages that are to be assessed by the courts, in addition to any retirement benefits payable to one Norman Bastian, the officer who's found by the courts to have committed heinous acts against a Bahamian woman held in captive? The member for Fox Hill says I'm a jackass. All right? And come on. I'm happy.
Member. Remember, we're on national member.
No,
member,
this is vitally important.
Please have your seat,
Mr.
member.
Chair.
One second. All members, please remember we're on national television. Obscenity is completely unparliamentary. The member, I didn't hear it. He's sitting down. No, but I heard you standing up. No, I didn't. So just, we'll have that stricken from the record.
And
member for Long Island.
yes. So, seeing that the minister holds the Bahamian people in such contempt, I'd like to have him. This is very important. We are spending. In 2024, 2025, we spent $8 million of taxpayer monies because the government has been found derelict in its duties or negligent. And here it is, a retired officer,
Member for Kid Island, Rumkey and San Salvador. Member for Kid Island, Rumkey and San Salvador.
Please understand what we're talking about. Understand what we're talking about, right?
A little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Right. The government is sued because of the acts of its servants.
Right.
And so we are vicariously liable. Right? And we have to pay.
Yes.
Right? And that is what this allocation is for. Right? And it's not just that.
Yes, others.
It is other matters. For example, right, if the acquisition of land, and it then becomes a dispute before the court because of value, there's an order that is made. We are a law-abiding government, and if the court says we have to pay, we find the ability to pay. And that's all this is about. So to run around about the taxpayers' money, yes, it is the taxpayers' money that have to satisfy these judgments. And it's not the, and it's the government that's responsible for the acts and conduct of its servants.
Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I agree with the Prime Minister that we're responsible for the acts of public officers. That does not address the very important question: is the government or are the taxpayers to be paying twice? Are we paying for the wrongs of this public officer, the government being vicariously liable, on top of having to pay him retirement benefits to enjoy the benefits that public servants of good standing are entitled to enjoy? I mean, are we allowing him basically to get off scot-free as though he did not commit these heinous acts? Because that's what it amounts to. If we are now paying him his retirement benefits and the judgments of the court for the wrongs that he committed against this woman who did not deserve that heinous treatment, how can he justify that?
Member for Fox Hill.
The rules are quite clear. If you're going to make imputations against some officer or individual, there's a procedure for doing that. Yes. Had this procedure been followed, we would have come armed with all of this ammunition that you want us to use against this individual. The fact is that you have to establish the timelines. And the timelines and all of this he ought to carefully check his own, because I'm not going to do his work for him, and check the timelines when the individual was retired in the public interest. You'd also check the law and what the law says with regard to how you act when someone is retired. That's all I say, and I'm not going to provide any advice. I'm just saying check the timelines, check the law. That's all.
Thank you.
And doing my homework, I'd just like to confirm that the member for Fox Hill was in fact the minister at the time that this individual was retired in the public interest. He was not. So if he was not the minister, then therefore he should not feel any degree of culpability. I'm just asking a simple question.
You should have retired.
I'm just asking the simple question. Did this individual who was retired in the public interest, was he retired with full benefits? Was he?
Member for Fox Hill.
And I'm saying, I'm not doing your homework for you. I'm not doing it. The law says what it is, and once you understand the law, it'll follow from that what the facts are.
It has been moved and seconded that head 7 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed stand. Head 7 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 8 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 8 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 8 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 10 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 10, the chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 59, under consultancy services, 2251115, consultancy services, you had allocated 1.6 million, and you've reduced that now to 800. Sorry, 1.6 million you had allocated last year. You've reduced it to 800,000, basically 800,000. Can you speak to what this line item represents and what is the justification for reducing it? And then, while I'm on my feet, 2271041, Registry of Lands Operation. There was an allocation of 330,000. It's now to zero. I'm just checking to see whether that has been moved to another head. If it has been moved to another head, if you could just indicate which head it has been moved to.
Member for Kidal and Ramkey and San Salvador.
Yeah, in respect to the Registry of Lands Operations, that will now be under the Ministry of Housing. And the other question in consultancy services, well, it's just been reduced because some of the services that were being provided in the last fiscal year is not now being provided.
What that involves?
I think the information on the online registry, the service on that, which is the microfilm sales and services, the maintenance of that, and then I think it's ultimate alarms and rental kill. The services to them have been reduced in total.
It has been moved and seconded that head 10 be agreed. All those in favor, please remain seated. All those opposed, stand. The head 10 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 11 be agreed.
Is there a second? Seconded. It's been moved and seconded that head 11 be agreed. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Yeah, I'll leave that for you. Mr. Chair, on page 62, equipment maintenance. On page 62.
What's the line number?
Line item, right, 1303. The budget has been increased from 10,000 to 400,000. Can you state what that additional amount is for?
Chair recognizes
Yes, Mr.
Pinewood, member for Pinewood.
That is for the support and maintenance of cell jamming equipment for the prison, BDOCs.
Member for East Grand Bahama.
On the wages and salaries, 22111101 as well as 21111103, global provision. There seems to be a slight increase of the 33 million. Does that involve just salary increments and
Onboarding of new recruits.
onboarding of new? Can you say how many new recruits that
That
speaks
I don't
to?
have, somewhere, I think between 80 and 100. But I'll
Okay.
confirm the figures for you.
And then under the global provision, new appointments, monthly employees, you had allocated 1 million. You didn't appear to spend any during that, during this fiscal year. Can you explain why you didn't spend anything for new appointments?
What line is that?
211103, global provisions, new appointments.
Mobile division, no appointment. Member for Kid Island, Rumpke and South.
Funds were spent from that because new recruits were paid from what we call the global provision in the Ministry of Finance.
Chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you. Item number 2721111, subsistence support of persons contract.
Two seven two 111.
2721111. The question is, last year that was allocated at 1,000, and none of it was spent, and this year it's allocated at 500, and I'm wondering what it's for. No, but what is it, what is it for?
Assistance support.
So y'all, we didn't support anybody in BDOCs?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
So it has been moved and seconded that head 11 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 11 has been agreed.
And now move that head 12 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 12 be agreed. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, thank you. At page 65, under 2251118, election expenses, we had allocated 2.5 million last fiscal year. You spent 2.8. Obviously, we had an election. For this year, this is
225-11118.
election expenses. What I was saying was that you've allocated 2.5 last fiscal year. You spent 2.8, which we had an election. You've reduced it, but you still have allocated.
Again, member for Fox Hill. I mean, the reality is in this process, while you may speak to a particular question someone raises, you're speaking to the public who also has access to the information. So my broad question is, clearly the intended travel, the amount is not reflected in this line item. So my broader question is, where is that reflected? The anticipated travel, not just by yourself, but others from the ministry doing the people's business, where is that figure reflected?
I have given you a complete answer. The government figures are sometimes allocated within the Ministry of Finance and sometimes in individual ministries. That's as complete an answer as I can give you.
Thank you so much, member. Member for Long Island.
Thank you. So the fact that the travel budget for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not contained under this head speaks to a desire to be non-transparent. Because clearly, what is listed here for its domestic and international travel does not accord with the extensive nature of travel by the minister around the world and in this country.
Mr. Chair, one second, members.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order. The chair recognizes
I
Fox.
caution this member on the use of these pejorative terms.
Yeah.
The travel for the Bahamas government is done due to the exigencies which face the country from time to time. The government has to make decisions, sometimes planned, sometimes ad hoc. And that's the way life works. The finances of the government are controlled by the Ministry of Finance. They're all allocated. They control the Public Accounts Committee. If they want to review whatever happens, they can do so. But rest assured, the public should be rest assured that everything is fully accounted for, everything is fully approved, and lawful conduct by all members of the government, including the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. Member for Marco City.
Again, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, once again, I just wish to remind the member for Fox Hill that it's the public that really digests the information. And so, again, I looked as you recommended, both at the travel in Ministry of Finance and the travel under Foreign Affairs. And even if we were to combine both of those numbers, which would be somewhere around $180,000 or thereabouts, and let's be generous and say $200,000, it is significantly less than what is anticipated in terms of travel of senior officials, et cetera. So again, help the public understand where else would the travel figures be reflected in the budget. Since I've already gone to both places you've directed me, Foreign Affairs and Finance.
I'm sorry, this is becoming tedious irrelevance now.
Agreed.
I've answered the question
Yes.
as fully as I can. The expenses of the government are covered either by the Ministry of Finance or the particular ministry. They are all lawfully approved, and some travel is anticipated, sometimes it's ad hoc. That's the position.
Member, 1 second. While you may not agree at the provision or the amount, the member has answered, and I do believe that it's prudent to move on with the head.
Mr. Chair, this is extremely important. As leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has just indicated, $200,000 is a paltry amount. We're just asking them to be accountable to the public. Can the minister state for the record how much is being spent on travel by his ministry? And if it is not to be found under this head, can he direct us so that we can speak to it when asked by the press? Where can it be found in this document? That's all we're asking. And then the second question, is there a sole travel agency responsible for the purchase of airfare, accommodation on travel for members of the government, senior ministers? And if so, is there a member of this government, whether in this lower house or in the upper house, who has any share in the travel agency that is making the purchase on behalf of the government for what we expect, to use, anticipate to use the leader's term, is a substantial amount of money? Because it may seem to the minister that it is tedious and trivial that I'm asking him to account for.
Member never said trivial.
Tedious. That we're asking him to account for the travel. And yes, he's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he has to travel. But I would like to believe that the many public servants in foreign affairs, to go back to something I stated earlier, would be able to benefit from the thousands and thousands of miles of his travel, because I'm hoping that those miles are accruing to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and not to Frederick Audley Mitchell. That's all.
I wish all those remarks struck from the record. This is mischief afoot.
Yeah.
I'm giving a generic answer again, and I'm saying this. The travel by members of and officers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as with all government agencies, there's a procedure which has to be followed in order for it to be approved. Sometimes it is anticipated, other times it is ad hoc. But it is all accounted for lawfully and properly authorized for this country. The member and his colleague have been using the word past tense, spent. We are not dealing with spent. We're dealing with what is anticipated. The member cannot anticipate what the government expects to spend. So if the Ministry of Finance or the Foreign Affairs officers anticipate a particular amount and put it within the budget, that's what's anticipated. You can't anticipate for us what is going to be spent. Neither can we anticipate events. So, stop trying to plant some evil thought or mischief or malfeasance in the minds of the public. It's misdirected, ill-conceived, and inappropriate.
Thank you.
As I end this particular exchange, I'd just like to know, simple answer, simple question, and simple answer expected. Where can we find the exact amount that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is allocated for his travel expenses or his travel budget? Where? Just say where. That's all. Direct it to us because we want to learn.
The member for
Tedious
Foxhill.
irrelevance again. The member pointed out allocations. He pointed out the allocations. I didn't point them out. He pointed them so he knows where they are. So why do you keep asking me where they are? They are where they are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
What we have in this head, Mr. Chair, what we have in this head is a paltry amount. Is the minister stating...
That's your
That's your
That's your
characterization.
opinion.
Is the minister
That's
stating
your
that this is
character.
all the money that he is spending
I'm sorry,
for his
I'm not
travel?
going any further with it. I'm not going any further with it. That is the answer.
That's the answer. The member has answered your question.
No, but he hasn't, though.
He has.
hasn't.
He
All
has
I'm
answered
asking
your
is
question.
this the extent of monies in this head 13, that is being spent to cover the costs of the minister's travel, both in the country and beyond, outside
That
of this
is
country?
the estimate provided. Yeah.
Irrelevance.
Agreed.
This member is trying to plant some idea of malfeasance in the mind of the public, and he's being wicked and deceitful in doing so. And I ask him to desist. He knows what the proper functions are of the foreign ministry. And those functions are lawfully carried out. That's what the public expects, and the public can expect going forward that that is what will occur, always on behalf of the Bahamian people.
I'd just like to say, Mr. Chair,
Member from-
he can characterize my actions as he wishes. I'm not intending to be wicked, nor am I intending to be deceitful. What I do know is he has been very insistent on refusing to answer the question and to be transparent.
No.
I have answered
The member has
every
answered.
question.
And
I have
you
answered
chose
the
not to
question.
accept it, but
I've
the answer
answered
has
the question.
been provided.
Right.
So, as we colleagues, as we move on.
The member for Foxhill to withdraw the characterization of wicked when applying it to another member and deceitful, yes.
Yeah. I get it. Would you withdraw?
If you so wish.
Yeah.
No problem.
So he withdraws. Colleagues, it's been moved and seconded. Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, on page 66, 2113, Foreign Service Grants, Allowances, Home Leave.
Yeah.
You had allocated, this has been moved to another ministry? Department of Foreign Services. Okay.
Yeah.
What has happened is, remember, there's new law, and the operational expenses of what used to be the ministry have now been all transferred to the
It's
department.
captured in the-
So you will see a global figure which covers operational expenses.
So, member for East Grand Bahama.
Also under on page 67, 225-1115, consultancy services. Is that the same answer? Has that been moved?
Is that one of the ones where it's zeroed as well?
It's zeroed
Yes,
for the
right.
last year.
Yes. Wherever you see the zero, it's been
Transferred to the department. Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I direct the member for Fox Hill's attention to line item 225-1108, tuition, training, in-service awards, and subsistence. In 2024-2025 fiscal year, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs' actual expenditure was $7,340. That amount has increased in the current projections to $33,500. Can the minister state whether this line item is going toward the tuition, training, in-service awards, and subsistence of multiple persons, or is it just for a single member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?
That's a question I'd have to revert to you on. I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Can the minister state, the reason I ask this question, under this particular line item, is there an employee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the London office who is being paid salary, and in addition to the salary is having their rental allowance paid in addition to their educational expenses? I'd like to know whether or not that is covered under 225-1108.
Officers of these ministries work for the Bahamas government. This is not a matter to be discussed in this forum. Every officer who serves overseas has a contract. It's a contract with the Bahamas government, and it has specific terms and conditions. Allowances are also in the Foreign Service orders. And whenever someone serves overseas, he or she gets those allowances. And no one has any, as far as I'm aware, has any extraordinary terms that would be outside either the law or policy.
I am aware.
Mr. Chair?
Member for Long Island.
The housing allowance under line item 211-2103 in 2024-2025 fiscal year was $6,382. The projected expenditure this year, 2026-2027, is $43,200. That's a seven-fold increase. Again, it gets back to the question I've asked. When viewed in its totality, are we paying for a single member of your ministry, or is this to be dispersed across the ministry to multiple individuals? Fair question.
Again, I would suspect that all of these figures are global figures, but again, I caution the member not to go down a rabbit hole where you're actually defaming some people that you don't intend to do so.
So it has been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed stand. Head 13 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 14 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 14 be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Item number 225-1169, Social and Community Development Program Initiative.
Who's answering for the PM? Ajoma, you're answering for the PM?
225-1169.
We asked you because we did see Sabah, so we just...
Social and Community Development Program Initiative. This was allocated for, last year it was allocated, and on last year's budget, it showed it as a continuing program. But we now see that it hasn't been used and it's not going further. If you could just give us some details on what that was. Two two five 1169.
69. A member for Exuma and Ragged Islands.
A previous allocation says social and community development programs. Clearly, it wasn't no longer required in that particular line. So therefore, there's no there.
Election is over.
But I note that it wasn't, I mean, it was planned for something, but it wasn't used.
Correct.
So you don't want to tell us what the program that it was supposed to be for?
I don't have the specifics on it. I'll have to get back to you on it, but 1169. 225. Advertising? The item was moved under 225-1102. So it's a part of that allocation at the moment. 225-1102.
Development program.
Correct.
Is now part of advertising and public
Is a part of that
notice?
line, correct? It appears to me that it's some corporate social responsibility item. So that would be an appropriate reallocation.
From helping people to advertise it?
The member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 71, 22-11101, air transport persons within the budget, within the Bahamas. And then if you look at 22-11201, air transport of persons outside of the Bahamas. Let me take the one outside of the Bahamas first. In 2024, you spent over $2 million. For the first 9 months of 2025, you spent just about $1.4 million. But you only allocated $191,000. This year, you've increased that to $250,000. But consistently, you have overspent it, and you've overspent it by a very, very large amount. The same question goes for the air transport of persons within the Bahamas. You also consistently overspent what was allocated. Why have you not properly budgeted for this allocation? If consistently for the last, and I believe if you check the last 3 or 4 years, if consistently you've spent over $1 million with respect to the Prime Minister's travel outside of the Bahamas, why do you consistently want to budget $100,000 for it?
The member, Exuman Ragadal.
Chair, the question perhaps is rooted with a false premise. You're suggesting that it's not properly allocated and not properly projected. Projections are made on the basis of what the plans are for the office of the Prime Minister. And respectfully, the office has projected $259,000. And anything else on that?
The member for East Grand Bahama.
But Mr. Chair, it is a serious question, and why is it that you have inaccurately, for the last 3 or 4 years, you have inaccurately planned for the Prime Minister's travel outside of the Bahamas? And it's consistent. 2024, 2025. And this is not a small amount. This is a well over $1 million. You've overspent the monies that have been allocated for it. So why have you not adjusted the budget to accommodate for what you know will happen?
Chairman, I think the member for East Grand Bahama, I believe, has served previously as the minister responsible for finance or in that office. And he understands fully that sometimes projections are not met. The foreign minister has explained appropriately that we run a government, and sometimes decisions have to be made to travel at short notice. That's not projected. And the projections, as far as we're concerned, in this year's budget is adequate and appropriate. Yeah. And if we find them not to be so, Ministry of Finance has a global provision, and they will be appropriately provided for. What I find amusing, though, Mr. Chair, is that they say the Prime Minister traveled too much, and now he's making an argument for increasing the number.
Yeah.
No. I'm not making an argument to increase the budget at all. What I am saying is you have consistently, you have allocated, this is Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance have allocated $191,000 in 2025. You have also allocated in 2026 $250,000. However, you have overspent that amount from 2024, 2025, you've consistently overspent that amount by well over $1 million. So my point is, why have you consistently overspent the amount that you've budgeted for?
I've answered the question, but just to reiterate the point, the Minister of Foreign Affairs made an appropriate response to this question as it relates to travel, as it relates to how government works. If, for example, there's an emergency meeting of CARICOM that wasn't budgeted for, the Prime Minister must still attend that meeting. So sometimes there are exigencies of the office that the Prime Minister must attend to. And therefore, sometimes budgets are overspent. And the projections, it is the view of the Ministry of Finance that the projections in this particular line is appropriate for the year moving forward.
Thank you, Member. Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like, please, for the governing side to advise line item 225-1115 on page 72, consultancy services. The actual expenditure in fiscal year 2024-2025 was $86,000. The budgeted amount, the approved amount for 2025-2026 was $820,000. Just wanting, we're now at fiscal year 2026-2027. What consultancy services exactly does that line item pertain to? And is that for domestic consultants or foreign consultants?
A member for Exuma and Red Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an allocation for the funding for land management consultancy services during the year.
Management consultancy services. What land management is that, Deputy
You may
Prime Minister?
recall that the government passed various pieces of land reform legislation in the previous term. I think there were 4 or 5 pieces of legislation related to the adjudication of land and overall reform of land. So that is what that would be in relation thereto.
Can the member for Exuma state whether that involves consultancy to a single consultant or multiple consultants? And secondly, can he state whether those consultants are domestic or foreign consultants?
I don't have that detail. We'll undertake to provide it for you.
Member. Secondly, on page 73, line item 282-1408, Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Can the member for Mount Moriah indicate the details of that particular line item? Can you repeat the line item again, please? Line item is 282-1408, page 73.
Chair recognizes the member for Mount Moriah.
That item is in reference to subvention.
So previously, this particular state-owned enterprise, we are not able to see the exact amount of subvention, as this is now a new line item under the Office of the Prime Minister. Can you, member for Mount Moriah, indicate what the prior subvention was for the state-owned enterprise that you're now responsible for?
Mount Moriah.
I don't have that information available now. I can provide that to you at a later date.
Member for Long Island.
For the chair, that is quite concerning.
That information was transferred from social services over to the Office of the Prime Minister.
So ZNS was transferred from social services to the Office of the Prime Minister?
Yes, it was subsumed.
Pinewood.
Yes. In the new configuration, those 2 entities have been transferred to the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you for that, member. Pinewood. And the reason I say it's concerning is because we've created an entire new ministry, paid for by the public, to have a new minister responsible for just ZNS, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. We're paying him not just the $28,000 that we pay members of parliament, and he can't say what the prior subvention was. I think that's really cause for concern. I say that respectfully, because we now have this entire parliament. The entire parliament practically is filled with cabinet ministers. We expect you all to have an understanding of the ministry you're responsible for.
The chair recognizes Mark Mariah.
The information is it's approximately 10 million. It was approximately $10 million.
Member for Pinewood, are you able to state that your subvention for ZNS last year was 10 million? Are you able to state that?
I think it's around that figure. The year before was 8 million. I think last budgetary year is around 10 million.
And finally, can you direct us, perhaps through you, member for Pinewood, to exactly where that particular allocation can be found?
The Ministry of Social Services, Information and Broadcasting.
The chair recognizes Central Mangrove Key in South Andros.
You can look in head 43, and it's under the broadcasting. It's actually 10,279,999, and it was transferred over to the office of the Prime Minister.
Okay.
Thank you, member for Central
Mangrove Key.
South Andros and Mangrove Key. Thank you for elucidating. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded that head 14 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 14 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 16 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 16 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 16 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 17 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 17 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 17 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 18 be agreed.
Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that head 18 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 79, 2294001, local government expenses. There was a allocation of 14.7 million. You've increased that now to 16 million. You've just spent in the first 9 months about 12 million. Can you speak to, one, what this allocation involves? What are these monies spent on? And can you speak to why the increase?
The chair recognizes Central and South Eleuthera.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, as I spoke about in my budget debate, for the second time under this administration, we increased subventions for local government district councils throughout the country. So you will see that this is as an increase to the allocation.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With regard to acting allowances, item heading 211 on page 78, item heading 2112116, acting allowances. Its increased estimate for the coming year is 30,000 compared to the current estimate increase of 10,000, and through the first 9 months, only 8,250 of that 10,000 was spent. What's the reason for the increase? What is covered by it? And where will it be felt?
That will be allocated to persons who are acting in certain roles in the department.
What is included in those certain rules?
In case you have an acting director, for example, who isn't substantial.
Thank you. And then proceeding to On the same page, item under domestic and travel and subsistence, item 221101, air transport of persons within the Bahamas. That's being increased from the estimate this year of 100,000. That's only seen an expenditure of 90,750 in the first 9 months. It's being increased from 100,000 to 160,000. What's the reason, and where will it be felt for that increase of 60,000?
Right, so we have a lot of administrators who travel back and forth from New Providence. We also have different persons within the ministry that has to travel. And at times, we have to utilize travel subsistence from the Ministry of Works because it wasn't sufficient.
Is there an event that's causing an increase in persons needing to travel? We have administrators now. We've had administrators the previous year. Why is it going up by 60,000, particularly this year? What is the event? What is the event?
So,
Central South
you know, we've spoke a lot in this house about this administration's focus on family islands and family island development. To do that, administrators have to travel to focus, such as in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. You have different islands you have to travel to. In South Eleuthero, you have to travel to Half Moon Key. In North Abaco, you have to travel to Grand Key. We have realized that at times administrators only travel in Morris Island in South Abaco. They travel once a month or once every 2 to 3 months because of the cost. To ensure that every island within this country gets the focus that they should from this administration, we want to ensure that travel provision is put in place.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Sinant.
So from that, it appears as though a recognition of the communities being underserved, particularly in the last term, has now been recognized, and that those residents of those areas that will see additional service from travel can expect more from their administrators this coming year at least. Thank you, Minister. If we can now go to item 221110 on the same page, subsistence for travelers within the Bahamas, that's gone up by 20,000. I would guess that that is related to the answer you've just given. And then, oddly though, incidental travel expenses within the Bahamas is going down by $1,500. So there's going to be more travel. There's going to be more subsistence because there's more travel, but there's going to be less incidental travel expenses within the Bahamas. Can you give an explanation as to why there'll be less incidental travel expenses when traveling is increasing?
And I think
Central
when you look at the funding that's been utilized because of incidences, that means we'd have less incidences, so we need the funding allocated to support that.
Thank you. It's member for Sinant.
Thank you very much. And then if you look at rent and living accommodations general, under the subheading rent, item 222101, rent and living accommodations in general, we have a lot more travel. We have a lot more care coming by this administration to the family islands that through the administrator's lack of travel before is acknowledged as underserved. But now we're seeing a decrease in rent for living accommodation. Is it getting cheaper to reside in the family islands? Is that what the 50,000 decrease in estimated budget from
Member for Central and South
2026 to 2027 is for?
So if you look at the allocation, you'll realize that the allocation from last budget cycle wasn't fully utilized. So this has been adjusted to ensure that the adequate funding for the rental income is utilized.
Okay, so that tells me that when something doesn't happen in the previous year, it doesn't make sense to keep the same number in place, even though that's being done for the 100,000 for the Prime Minister's travel. You're actually paying attention to the numbers in your ministry.
No, but if you see up to March, right, of last budget cycle, we used $367,000, right?
Yes.
If you prorate that, it's much less than what would be utilized. So there's still provision in the case that rent goes up, we got to utilize other areas. So there's still a good provision there if needed. Okay, that's in right to the T.
Okay. And then in item immediately below that, 222-1102, rent of office, there's an increase of $87,200. Which office space is being added to the existing office rental system under the ministry?
This rent allocation is because of administrative offices, especially in North Andros, Arbor Island, and San Salvador, where we have to do some repairs, some major repairs in some instances. So we have them in new rental locations until we can renovate the government buildings.
Harbor Island and parts of Andros primarily. On page 79, under Utilities and Communication, item 224-1101, gasoline. And likewise, item 224-1106, diesel. The estimated cost for gasoline over the coming year is reduced by $50,000, and the estimated cost for diesel over the coming year is $2,000. That strikes me as odd considering the fact that gas and diesel have both gone up. Is that information not known to the government, or is there, for instance, generators that are being taken away from administrators' offices, or is money being taken away from administrators for gasoline? Because if they're going to be traveling, unless they're walking by foot or riding donkey, gasoline and diesel, in my opinion, are both related. So can you explain what's causing the benefit of a reduction in the budget on those two line items?
I mean, could I get a specific
Member for
question?
Central, so
What's the specific question?
Are the administrators walking by foot or riding donkey? And is that the reason that gasoline and diesel costs are going down by $50,000 and $2,000 respectively?
I mean, anybody watches markets, right? And understand budgets. Budgets are provisions given at the start of any budget cycle. Oil and gas is a commodity that goes up and down. It fluctuates with it. So does that mean that when we set budget allocation, and if it's $7 a gallon, and within the budget cycle it goes down to $3 a gallon, you have to allocate with what you assume at the time when the budget is prepared. Doesn't change anything.
Senat.
Thank you. Item number 224-1206, publications. There's less than $2,000 spent of the estimated budget. 224-1206, publications. Less than $2,000 has been actually spent of an $8,000 budget, and overall the budget's being reduced by $5,000. Is this an acknowledgement that the ministry was not that informative to members of the public, or what was the publication expectation that didn't materialize over the last year?
There's provisions given for different publications, but this provision would be more in line with anticipated local government elections coming up to next year's budget. So of course you'd have more, but most of the publications we do now is digital, and this would just fall in line with local government elections.
If you're anticipating further costs for local government elections, why is it going down from last year to next year?
The cost that we spent, you look at the expenditure. Look at the expenditure.
And is there nothing else that communities, considering there are so many, could benefit by way of notice from local government?
But if Mr. Chair, if you look at how local government operates, right, and local government councils do do the advertising within their districts for what's happening within their districts, not the department itself. This is just an overarching body that helps to govern local government councils throughout the country. But local councils in each respective district does the advertising for themselves.
Senat.
It's clear, if you listen to council members, they're actually asking for more money. It strikes me as odd that Ministry of Local Government would be taking money away from their budgets.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy, I already spoke with when East Grand Bomber raised the question about the increase in local government allocations. And I repeat again, for the second time under this administration, we've increased local government budgets. They ask for more money, they're getting more money, Mr. Chair.
They're getting it with this hand, and then they're having it taken away with the other hand, Mr. Chairman. I'll move, I understand. I'm gonna identify another item. Maybe you'd cease your private conversation so I don't need to repeat it. Item 225-1128, fees and other charges. The budget for fees and other charges is estimated from the current year into the coming year to be down by $30,000. Can you give an indication of why that is being reduced?
Oh, yeah. Because the reason because Family Island Regardless and Homecoming Festivals have now been allocated to other ministries.
So removing Family Island Regattas and homecomings, what is the 174 anticipated to be spent on?
It's expenses and charges related to local government.
Can you identify 4 expenses? No?
No. No.
Thank you very much on that. Item number 225-1337, operation of facilities and other services. Again, Family Islands are looking for more. You're providing more local travel for the administrators, but the operation of facilities and other services, giving with one hand, subvention, taking away with another. $5,000 is being removed from the budget. $5,000 is being added on. What is the reason for that addition?
The chair recognizes the chair recognizes Central South Luther.
Mr. Chair, from the onset, I'll explain that, but head 18 for the Department of Local Government speaks to the department itself. So you can't be taken from district councils because this allocation is not provided to them. This is to run the Department of Local Government, not the local councils. There's a significant separation of funding allocation. So whatever is given or taken in head 18 is for the running and the operations of the Department of Local Government, not the councils in each district. And I'm sure the department will welcome the $5,000 increase.
So what is the $5,000 for? Is it a
That's for
subscription to Alive? What is it? You're the minister. This is a budget. You should be able to identify in the budget.
Maintenance services.
Maintenance services, is that for one building? Because $5,000 won't go too far with maintenance.
We only have one Department of Local Government, one floor.
And then, based on what you had said earlier, I'm just confirming, but it's clear that the development of national sport is being removed entirely from your ministry, based on page.
That's correct.
80, item 28.
That's correct.
21211. Is that $500,000 that's being taken away, is that going to be reflected in the new ministry's budget, to your knowledge?
Yes, of course. So if you look at for the member for Garden Hills and Head 47, you will see that the development of national sport has also been allocated in that budget, as well as a contribution for Family Island Regattas as well. No.
But as Minister of Local Government now, without that new budget coming into effect, you're comfortable in saying that the Family Island communities are not going to see any decrease in these amounts and thereby a decrease in the activity that they've become familiar with?
Mr. Chair,
Central, sir.
I want to reiterate, this is the second time under this administration that governments, just to give an example, right? So 25, 26, Marsh Harbor goes from 1.5 to over 1.6. Sandy Point goes from 298 to almost 350,000. Green Turtle Key goes from 217 to 248, and the list goes on and on. Building on progress. So it's found in Annex 8. If you want to look at the budget book, you can find every single district council in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas who gets an increase in their budget allocation.
So was that confirmation that these items being taken from your local government ministry are reflected in, what, youth sports now?
No. So the development of national sport and the contribution for the Family Island Regatta, again, goes to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. That has nothing to do with local government subventions. They're completely different things.
It has been, Senat.
And which ministry, because you identified two of the three, which ministry is going to see the $150,000 under local government that's being taken away for the contribution for homecomings in New Providence and the Family Islands?
Culture.
Ministry of Culture. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Just want to, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to get clarification. No. As a member of Parliament for Long Island, local government is very important to us, as all Family Island members can agree. I just want a confirmation, member for Central and South Eleuthera. The permanent and pensionable, as well as the salary and contract workers, those are exclusively the workers at the department here in New Providence?
No. So this is the department. The Department of Local Government, if you're PNP, you're also covered throughout the country as well, right? I think I mentioned to you that we went on an exercise that we're currently finalizing where persons who were contract workers prior were brought into an exercise where they would be made PNP. So and the reason being, for public edification, is that local government is supposed to cover 3-year contract cycles, right? And that has been a challenge in the past. So we want to bring everybody on board who's been working for 10, 20 years, make them PNP. So from now on, local government would now hire them for 3-year cycles and not for concurrent, as has been done in the past.
Mr. Chair, the reason this is so important to me is because you've confirmed that this covers workers who are local government contractual or permanent and pensionable employees throughout the country.
What I'm saying is, yeah, contractual workers, no, sorry. So if you're hired contractual by the department, it's completely different than if you're hired contractual by the local council, because local councils are basically a separate entity. So if you're hired by the local council, right, you are contracted by them, not by the department itself. So there's two separate entities there. So if you're contracted by the department, you'll see that reflected here.
Yeah.
If you're a contractual worker by the council, that will come out their subvention. Yeah.
The question that I would like to ask is, do I have your leave, Mr. Chair, through you, since it falls under Annex 8? Annex 8. Do I have your leave to address what falls under Annex 8 here under this head? Just a question relative to what you've just raised. Yes? All right. It is a concern of mine as a member of Parliament for a Family Island constituency. We have a lot of Bahamians, all right? And as you know, for a very long time, Bahamian contract workers for the government, are left as temporary workers effectively, right? Contract workers, you touched on this. And they don't get the benefits of being permanent and pensionable. The concern that I have, I'm going to address a situation involving a single constituent, a very hardworking lady who works. I'm going to do my best not to identify them, but the point I make is, as a contract worker, they were making $1,200 a month. They, for quite some time, sought to become permanent and pensionable. And their reward for being made permanent and pensionable is that they received a reduction in their pay from $1,200 a month to $900 a month. Now, and I say this to all of you, I don't mind you throwing arrows at me, right? But the concern that I have is, it is extremely difficult for an elderly lady to care for her grandchildren on $900 and herself on $900 a month. I'm asking you, Minister, what can we do so that people are not penalized when they're made permanent and pensionable?
I'll speak to my component, and then the Minister for Public Service can speak in regards to that. So when you're brought on as PNP, you're brought on a scale, a certain salary scale. I guess the Minister can speak based on your qualifications, right? In the past, or local government, when they provide contracts, it doesn't necessarily fall in line with public service scale. I understand your concern, and I think that all of us, right? All of us in here, we agree with you to a certain extent, right? The Minister of Public Service can speak to that. But I also have constituents who would benefit from becoming made PNP, right? Also raise the same concern, right? So it isn't Long Island alone. Persons who were asked or given the opportunity to be made PNP can make the decision to opt out, right? But most of them want the benefits to become PNP, right? If they want to be considered to stay contractually with local council, right? But then you have the benefit issue as well, because the benefits are not there to be contractual, as to be made PNP. I do understand your concern. I guess the Minister for Public Service can speak after me in regards to that. But it is an issue and a challenge that we've recognized. So it isn't just to Long Island constituents. It's in Eleuthera, Central, South, North. Yeah, Family Islands in general. Yeah. Even local here, right? Yeah. So the member for Golden Gates could elaborate on that if she wishes.
Chair.
Chair recognizes the member for Golden Gate.
Thank you. So in the matter of contractual workers becoming permanent and pensionable, we have been seeing a number of contractual workers who have asked what it would take for them to become permanent and pensionable, or requested to become permanent and pensionable. Would we have began to employ as HR counseling that says, you are a contract worker and this is what your compensation package looks like. If you are to revert to or convert to PNP, this is what your package would look like. Some people opt to continue on in the contractual state. Some people opt to go into the permanent and pensionable state. In the contractual state, it's generally a better package, but it's basically the benefits are on the front end, which means when you leave, when your contract ends, there's no pension. You get a gratuity, and that's final. Whereas some people prefer the security of a permanent and pensionable, where yes, the salaries may be lower, in line with their qualifications. However, they get their pension at the end of tenure of their service. So this is an option. It's an option that is given. I know we are probably at the end of a phase of regularizing the local government workers as we are with the school board workers. But that is an option that they have. Understanding that for the permanency and for the long-term benefits, when they leave and they're able to access a pension, generally the scale is lower because they now have to be fit in the scales of public service that matches their qualifications. Contractual workers basically have negotiated for a higher level of pay, but no benefits on the back end. They get it all during the contract phase. I hope that explains it. Okay.
Beautiful explanations. I thank you. But yes, ma'am.
That doesn't, like Tall Pines would have noted, that doesn't only occur on family islands. We have here in New Providence, Grand Bahama, contractual workers across the country who have the option of the long-term stability or gaining the rewards up front.
Thank you for those explanations. And again, this is a constructive critique. We have now, under this Davis administration, there have been quite a number of persons brought back out of retirement as contractual workers. And they're still collecting a pension, as well as the very attractive terms of the contracts they've been given. The question that I'd like to pose to this government, perhaps it's the question best suited to, best directed rather, at the Prime Minister and the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador. Is there going to be consideration given to looking after these people who are on the lower end of the scale as contract workers, to bump up or improve what they are taking home, irrespective of qualifications, because it is very difficult to live in this country on $900 a month? Is there consideration given to reducing the amount of expenditure on contract workers who may have much higher qualifications, but who are basically double dipping? They're collecting their pension and they're given these contracts. In many cases, we're not even sure that there's a need for them to be brought back in after collecting their pension, in lieu of, and instead use that money that could be saved to help these people at the lower end of the rung who really could use the extra $300 that they're getting as contractual workers, instead of losing $300 in order to become permanent and pensionable, to collect the security of the post-retirement benefit. Could you please let us know whether that type of consideration, because again, this is a government that says it is about progress and cares about people. The people I'm referring to are those at the lower end of the ladder who really would like to know if this government is going to change its policy to be able to improve what they take home to support themselves and their families.
Yes.
Let me address the matter of the people who are coming on the permanent and pensionable and the scales. When you engage in permanent and pensionable, you now access increments, promotion opportunities, and most of them end up engaging in a bargaining unit that now negotiates for their increases. So that's another part of becoming permanent and pensionable. Now you access opportunities for incremental increases. You come in at the scale that you are qualified for, and you can improve your qualifications and your skills, and that in turn takes you incrementally higher. So some of them are baseline, but there are opportunities and there are scales already in place in the public service where you can earn more.
It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you for those answers. The next line item I'd like to refer to is line item 226-1199, miscellaneous Family Island capital projects, found on page 79. I see the government in the first 3 quarters of this expiring fiscal year only utilized 10% of the allocated amount. Minister responsible for local government, can you say whether the Family Island capital projects includes the disbursement for things like roadside maintenance and clearing of verges. The reason I ask that is the local government for Long Island has not received its disbursement in this last fiscal period. And as a result, we have many roadsides, they call them side roads, that are not being maintained because these monies have not been forthcoming. So I'd like to know from you, sir, if we've only spent 10% of the allocated amount, if this line item does in fact address that particular provision, why is it that this money has not been released?
So, under the Local Government Act, it speaks to that local government councils are responsible for verges, clean up of roads. They have complained in the past that funding was not enough. We've increased the budget allocation. We've also, in the Local Government Act, that was passed 2 years ago, there's a provision made where local councils can now raise funds on their own. That wasn't done in the past for projects, to assist, to charge for rental of spaces, for cleanups of events and all of that they couldn't do in the past. So if persons used to use a park and the council prior to that could not charge a fee to cover the cleanup expense of that. So local councils are mandated by the Act to do roadside cleanup and all that. That is not allocated from the department itself.
It's been moved.
Thank you. So the monies, Mr. Chair, thank you, sir. The monies that were previously given to the local government councils.
That was a project that was used sometimes. That funding could be used for small capital projects. It could be used for injections for cleanup to assist. At times, it's been used for Christmas cleanup. I think that's what you're speaking about.
Around the end of the year.
Yeah. At times, it was used for that. Used for different allocations, depending. But this funding has been, it's in the process of being allocated, or spent rather. But when this budget was prepared, that wasn't been through the process as of yet.
Mr. Minister, you see, we have local government precisely because, as you know, we want to decentralize government, right? Removing all of the responsibility from the central government to empower our Family Island constituencies. We have very competent people who are running these local government councils. The concern I have is you have $750,000 for local government capital projects, and you've only utilized 10% of it in the first 3 quarters of this past fiscal year, right? So you're saying it's now being utilized? It's being? Well, I can only go by what I see here in the book. And the point that I make is we got a quarter left. But we shouldn't have to wait until the end of the fiscal year for the money to get spent, though. 10% is a paltry amount when you consider the overall, needs of these constituencies.
Mr. Chair, you also have to understand it depends on the requests, one. It also depends that sometimes the requests are facilitated through the Ministry of Works now. So the Ministry of Works is now coupled with Family Islands, which assists with the Department of Local Government to ensure that certain projects that could not be carried out in the past because funding wasn't available can now be used through the Ministry of Works, depending.
It has been moved and seconded that head 18 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 18 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 19 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 19 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much. We have a allocation in the budget for fees and other charges, estimated that $3,000 was spent. Roughly $330 has actually been spent. Is there a reason why those fees and other charges were anticipated to be much higher than they actually have been over the first 3 quarters of the year? That's in line item 225-1128.
1,000 allocation, so not necessarily.
Okay.
Now, I notice that there is at line item 211101, salary, permanent and pensionable, an increase of 11,000. It's my understanding that the former Director Major and now most immediate Director Zonical are both on as consultants, and there's an acting Director Wallace in there. But there doesn't seem to be any allocation for the new qualified members that would see to the delivery of the land use plans and land use policies that are called for under the Planning and Subdivisions Act, which comes under the ministry or under this department in your ministry. Can you advise if there is any additional capital being allocated so that the land use plan and the work behind it can be prepared and completed?
We feel that the funding's adequate.
Okay.
Sorry?
He feels that the funding is adequate.
Funding is adequate.
It's been 4.5 years, no land use plan. The Act calls for a land use plan. The court called for land use plans and policies to be prepared. So if those haven't been prepared and you still view this as adequate, Minister, that is not accurate, and that is a disservice to the country. Thank you, Minister. That is my opinion, and that's also an order of the court that has been ignored. You should respect the courts in the country if you expect citizens to respect the courts. There is a allocation under item 226-1202, a total increase for use of goods and services of $25,000. Can you advise why that increase is there for over $25,000 when during the last year only $20,000 was actually spent in the first 3 quarters?
Can you repeat the item number?
That's on page 81, 226-1201.
1201.
Below that, use of goods and services. It's overall gone up, use of goods and services have overall gone up by 75. I do have a question on upkeep of equipment as well. The estimated budget for this year was $51,567. The total spent was $19,361. That's less than half of the estimated budget over 3 months. So the first question is, why has there been so little for a extremely important department spent of the estimated budget for this year? First question.
We utilized $20,000, $19,000, and you're asking what? Why has it increased?
You estimated $51,567 for the year.
Yeah.
The year is almost over, and you spent less than half of that.
Right. That's what the department seemed adequate to whatever they needed. I mean, they do have a director that requests what funding is needed, and then if there's a provision that's needed in the upcoming budget cycle, then they'll request that.
Does the department have any pending requests for further vehicles? This is a department that's responsible for inspecting not only business licenses, liquor licenses, premises, also inspecting construction sites for setbacks, also responsible for inspecting sites for use of property, single family, mixed use, light commercial. There's a property in Woodland Way in St. Anne's, Winton, that has a heavy equipment operation occurring out of it. There is a property on Eastern Road that has 2 single-family residences on it constructed already, a third in the way. It's a single-family use property. There is a property at the foot of Winton Highway that is 2-story, seems to use more of the footprint than should be permissible. No windows on the top floor. There's an outstanding request just from this minister alone. Do you know whether or not the department has requested any more vehicles so their inspectors can do their job properly?
Sorry, which line item is that?
It's
That is line item that I mentioned before. If you want to take your pen to write it down.
226.
2261-201, transportation equipment upkeep. You're increasing the budget from $5,500 to $6,500. That's $1,000 more. Is that sufficient for the fleet of vehicles the members of the department have requested?
The request made to the, from the director to the ministry and then to finance.
So that's your answer. It's member for St. Anne's?
Did you hear that? I didn't hear it across the
Yeah,
floor.
he said that according to them,
Request was
it's
made,
sufficient to finance.
A request was made?
To finance.
So if you understand how government works, the Ministry of Finance purchases vehicles for each ministry, each department. They don't purchase them for themselves. This is for upkeep, that line item.
So you understand how the country works. There are citizens out here that have elected members of parliament into parliament, and they're requesting that issues in their constituencies be addressed. There's an outstanding letter that I personally have. I have experience with town planning. When I was there, they were underutilized with vehicles. As minister, do you ever speak to the people and ask them if there's anything else that they want? If you ignore individuals, they'll tend to remain timid and not ask for anything.
The member has indicated that
asked
the member
department?
from St. Anne's, the member for Central and South Eleuthera has indicated that the request was made. Do you accept his answer?
That the request was made?
Yes.
The request was made, but does the minister determine that request to be adequate?
He has indicated yes. He does.
Okay. No land use plan.
As it's been
Contrary to court orders, that's adequate
it's
for
been
the
moved.
PLP administration.
It's been moved and seconded that head 19 be approved, be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 19 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 20 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 20 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 20 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, through you.
Yeah.
Just like the government to indicate, in relation to compulsory land acquisition, where in the budget is the allocation for the purchase of land compulsorily acquired? Where can that be found?
Global provision in finance.
Under the in finance, so we'll get to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that head 20 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 20 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the House business continue beyond the 1 o'clock hour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the House do continue beyond the 1 o'clock hour. Those opposed, those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It's agreed.
Deputy, I now move that head
21.
21 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 21. The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Just wanted to raise a question with respect to... I would like to raise a question with respect to salary adjustment and the increase. If the member for Cat Island, Ramkey, St. Salvador, or the member for St. Barnabas would just speak to the increase.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Which line are you referring, which line, Mr. Chairman, is the member referring to?
Raise up your mic.
Oh, salary adjustments.
Salary adjustment.
Increase from 25 million to 30 million. Yes, the salary adjustments are for those are earmarked to facilitate promotions of public officers, promotions, increments, reassessments, and reclassification. So any proposed industrial agreements. So all of those increase in benefits are provided for in that number, including any new industrial agreements.
Thank you. Thank you. Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, on just a follow-up question to member for Marco City salary adjustments, 0 funds were spent in the first 9 months. If this line item covers those items that you suggested. Why was there no funds spent in the first 9 months of this year?
As you know, we are in the process now of negotiating several outstanding industrial agreements, and so you will see those come on. It's a process. And so the 30 million is it's a global figure for the entire public service.
Thank you. Member for East Grand Balmer?
Just below that, Mr. Chair, item 211105, salary review. There was 15 million allocated in this year. 0 now is allocated. 0 was spent during this year. What would have been the purpose for allocating it, and why was no money spent this year? And why have you taken it out completely for the next year?
Salary review, the salary review has been completed.
Yes.
There was a salary review that was done. I think it was paid, amounts were paid in 24, 25, and so that impacted a whole lot of public servants. That has been done, and there's no plans for salary review this year.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. Member for East Grand Balmer?
Like overall, if you would,
St. Barnabas.
there was an overall salary review.
Yeah.
And so that was a separate exercise. So everything else, any other promotion, increment, reclassification, et cetera, is covered in the 30 million.
Thank you. Member for East Grand Balmer?
So that still doesn't explain why you allocated the 15, though. You allocated the 15 during the last budget year.
As you know, there was a lot of discussion
St. Barnabas.
during the salary review period. There was a lot of discussion about who was eligible, the amounts, which agencies are covered, et cetera. So just out of the abundance of caution, we had provided for it, but it wasn't necessary. We found that, the amount previously provided was sufficient.
East Grand Balmer?
Under item 2111-207, employer contribution, public service, health insurance. There's been an allocation of, there was an allocation of 5 million. You've now increased that by another 5 million. Can you speak to what that involves?
Yes, and before there was actually some a small amount, relatively just under $500,000 that was dispersed for preliminary studies, et cetera. But what this amount relates to the proposed the extension of public service of health insurance throughout the public service for those who would take it up. We anticipated last year that we would be further along with this, and that's why we would have been able to do it sooner, i.e. last year. And so there was an amount put in. It didn't happen, but we're anticipating that this year we'll be able to implement, and so we've allocated $10 million as the government's portion for this expansion of health insurance.
Thank you. East Grand Balmer?
So this relates to the earlier question that I asked. Okay. So can you then speak to how many employees this will affect, or how many employees you anticipate this affecting, and what will be the benefit?
Yeah, it is for individuals who currently don't have coverage or currently feel they don't have sufficient coverage. So it's an estimate. We are continuing over the coming weeks, we'll be reaching out and getting feedback and interest. But the idea was to put an amount that we felt would be able to accommodate those who opt in. Bearing in mind that we have, in the event that there is oversubscription, to use or more subscription than 10 million can bear, we have a mid-year and some other methods to be able to do it. But it's a figure put in there that we think will be adequate to service those who want to opt in.
And this is a contributory.
It's Yes, yes, it is, the government, intention is that the government would pay up to 75% and the employee would pay the remainder. Different plans as well.
Mr. Chair, under rent,
Which page?
the bottom of 85, rent, living accommodation, general. There wasn't an allocation for this in 2025, but 104 seemed to have been spent, and now you've allocated 120,000. Is this for a particular person, or is this for a building? What is this living accommodation for?
That's 222.
2221101, rent, living accommodation, general.
Okay, one moment here.
As I said, you seem to have spent 104,000, but there was no allocation.
Yes, this is a global, again, across government, it covers the entire government service, and this is for rent accommodation for consultants that the government would hire for a number of things, whether it's related to legal or tax, et cetera.
Thank you.
Under 2221107, rent other. Again, there seems to be a new item, or unless it was transferred from someplace else, for 2.5 or just about $3 million. Can you speak to what that's about?
Yes, that number, that relates to, it's $2.9 million. It was transferred from operation of facilities or other service charges, and it relates to, it's some rent, but it also relates to storage units where the government is storing documents, et cetera.
Retention.
Files, et cetera.
Retention. It's been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. Member for Marco City.
Yes, I'd like to go to 2251178. So I wanted to find out whether or not the government is taking over, it will be managing the Family Island airports. And if you're not going to be managing the Family Island airports, which particular agency are you assigning that to? What is the name of the agency that you're assigning it to?
This amount relates to, I think it's $6 million. It relates to funds earmarked for management of Bimini, Exuma, North Eleuthera, and Governor's Harbor international airports.
Thank you. Who is managing them? I'm asking whether or not the government is doing it or a particular agency is doing it.
Yeah.
Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
All of the airport falls under the overall management of the airport authority. In the case where there is a manager, for example, Island Airport Developers in Bimini, certain elements of the management remains under the remit of the airport authority. For example, security services or fire services. So the amounts represented here would be the responsibility of the government in providing those services, for example, fire and security, that always remains with the airport authority.
Is there a particular set of reasons why this is being managed out of Ministry of Finance as opposed to the respective ministry? Yeah.
Allocation that's provided for the airport authority. So it all comes out of the consolidated fund, as you know, and when it's requested, it'll be provided to the airport authority appropriately.
Sorry.
Member for Kalani.
Sorry, just a follow-up question for the member of Exuma and Ragged Island. So when you were the Minister of Tourism, this would have come under your allocation? Under civil aviation?
Ministry of Tourism, Aviation Investments, yes.
East Grand Bahama.
On that same page, at the top of the page, 222-1201, lease of vehicles. Yeah, top of the page, lease of vehicles. So you've allocated, or you had previously allocated 6 million. You've increased that allocation to 7 million. Can you say how many new vehicles you intend on leasing this upcoming year?
Give I couldn't give the actual number. I can undertake to get that, but suffice it to say, there are many agencies of government that continuously require new vehicles. For example, the member for St. Anne's spoke about physical planning. My colleague is constantly talking about environmental inspectors who need vehicles. Department of Social Services needs vehicles to, go do home visits. And so it's an effort, a member to increase and provide for those agencies that need vehicles.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's the chair reckon.
And this is for the entire Ministry of Finance has the fleet management unit, so that $7 million is for the entirety of the government.
Thank you. It's been, the chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
To the same line item just referred to by my colleague, lease of government vehicles. I find it interesting that the member for Fort Charlotte is not here, but I am aware of the fact that a company he has ownership in, EV Motors, has made it known that they are also a provider of vehicles to the government. I'd like to know, is the Minister of Finance able to say categorically that none of the rentals that are going to be covered by this additional $1 million will be acquired from EV Motors or any entity owned by the member for Fort Charlotte?
I would only say that in the whole procurement, we take into account, value for money, et cetera, and what we need, pricing, et cetera. And there are, I couldn't speak to that. I'm not saying it is or it is not. I can find out. But there are, and I'm not, and certain I'm not au fait, I'm not up to speed on the ownership structure, so I wouldn't want to speak to that. And as well, there are provisions for, in the event that such a thing does happen, provision for coming to Parliament to disclose. But I couldn't say specifically at this time. I undertake to get the information.
Thank you.
Could you say, Minister, whether there is a competitive bidding process so that all motor vehicle retailers would be eligible to bid for the contracts that will be covered?
Definitely there is, and I would say that it is the inclination of the Ministry of Finance to lean more towards electric vehicles. But all of the automobile dealers and dealers have the opportunity to bid when the government puts it out on the procurement system. Some operators, or some dealers do not engage, they don't wish to engage in the leasing. They only want to do outright purchase. But everyone has an opportunity to do so, yes.
For the public's benefit, in 2024-2025, we were paying $6 million for vehicles purchased for the use of government officials. But in 2025-2026, a year later, we actually spent $2 million more than the prior year on such government purchases. So if last year we spent $8 million, and this current year we're projecting $1 million less, the question is, what is happening with the vehicles that are already that have already been in service? Are they being sold at auction? Are they being retained by the persons who previously utilize those vehicles? What is happening? Because we're constantly spending a lot of money on new purchases. What is happening to the old purchases?
And under the lease, there's several things that happen that account for the increase, the change. Under the lease agreements, at a certain point, the vehicles are turned back to the, after I think it's 3 years, they go back to the dealer. There are also provisions in certain legislation that we have where we have to do a review of the benefits of certain segments of the government, where the benefits and the pay are reviewed. And so, for example, we have to review the compensation of the judiciary at 3-year intervals. There's a report that's given, and sometimes we have to provide different vehicles. And so all of that is a part of it. That would explain. And then you have vehicles cycling in and out. So you might have some upfront costs with the new lease, and then it levels off. But there's a provision for, I think it's 3-year interval, we send the vehicles back. So sometimes you might see, for example, some vehicles parked at various places appearing to be out of use. Those have been ones that are purchased. Yeah. And for whatever reason are no longer operable, or the cost to repair them would not be feasible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Barnabas. Referred to line items 224-1101, gasoline, and 224-1106. When combined, that amounts to, in the projections for expenditure in this upcoming fiscal year, to $10,475,000. Am I correct that all of the red-plated vehicles, we, the Bahamian public, are paying $10.5 million annually to fuel those vehicles? Is that correct?
It's red-plated, some are black-plated, some are different plated. It's all a fuel that is allocated for government vehicles. And as I said, we're trying to move now more and more towards renewables in terms of electric vehicles. But yes, but it's not only the red plates. It's, you have black plates, you have some other plates, but that is the expense, yeah.
Thank you, sir. That is the expense. The question that I have for the public's edification, does a sole fuel provider have the monopoly on that particular contract, or is that, if I have a red plate, am I able to go to a gas station of any of the fuel providers?
There's a fuel station at the Ministry of Works, and where I understand it, everyone is given a toggle, what do you call that, that little blue thing? A fob, that's what it is, that records when you go and fill up. Yeah, and so that's a way to monitor the consumption. My understanding is that at certain intervals, the provision of the overall supply goes back out to tender. So there's one at the Ministry of Works now. You go to the gas station there, and periodically the provision of that is then put out for competitive tender.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you say which fuel provider currently has the contract?
I couldn't say, but I undertake to get you that information. I couldn't say off the top of my head.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Secondly, the member for Exuma alluded to the global provision for compulsory land acquisition. I'd like to know which particular global provision. It would not happen to be 211-1103 on page 85, would it? Because I'd like to know where the money is coming from.
There's two things here, and yeah, sorry, stand up here. I wanted to look at the particular line. But there is a line here, as you might know, there's a line in here called budget reserve that we rely upon for things that are unseen. And as well,
2821267. Sorry? 2821267. 321267.
Yeah, all the way at the back. I think it's like, all right? So that is an item, budget reserve appropriation. That is an item that we,
You don't see that, I don't see that. 2821.
It's on the last
page 88,
Last
page 88. There's that, and as well,
Oh, 2821,267, okay. 50 million.
right, it's not all for that, but that is an item that we rely upon for unforeseens and for, yeah. And then, as well as was said by the member for Kent Island, there is a provision there in the AG's budget for legal orders. There, to the member, Mr. Chairman, this is a vexing and long-standing issue, the amount of outstanding claims for, amount that the government is owed. And we've always spoken about being able to put together some sort of ledger to make sure that we, account for all of these, settle all of these, and let them go as it stands. It's still a work in progress, but as they come due, these are, items that we can draw on to pay them.
Thank you, Member for St.
Long
Barnabas.
Island.
Mr. Chair, thank you, sir. This is a problem, or to use your word, a problem, and something that is a hot button issue for the constituency I represent. As you know, and many of the members side opposite have reminded me that this government is doing a great work in constructing a brand new airport in Long Island, okay? And we, the people of Long Island, we thank you. We thank you. The concern that the people in Long Island have, and I believe that this has relevance to the member for Exuma, because I understand he may have ownership in land that is neighboring the area where the new airport is being constructed. The compulsory acquisition of this land effectively has already happened. All right, it's already being gazetted. However, the landowners who are impacted, sir, have yet to receive the first dollar. And I can go over the names of the families that are so affected. My question is, we've had $50 million allocated in fiscal year 2025, 2026 for the purposes of compensating the owners of the land the government is compulsorily acquiring or has acquired, but yet not a single dollar of that $50 million allocation has been spent. The question that I have, and I understand the member for Exuma saying he himself is happy to get this particular answer because he will benefit from it.
The chair recognizes the member for Exuma and recognizes.
The member for Exuma speaks for the member of Exuma. No, that was in jest from my seat, but you have no authorization to speak on my behalf, just so that we're clear.
Yeah, no, and
Member for
just
St.
to
Barnabas.
clarify, it's not that amount. Sorry, the minute the member said we had 50 million allocated for that purpose. That's not solely for that purpose. That's a budget reserve provision that we can
Draw from.
Yeah. It's not solely allocated for that. I indicated that as these claims come due, and sometimes claims is not as simple as acquire the land, you get the price. Sometimes these are matters of court action that take some time, and eventually when they come to a head, there might be an obligation to pay at that time. But no, this 50 is not solely for that. But it is somewhere where funds can be sourced, for example.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify something the member for St. Barnabas said. So the 50 million that you are referring to is the budget reserve appropriation. Yes. I thought the budget reserve appropriation was for unforeseen matters. If you have a compulsory acquire something,
It's not unforeseen.
that would not be unforeseen. That would be something that you would have planned for. You would have taken time to apply and to plan for. So I'm trying to understand.
The chair recognizes St.
How that
Barnabas.
could be used.
Yeah, no, like
The chair recognizes St. Barnabas.
Like I said, it's unforeseen to the extent that sometimes these, a piece of land is acquired, there might be a dispute about the value, That might be resolved. It might end up in court, all of those things. So the actual time that it's concluded might not be predictable. I'm just saying that this is an opportunity, to the extent that something is concluded and there's a need to pay, this is one of the lines that we can draw from along with what's in the AG's office. But these
conveniently
things
draw from it.
there's a number of factors that would make them unpredictable.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It has been acknowledged that the compensation to the landowners whose land has been acquired by the government, that compensation may not necessarily come in the form of a cash payment, but in the form of a land swap. That has come from the other side. A couple of things on that. I think because, respectfully I say this, because the Deputy Prime Minister is one of the persons who stands to benefit. No, this is very important, very important. Allow me to finish.
The chair recognizes Exuma, Ragged Island.
Mr. Deputy, just for the sake of clarity and to avoid any mischief whatsoever, I'm sure the member isn't intending mischief, but I want to be absolutely clear. My mother happens to be from Deadman's Key, Long Island. She happens to be a tailor from Deadman's Key, Long Island. Persons impacted nearby the airport, some of them are tailors. This is distant family. There's no direct engagement or involvement, and I have no expectation, Madam, Mr. Chair. I just want to be absolutely clear that there's no transaction in which I'm a part of or seek to benefit from or expect to benefit from. These happen to be, I happen to be a descendant from the area, and some of the people who are immediately impacted happen to be family members.
So what I'd like is an undertaking from the government that this matter is going to be resolved speedily, because there's a lot of optimism about the completion of the project, but we have difficulty understanding how the project, the new airport, will function when we still have persons residing on the curtilage right around the runway and crossing the runway with their motor vehicles from one side to the other, which of course presents grave risks. We've had issues in the past where we've had accidents, not only, it's public record. We'd like to know if these people are going to have to be relocated, because this is where they live, when can they expect to receive their monies, all right, so that they can start to plan their lives. And secondly, let's make it, the member, he's correct. I'm not trying to be mischievous in relation to him, but because he is a descendant with ties to the property involved, I'd like for this matter to be dealt with very transparently so that it is known what persons receive and when they receive it. I think that's a very fair request. Very fair request.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Simbarmas.
Mr. Chairman, we are in agreement that, sometimes these issues, I'm not speaking specifically to that, but issues of acquisition and compensation go on for far too long. Yeah. I'm advised, member, that those residents who stand to be impacted are in active conversation with the AG's office and the airport authority, and the indication is, yes, some of them might have to be moved, but all of that will be subject to discussion and agreement. And yes, the idea is to settle the matter as speedily as possible.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. With respect to the primary school breakfast pilot program and back to the operations of the airport, both of these programs are the funding and the questions we have today comes through the Ministry of Finance. Why are they not in the ministry that is responsible for them? What is motivating that decision, since the permanent secretary, the financial officer, that they have responsibility for the regular operation, and hence the resources ought to be resident with them? what is motivating this approach?
Yeah, it's, I'll speak first to the breakfast program. As you know, this was an initiative that was piloted. It's the vision of the Prime Minister, and seeing that, you know, it was being piloted, it was being rolled out. The idea was, and would impact several agencies. The idea was, number one, as a demonstration of the high priority with which the PM held this, it would be in his office, and just for centralization and a speedy rollout. At some point, perhaps it ends up in the Ministry of Education, but at the pilot project and wanting to make sure that it was executed seamlessly, the allocation was put here. With respect to the airport, the agency would have, and was answered by the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, the agency would have complete unfettered access to the funds. It's just that it's resident here in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you. Marcus City.
Again, with respect to accountability, it would seem that the permanent secretary, the finance officer in the respective ministries, since they have the day-to-day operational responsibility, it makes it a lot easier and cleaner for the resources to be resident with the persons who have primary responsibility, and that would be certainly the permanent secretary. Other than that, it becomes quite ad hoc. And the question becomes, what is the most important priority? How many different priorities are going to be resident in the Prime Minister's office? So once the program has started, it's running, it's self-sustaining, that, again, it ought to really be, the resources ought to be within the respective ministry. The same question has been raised about works. Many key projects in works, I'm sure once we get to works, we're going to find out, have now been co-opted in the Ministry of Finance. And so then it leaves just way too much room for people to speculate on whether or not it gives direct authority to the Prime Minister or the FS to then so direct where funds go in terms of contractual arrangements. And I think to move away from those kinds of speculations or actual history, we should put it. We should put wherever they are responsible, they should put it in those particular ministries.
It's been moved and seconded that had.
I just want to emphasize that the processing and management of the lines referenced by the member is managed within the ministries, the relevant ministries. Yes. So it's an administrative matter. Your point is noted.
Member for East Grand Balm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I accept what the member for Exuma says, and even more reason why it should be in the Ministry of Education's budget. But under 225-1101, that's 225-1101, printing and duplication services. You seem to have increased this budget by over $1 million, or just about $1 million. What does this line item include? And if we're trying to move away from paper and we're trying to move towards digital, you know, what's the justification for spending over $1 million or increasing it to over $1 million?
This is for the centralized purchasing through the central processing unit. So we're bringing some of the printing and duplication expense from various other ministries under centralized purchasing. The idea is particularly things like copy, paper, et cetera, standardized material purchased by the central purchasing unit and then distributed to the various ministries.
Also under 225-1143, support for digital currency implementation. This is for the sand dollar, implementation. You're increasing it by about $3 million, which again, I don't have any objection in that. But can you say what the increases for? How is the implementation going to be improved by the additional $3 million?
This is, this is, Mr. Chairman, this is the, as you notice, the sand dollar was launched, the first, was touted as the first one in the world, and, but the adoption of it has not been as widespread or as quick as the central bank or the government might have wanted. And so this allocation is to support the central bank in the, public relations, IT, et cetera, in promoting the further adoption of the sand dollar. And also, a part of it, I think it's about $3 million for sand dollar, and the rest is to upgrade the government's own payment system.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, just the last question. Is there any consideration for the option of, in this process of attempting to encourage the implementation, is there any consideration for allowing payments or a portion of payments for salaries to be paid in sand dollar, and then with the same, to make sure that the government systems also accept sand dollar as payments as well in terms of the improvement of the implementation?
Definitely, absolutely. All of those would be under consideration, particularly as we all and Family Island members grapple with this issue of withdrawal of banking services, and how can sand dollar step in, salaries, government fees, et cetera. So all of that would be under consideration, and we'll hear more about it as we, in the coming weeks, particularly from the central bank.
It's been moved and seconded that head. Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 228-2106, outstanding commitments, various ministries and departments. We are increasing the allocation, decreasing the allocation, but I noticed there's been a fairly steep drop in the actual expenditure. Can you indicate, can the other side indicate what the outstanding commitments are and what accounts for the fact that those, obviously the payments have been made. I'd just like to know whether the obligations have decreased or whether this is as a result of payments not being made.
What is happening is, from time to time, you have government, for whatever reason, you have government agencies that incur, they purchase goods and services, or they incur expenses, and they're not met for whatever reason. The buck stops at the Ministry of Finance, and so this is an item to pay some of those. And as the member said, back in '24, it was $7 million, and then we spent about 4.1 for the first 9 months, and it's going down. The decrease represents paying off some of those outstanding, and so what is left outstanding is less.
Last question, again, in relation to my constituency, and the member for Exuma indicated that even though a particular line item is found under finance, the relevant ministries are the ones that are actually administratively responsible. In my constituency, Mr. Chair, the vendors for the school lunch program, in some cases, have not been paid for the last 4 months. I'd just like to know if the minister responsible can reassure those vendors as to when they can expect to be paid, because they are providing meals at great expense for the students, but they're not being paid for it.
Me with the specifics, and I'll look into it.
Thank you, sir.
It's been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 21 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 22 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 22 be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under page 91, under 273-1201, that's page 91, 273-1201, public officials, staff gratuities. You've increased the allocation from 7 million to 11 million. What is the reason for the increase of from 7 to 11? And approximately how many persons does this affect?
This is 273-1201. Yeah, that is for public officials slash staff gratuities, so that covers individuals who are retiring from the public service and are due a gratuity. It also covers individuals who, for example, who are contractual employees who would have completed their contract and are now eligible for gratuities, particularly short-term contracts. And so that is what that's for. And we expect that that's what will be expected. That is what will be expended, the 11 million. So we're providing for the increase.
Just a follow-up question to that particular point. Can you say whether or not any members of Parliament or ministers are receiving anything out of this particular provision, or any other checks from Treasury are routinely going to any other members of Parliament or ministers?
You mean in terms of gratuity or pension, or?
You mean former?
Yes.
Former.
Sorry, no, present. Present.
Present MPs.
That item is for gratuity. So, not that I know, but I can check. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure not. And then there's another item there just below it for parliamentary officials' gratuities. So, not to my knowledge, but I can. The question is, maybe restate the question, please.
Are there any payments presently being made out of Treasury on a regular basis to any sitting members of Parliament? And if so, under what category or label would those payments be? Any form?
I know there is a committee called the Parliamentary Services Committee. I think that is the name of the committee, where some members serve, and I think there is some sort of honorarium attached to that. I don't think it's a gratuity. So I think so, as it relates to that, the Parliamentary Services Committee. And 273-1202 is for former parliamentarians. But other than a regular payment, other than salary and constituency allowance, that Parliamentary Services Committee is the only other one that I'm aware of.
Okay. The chair recognizes the member from Michael.
Yes, sir. Deputy Speaker. Honorable Member St. Barnabas, I'm a retired police officer, and this House is aware that my police colleagues have been fighting for gratuity now for some 15 to 20 years as to some compensation. Is anything in the pipeline or anything, provisions being made, whereas we could address this issue and have this issue brought to a close?
Thank you. I think I'll have to undertake to get an update. I think the honorable member is referring to the issue of police officers who would have served and not reached the rank of inspector or the gazetted ranks. And there was a question as to whether they were entitled to a gratuity and the whole question of extension, et cetera. I think it was a matter of a court matter, and I see the Minister for National Security is beckoning.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, I think it is a court matter. As I said to Michael outside this place, that there were instances or reported instances where there were some members of that subgroup who were given gratuity while other members were not. In another life, I would have made representation for a group of those officers who were seeking. I think this go back to the days of the late former Minister B.J. Nottage. Yeah, so I think it's still subject to see.
Thank you. Member for Marco City?
Yeah, Mr. Deputy, if you could just provide me with just a little bit of latitude on this particular subject. The member for Pinewood would be just one of several persons who have served as cabinet ministers that would have represented some of these officers. And in the last sitting, Prime Minister, a part of the frustration and confusion around why these types of matters, because there are several categories of this, why these matters have not been resolved is for this reason. One is, it is possible, we believe, that the head of the executive and the head of the the judiciary could cause court matters that can resolve these kinds of matters to at least come forth on the calendar, because so many officers who have had outstanding matters have passed away. And it would be useful if all concerned might be able to have a conversation. So if it has finally been determined, the only solution to this is through the courts versus the executive making a decision about some quantum, some global figure that they can pay, and if all of these different categories of officers would agree upon, if that can't work, then the next is the court. Can we not make this matter come forward so once and for all it could be resolved?
The chair recognizes the member for Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
I must confess that this is the first time I'm hearing about this issue. It's just never been brought to my attention. A couple of my colleagues are indicating that they have had this brought to them, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it. And if it is a court matter, then it may have been that there are issues on both sides that they genuinely disagree on and require a court decision. But if you can give me, if I can have the name of the action that's before the courts, I would make representations to the head of the judiciary to see how quickly it could be resolved. In the meantime, if particulars could be provided to me, I could then take a look at it to determine whether there's a genuine disagreement on interpretation of the circumstances. And if there's none, then then we could see what I could do to move it along. But I also undertake to speak to the head of the judiciary to see how we can get this matter moved along. That's part of our challenge, getting things moved through the court.
Mr. Deputy, if I may add to the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the president of the Police Staff Association has requested a meeting that right after the budget, I intend to meet with them. So we may have, that may or may not be, if I was a betting person, I'd say it probably would come up because it represents not only other staff, but I have constituents with the same issue who have raised that with me during the campaign. So within another week, probably 2 weeks, as I meet with them, I could provide the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and you could probably take it from there.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that head 22 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 22 is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I now move that head 23 be agreed.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that head 23 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 23 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 28 be agreed. Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 28 be agreed.
26.
Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand.
28.
It's agreed that head 28 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 29 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. Those who are in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It's agreed that head 29 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 30 be agreed.
It's been moved and second. It's been moved and seconded that the chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Head 29, Ministry of National Security.
Yeah, we've already voted on that.
I mean, come on.
No.
The police. Yeah.
It's already been agreed.
No.
Yes, it's already been agreed.
Chair, well, we're asking the concurrence of the House to allow us to address what is an extremely important issue, which is our police officers. Please. All right.
We will return.
Yes.
Yeah.
He moved it.
Yeah, it's.
You had your opportunity.
We'll indulge the request.
Please go ahead.
And we'll return to head 29.
Thank you. So, no, before we, no, allow to. Just want to ask the opposite side, government, in relation to the Ministry of National Security. Can you state whether under it is, no, please allow me to. The line item 211-1102. Minister of National Security, member for Pinewood, 211-1102, salary and contract workers. The amount is basically doubled from 2024-2025. The question that I have to ask, member for Pinewood, and it's a similar question to one that I asked about immigration. Can you, I know it's a ministry you're just now responsible for, but can you state whether the former head of the CDU was discharged and is in fact retaining any salary entitlements that he had prior to his discharge?
Honorable member, I don't have that information. I'll have to get back to you on that.
I'm referring to the former officer who was sent out on garden leave before actually, who was actually retired. I just want to know, for the public's edification, was that particular officer, is he now collecting retirement
Honorable member, I actually don't know, but I will make my inquiries and get back to you on that. But as it relates to line 102, is that the question you had in relation to that?
Contract workers, the question in relation to contract workers is a separate question, but can you state what type of contract workers that pertains to?
It relates to all active contractual workers. So that covers, a wide...
Providing services to the Ministry of National Security generally, or?
Contractual officers.
So it's been moved and seconded.
All right, yeah, so can you say if any retired officers are covered under this particular?
I have to get back to you on that, honorable member.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Kalani.
The closed circuit television, closed circuit television, 2251345. I noticed that 1345. I noticed that it's been reduced, and I just wanted to ask for that CCTV be extended to the Western District of New Providence. You see it's reduced?
I'll just say the sum is adequate, Honorable Member.
Right, I'm just asking for us to get some cameras in the west.
That's a request. Well, your request is noted.
It's been moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated.
Not finished. The line item 2721109, Victim Care Fund. Member for Pinewood, can you indicate what the Victim Care Fund specifically covers?
That's trafficking in persons, TIPS, the acronym.
So, oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, go ahead.
The chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under item 2251111, the ministry spent about 4.8 on security service contracts and approved about 5.2 last year, but this allocation is zero. Has this contract ended or it's been transferred?
Transferred to the electronic monitoring line item 2251361.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Long
Thank
Island.
you. Can the minister state for the record which private firm has the contract for the electronic monitoring?
Offhand, I have to get back to you on that also.
Minister, as you know, this matter was very topical in that the prior contractor, the prior firm that had responsibility for it, lost that contract. It was transferred to someone else. The reason I raise this question is, are you satisfied that the change in contractor is reaping the benefits envisioned at the time the change occurred? But it is somewhat concerning that you cannot say who it is that's responsible for that contract.
Say who it is. I can say that I have not heard any complaints from the commissioner that the present provider is not providing adequate service or value for money.
It's been moved and seconded that head 29, the member for Long Island.
Last question. In relation, I mean, national security is very important in this country. I want to ensure that when it comes to air transport of persons within the Bahamas, as you know, we have under line item 2211101. 2211101 is the amount that is allocated this year, 31,000. Is that the entire amount to cover persons who are being brought to New Providence to either be incarcerated or to come before the courts? Can you explain?
Well, that is actually provision is made for travel of government officers, official travel for government officers in performance of their duties.
It has nothing to do with persons who are detained by the government.
That's correct.
It's been moved.
And then line item 2211201, air transport of persons outside the Bahamas. Is that again the transportation of officers outside of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas?
That's allocation is earmarked for planned official international for government officers.
International for government officers. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, draw side opposite's attention to 2231109, Drone Communication Network. 2231109. Now, it's interesting that this government, in the last term, made a spectacle of the drones that were purchased under the Minnis administration, as if to say there was some wrongdoing on the part of the Free National Movement. I'd just like to draw attention to the fact that in fiscal year 2024-2025 and 2025-2026, $0 was allocated by the Davis administration for the operation of drones in this country. It has never been disputed that these drones exist. However, in 2026, 2027, the fiscal year that is about to commence, you are now allocating $1.8 million. I'd like to know, why is it that we've gone from an allocation of zero, Minister, to now $1.8 million, and what is this money being spent for?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I can't speak to the first part, but this is for, provision is made for the annual licensing, maintenance, and drone operation in support of the.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. So you are acknowledging that the drones purchased under the Menace administration are, in fact, in the possession of the Ministry of National Security, and now we are using taxpayer money to pay for the license that deals with their operation.
I am not saying that at all. I said what I said is for the annual licensing, maintenance, and drone operation support. If I may, because I was in the last house, I think the argument made by the former minister was that those drones that was procured were not in use, that they were not made operational. What we are doing now is finding use for them and providing a support system for it.
So having said that, I mean, because again, you basically badgered the prior administration and somebody who was not in this house at the time. So much so you made it into a campaign theme, all right? All right?
No such thing, member. You have other members who were there who could answer and could refute that.
Point. You're saying that the prior minister said there was no use for them, but you didn't, you're acknowledging that they existed, but they weren't used. My question is, was it conveniently the case that no monies were allocated for it because you did not want to apply any degree of credit to the prior administration's acquisition of these particular things? No, because you've gone from spending $0 to now spending $1.8 million. For all we know, those same drones could be obsolete now because we haven't used them. So my question is, why haven't they been used?
Honorable member, I will say this. There have been a number of programs that was implemented by the prior administration to us that we kept moving. If I remember correctly, the former member who sat in this place, who had responsibility, acknowledged that they were drones, but they were not in use or used for the department. The commissioner, who is also somebody who just been appointed, have made the decision in this budget and had requested certain sums. Just like the former minister, I don't get into the day-to-day running of the force. I try to leave that up to the police as a policy decision. If they make requests, whether it be equipment or for increased manpower, that is made in collaboration with finance, and so the allocation is made.
Thank you, Minister. The electronic monitoring was brought into this particular head from the member for Freetown was the one to raise this. It's now $4.3 million. I'd like to know the electronic monitoring allocation, is that on par with what it was previously under the former head? Can you say, sir, what that amount is?
I cannot speak to being on par with comparing the two. All I can say is what I said to you earlier as it relates to the price or the continued use. I have had no complaints from the present commissioner about the quality of service that is being provided nor the price.
Okay, can you say, sir, where the prior line item is found? Last year, where was it found? Under what head?
Yeah. I'll get back to you on that. I'll make inquiries and get back to you on where it was held.
Okay, because those two questions then. Where was it before? 3 questions. Where was it before? How much was spent in the past year? And who, in fact, has the contract for electronic monitoring in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? That's all of the questions that I have.
It's been moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It's agreed.
Deputy, I now move that head 30 be agreed.
Second.
Yeah. It's been moved and seconded that head 30 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed. The chair recognizes Long Island.
Thank you, sir. Under the Department of Immigration, and this question applies to all of the armed services, so it equally applies to our police officers as well, and immigration officers. Can you state whether there is an allocation for promotions within the armed forces, the branches of our of law enforcement? And if so, where can that be found, Minister? For promotions of officers, whether they be police officers, immigration officers.
Specific. Member, can you?
Sorry? No, we're on immigration. Yeah,
Which
sorry.
head?
And no, sorry, no disrespect intended. The member for Golden Isles. What I'm saying is, globally, police officers, immigration officers are, of course, up for promotion. My question is, where can I find the provision that anticipates the promotions that are to occur? Where can that be found, member for Golden Isles?
The chair recognizes the member for Golden Isles.
Remember, there is no line item for a promotions, and obviously that's something that's, will be done over a period of time, but there's not a line item here that anticipates promotions.
Yeah. So there's no specific line item for promotion. That's what you're saying.
We've already been told
Yeah, but that's
under
salaries,
another
that's
head
not promotions, right?
that the good member for Golden Gates was able to speak to it. The fact that and member for St. Barnabas, that there was an allocation for anticipated promotions. What I'm saying is, and prior to the last election, the police force was due to participate in a promotion exercise. Whether it be police officers, immigration officers, I'd like to know where in this budget are we providing a line item in anticipation of the promotions that they are expecting?
Perhaps you want to look under, I think, head 21, under global item, but it's not a specific line item under immigration.
The chair recognizes the member for Golden Gate.
Yes, so, Mr. Chair, where we have anticipated industrial agreements and promotions, that would have been reflected in my line item. I think that's in head 5. Other than that, when there are other promotional exercises or industrial agreements that may not have been forecasted, we would have to request that through the Ministry of Finance, and that would come through the global provision. Finance would either agree or disagree based on the request by any of our ministries.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, under that particular provision, which line item, just for future reference? Forecasted, yes, ma'am.
It's been moved and seconded. Sure. The chair recognizes Exuma and
Under
Ragadan.
Finance, the Honorable Minister referenced agreements that may have been in the pipeline. There's a provision in the Ministry of Finance, I think, for $25 or $30 million that's earmarked towards this. That's 211104. And whilst I'm on my feet, Mr. Chairman, whilst I'm on my feet, Mr. Chairman, if I will, the member for Long Island raised the question of payment for lunch vendors earlier. I'm advised that it's in process for Long Island as well as several other islands. The line I'm making reference to is 211104.
So it's been moved and seconded that head 30 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 30 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 31 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 31 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. Head 31 is agreed. Member?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Member for East Grand Balmer?
Thank you. Head 31, page 107, uniform allowance. Item 2112132, uniform allowance. Yeah, can you explain why this appears to be a new allocation? I mean, I'm pretty sure uniform allowance would not be a new item, but can you explain why it represents that way?
That's uniform allowance. That's the budgetary allocation to cover uniforms, detective and plainclothes officers' allowances for all eligible officers.
I'm being informed also that this was moved from general allowance to now uniform allowance. Is that accurate?
It's been moved and seconded that head 31 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 31 is agreed.
Deputy, I now move that head 32 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 32 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed, please stand. Head 32 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 33 be agreed.
Head 33 has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes each Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 114, Bahamics, 2821432, Bahamics. The allocation was 700,000, and that has now been increased to 3 million. Can you specify what the dramatic increase for Bahamics is, and what would that represent?
Chair,
Chair
So-
recognizes Central and South.
as you're aware, around a year or two ago, we started the incorporation of Bahamics. Prior to that, Bahamics was basically a government company that sent invoices to the Ministry of Works to receive payment. At times, the ministry couldn't provide payment as quick as we wanted to over the past decades, and that halted a lot of road paving throughout New Providence. So what we're trying to do is help create Bahamics, where it's incorporated, where they receive subvention from Ministry of Finance. Last year was the first introduction to that. This has helped to provide more funding for operational expenses. So eventually, Bahamics will be able to receive subvention from the government, so they have an allocation and can budget their funding more appropriately as they move forward. Bahamics, yeah. Just to streamline the process of road paving, to make it more efficient, because at times it had to wait for invoices to be paid, and then that halted the purchase of bitumen, purchase of rock, if they needed equipment fixed, right? They had to wait for the ministry to pay. So this would help to streamline that process, so they have money in their budget that they can fix road paving equipment, a milling machine if they need to. They wouldn't have to wait for POs or to get paid from businesses.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Chair
Mr.
recognizes
Deputy,
Member for Marcus.
has there been a cost-benefit analysis done since you've been in the chair, or are you privy to one having been done to determine whether or not we continue with the same model? Now, I see you've made a variation, you've made an adjustment on the model, but whether or not this would be better if it were in private hands. That is, in other words, whether they are employees who are given an opportunity to purchase it as a standalone company that does business with government or with other private sector group. Have any form of study been done relative to this state-owned enterprise at the moment?
So currently at the Ministry of Works, we have analysis done on all the entities that fall under the ministry, right? This is the first, we haven't decided on your suggestion. on whether or not that's the way the government would want to move in that respect. But this process that we're doing now would have to streamline road paving in that regard. But I understand your point.
Chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you. Minister, the same line item only spent $11,000 of its budget for this year. That's just over 1% of its budget in the first 9 months. The roads are in a terrible condition with potholes. Wondering, is that the responsibility of Bahamics? How is Bahamics involved in the correction of potholes on the many of our roads?
And this is what we're trying to move to. Currently, the ministry has a team that does it. We also have private contractors that patch potholes, but we are trying to amalgamate everything into one place so that a corporation that can be more efficiently run with a board, a GM, can take allocation of that as well as line striping and all of that.
So what would this $700,000 been budgeted for where only $11,000 needed to be spent? And if they're not involved in the potholes, where do the private contractors that do the potholes get the asphalt from?
Right, and this again, so this is what we're trying to do at Bahamics. The allocation last budget cycle was just to reserve the line item in the budget. As we move towards implementing a proper incorporated Bahamics. So they get the asphalt from Bahamics, but Bahamics still invoices the ministry currently for the asphalt that's provided. And we're trying to eliminate that to streamline the process.
Line item 2261201, transportation equipment upkeep. Less than half of what was budgeted for the year has been spent in the first 9 months. 2261201, transportation equipment upkeep. I'm assuming that refers to vehicles that would be involved in minor capital repairs. Why only half of the budget when either if this is for conditions of government buildings are in a poor state or condition of our roads, vehicles able to inspect and identify when roads are in need of attention? Why only half the budget for such a critical area was spent?
It depends on the demand. So the Ministry of Works has an operation where we can do repairs. Sometimes they purchase the parts, but it depends on the amount of staff members that damage vehicles or that needs the assessment provided. But some of the work is done by actually Ministry of Works staff on the northern compound.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
In relation to Head 33, I note that the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority has been removed from the remit of the Ministry of Works. However, as the chair would appreciate, all government workers at the Ministry of Works that have in the past, and some still do, public work in terms of the maintenance of roadsides, verges, and things of that nature. I imagine, Mr. Chair, that they have insurance coverage. With the way that we have now set up to outsource effectively much of the work in terms of roadside maintenance, verges, things of that nature, with the unfortunate demise of your constituent, sorry, not your constituent, my apologies, sir.
Staffer.
Your staffer at Beaches and Parks. The question that I have, seeing that you cannot answer this, member for Central and South Eleuthera, is are these persons being treated as independent contractors working for Beaches and Parks? And if so, are they not entitled to insurance coverage and any benefits as a result of their suffering death while providing services to the government? And I think it becomes a very important question because, as you know, the person who has died has left 2 children right? So the question that I have is, are independent contractors, persons working for beaches and parks, are they receiving any benefit? Are they receiving the same kinds of benefits that workers who work for the Ministry of Works doing the same kind of work would receive? Can you answer that question, member for Central and South Eleuthera?
Well, any situation like that's a sad situation. So whether, it depends whether it falls under public service rules. The individual, unfortunately, was a Ministry of Works employee that was seconded to beaches and parks, which means it falls under the same provisions of public service and whatever rules fall under that in regards to an on-the-job injury.
Okay, so, and thank you for that clarification. So this was not an independent contractor?
No.
This is a Ministry of Works employee seconded to another permanent pensionable. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded that head 33 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Deputy.
Head 33 is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. At this time, I move that the House suspend until 3:20 this afternoon.
Support, let them vote.
Relax, eh? The food is here.
Suspend for... Hey, even if you take a short break.
Agreed to that. We agreed to that.
It's been moved and seconded for a 5-minute recess. You want 15? It's been moved and seconded for a 5-minute recess. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It's been moved and seconded for a 15-minute. There's a motion in there. What is this? It's been moved and seconded for a 15-minute recess. Moved and seconded. Let's take 50 because they confused. As many. Good afternoon, colleagues. As we proceed, I would just like to announce a relaxation of the rules. For those colleagues who may wish to bring in coffee or fruit, you can feel free to do so as well. So we can keep going. I got you. Coffee or fruit, y'all can bring it inside the hall. All ready? So I can proceed from where we left off, right? Committee of the whole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 34 of the heads be agreed.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that head 34 be agreed. Those in head 34 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 34 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 35 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 35 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 35 is agreed.
Thank you. No.
The chair recognizes Long Island.
Thank you, sir. Line item 211-1101, directed to the member for Exuma. Minister, seeing that the amount of allocation has increased by $25 million for, I presume, new teacher hires, just want to know, seeing that there is a shortage of teachers, can you state what number of teachers this additional $25 million is intended to cover?
The chair recognizes Exuma.
It's a provision for additional teachers. I indicated in my presentation we had roughly 300 openings. So there is a provision that accounts for that, but there's also salary adjustments due to promotions, salary regularizations, reassessments, reclassifications, annual increments, and the industrial agreement for one of the unions. And we have another union still in negotiation. So that's not included in this amount, but that covers all of the other items I referenced.
Thank you for your response, Minister. And this question is a very serious one. I'd just like to know, for those of us who are in the Family Island constituencies in particular, where we have schools that do not have the appropriate complement of teachers, but we have a problem with the brain drain, as you can anticipate. We have persons who leave the island to get educated, and they are educated as teachers, and they come home, and unfortunately, sir, they are unable to be to become employed to work in the educational system, despite having qualifications, despite having applied. And the complaints that I get are that we seem to be ignoring our homegrown teachers in favor of bringing in teachers from abroad, outside of this country. Question that I have, I'll tell you what I mean by that. I have qualified Bahamian trained teachers, educators, who are on Long Island right now, who cannot, for whatever reason, who have not been employed by the Department of Education. I'd like to know, even though we are on this side, and I'm sure that at times the criticism that I level at the other side rubs persons the wrong way. However, I am here to represent the people of my constituency. And I'd like to anticipate, imagining that you were on this side, that in the future you will have requests to assist constituents when we become the government. I'd like to know, how receptive are you going to be, Minister, to assist us, me in particular, for my constituency, in helping to hire some of these highly qualified people as teachers on Long Island?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I indicated that we have a teacher shortage. If you are aware of teachers who are qualified, who wish to be hired, send me the details. We don't make education political at all. So just send me the details and we'll make it happen.
I love that, Mr. Minister, and that is what I just wanted to be said on the record. I appreciate that, utmost respect, and I will be forwarding you the names of persons in my constituency who fall into that category, who are looking for employment in the Department of Education. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bomb.
Mr. Deputy, as it relates to 2112, in terms of the clothing allowance, I would like to know what is the purpose of introducing the new clothing allowance and which categories of employees will be eligible for those. The other thing I would like to put forward is 2112143 in terms of incentive allowances for guidance counselors. And how many guidance counselors will receive this allocation or this allowance? And pardon me? And what specific challenges or retention issues prompted the introduction of this?
Allowances are usually agreed as a part of the industrial agreements. So I anticipate that the one union that's already completed in terms of the agreements, they would have these allowances, and I'm sure that they're under discussion with the other union as well. I believe the same principle apply for both lines that you asked about. Clothing allowances.
Important. As it relates to education in Grand Bahama, I need to know why is it that the Ministry of Grand Bahama is responsible for employing persons at the various schools through that island, even in terms of the programs, janitorial staff. Why don't they be responsible to come to the Ministry of Education as it relates, instead of going through the Ministry of Grand Bahama?
It's an administrative matter in line with the policies of the government. We have the Ministry for Grand Bahama that handles all things Grand Bahama. As it relates to certain staff, the Ministry of Grand Bahama would be responsible for recruiting and seconding to the Ministry of Education. All of the professional education staff, of course, are recruited directly by the Ministry for Education.
Moving forward, through you, can we ensure that they do not just come from the constituency of Pine Ridge? Thank you.
I got it.
The chair recognizes the member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Chairman, this is, please. Chairman, this is serious business. I ask that the question be expunged.
Please explain. That they don't come from. It's expunged. It's been moved and seconded that head 35 be agreed. Those in favor?
I was so taken aback by that exchange, but I apologize. So, Mr. Chair, for the member for Exuma, I think it is noteworthy, and I applaud the minister for the significant increase in tuition, training, and service awards and subsistence, going from $32,000 in 2024-2025. Obviously, this happened under the former minister, member for Engliston, to $155,576. However, in the last fiscal year, $0 of the allocated amount was spent. And I'm sure that we have teachers, sorry? Oh, sorry, line item is 225-1108. Right? We have a lot of teachers who I'm sure want to take advantage of this particular line item. And $155,576 was allocated, but not a dollar spent. I'd like to know. Yes, ma'am. In the first 3 quarters of last year, $0 was spent, according to our estimates. So what I'd like to know is why it's 225, page 119, 225-1108. How is it that teachers are not being given the opportunity to take advantage of these funds?
Significant training happening on an ongoing basis. I'm sure that the training did happen. It may have been allocated within another category. I can't say which one unless I assess each line. But the reality is that the funds are needed. Training is going to continue. And if you want more specifics as to what was done, I'll be happy to provide it for you.
I appreciate the response.
I have a history with this. This comes out of the Teacher Morale Committee, where we did a survey of teachers, and they gave us feedback on the kinds of things they would like to see as attributes of the profession. And I believe this is the fund that was created, which allows teachers to go into a portal and to make application for various workshops or short courses, etc. And so I'm trying to understand why it is reflecting as zero, because the teachers who have applied know that they have benefited. And in fact, I remember seeing a report before I left, so I'm not sure why it would say zero. I'm not sure. Assuming that this is the provision, teachers have accessed this.
And I thank both members for those responses. The reason that is so important is, as you know, education is determined by the quality of teaching. And we want our teachers to avail themselves of every opportunity for professional advancement. And so what I find concerning is we have a budget that has a specific line item for this, and it cannot be explained why the funds that are reported to have been utilized for this purpose are not actually reflected under this line item. I think that
there's extensive training and development going on for teachers. There's an item I spoke to yesterday, a program called BEST under the, or is it BPATH? Under the Caribbean Development BEST, it's called BEST. We have done extensive trainings to the tune of millions of dollars, $2 to $3 million, in terms of professional development of training of teachers. So I have no concern. There's extensive development and training going on.
Yeah, as my colleague just correctly said, how many other expenses are incurred that are not accounted for? Because, I mean, it's problematic. You as an accountant can appreciate this. You know, you have a line item for this purpose. You're saying that monies are being spent for it, but it's not reflected in the line item. And so it poses a very important question.
Asked and answered, Mr. Chairman. I've indicated that the BEST program allocates a few $1 million for training and development, and that's ongoing. I have nothing further to add on this line, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, you know, thank you for your response. Next line item, security services contract, 225-1111, security services contract. The question that I have, Minister, does this pertain to all of the security workers who provide security services on our various school campuses?
It's related to contractual security services provided for schools throughout New Providence and the Family Islands. It's not for in-school security. Those are hired security officers of the Ministry of Education. It's mainly the night shift to look after properties, etc.
I see. Okay. And the question that I have in relation to that, I just wanted that particular clarification. So this is for the night shift to ensure that there are no incidents that happen overnight in relation to the property of our schools. Understood. Question is this entire amount payable to a single contractor, security firm, or multiple contractors?
Multiple.
Thank you, sir. Consultancy services, 225-1115. Can the minister indicate the nature of the consultancy services here that has increased almost threefold since 2024?
It's related to improving our proficiency in mathematics. It's also addressing general learning loss, skills gaps initiative, and specific program areas of coaching and supporting students and students who are at different levels of achievement.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, in relation to the school bus service contracts, Long Island being an island that's 80 miles long, we have bus contractors responsible for transporting students from one end of the island, in some cases to the other. I note that in 2025-2026, $7,853,857 was allocated for this purpose. In this coming fiscal period, the exact same amount, $7,853,857 is being allocated. Notwithstanding the fact that the cost of fuel has skyrocketed throughout this country, all right, Long Island being no different. I'd like to know how you're allocating the same amount for school bus service contracts in lieu, taking into account the fact that the cost of fuel is substantially increasing.
We're satisfied that the amount is adequate. It's contracted with the providers of the service. And if there are any deficiencies in Long Island or any other island of the Commonwealth, we'll look at it. But we're satisfied that it's adequate.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I draw your attention to line item 225-1339, janitorial service contracts. Does this line item cover all janitorial staff throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the salaries payable to them, or is this some additional amount that is covered for supplementary purposes?
This is for janitorial support service contracts. This does not include janitorial staff who is as a part of the staff of the ministry.
Okay. Yeah, can you say then, because as my colleague rightly points out, for the first 3 quarters of the year, you basically exhausted that allocation. You practically exhausted it in just 3 quarters. You have a whole quarter remaining. My question is, can you provide us some clarity as to what this money is being used for? What kind of janitorial services?
Services?
Yes, yes.
I would anticipate from time to time, if there are shortages in janitresses, we would contract a service. I mean, we've deemed it to be adequate. Professionals of the ministry is satisfied that that covers appropriately the services required. As you would imagine, from time to time, there may be shortages. Contractors may fill in, but we're good with the allocation. Whilst I'm standing, may I also tell you that line 2271024, teachers' professional development, the budget, you asked about training. You asked about training and development. If you note there, you would see that the provision here has tripled to support the development and training of teachers, as I've indicated previously.
Yes,
The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
Through you, Minister, as it relates to the janitorial that you just spoke about, can we ensure that they are vetted? We normally have persons who are dealing, no, they're not. Those who are not vetted comes from 3 p.m. until 7, and we do not have administrative staff to properly secure them. So if we can look at that, please, thank you.
All janitresses who are working during school hours are vetted. As you would appreciate, from time to time there may be shortages, as I referenced before, and when that exists, we find contingencies. So if some are working from 3 to 7, it's perhaps because they're waiting for vetting, and once they're vetted, which I'm sure the seriousness of the requirement is appreciated. Once they're vetted, they move into the hours where children are present. So that's a work in progress.
Okay. Yeah, no, my colleague, as an educator, I'm sure she has quite a number of questions. Member for Exuma. You raised the point about supplementing the janitorial staff that is already paid under separate line item. As you know, Member for Exuma, many of the janitorial staff, through you, Chair, are temporary workers, contracted workers. They're not permanent and pensionable. Many of them, right? And go ahead. The point I make, many of them are contracted workers. They're not permanent and pensionable. They're temporary. And they ask many of us often to what can be done to make them permanent and pensionable. I'm speaking again for those at the lower rung of the economic ladder who need our help. And what I'm asking is, if in 3/4 of the past fiscal year, the one that is drawing to a close, we have spent almost $1.1 million to supplement what exists. The question that I have is, to ensure that we have greater productivity, wouldn't it make sense to make some of these persons who are contractual workers permanent and pensionable to ensure that we have the kind, because some people, quite frankly, if their family members are having great difficulty, all right, sometimes they can't afford a babysitter. They can't afford the added support for their families that may sometimes be required, and so they can't go to work on certain days because there's nobody, they don't have the means to help out. So all I'm saying is, if we paid them better, right, it stands to reason that they would be in a position to be able to better help themselves. And so I'm just wondering why we can't seem to...
Member for Exuma and Ragadan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this question was extensively answered earlier by the Minister responsible for Works and the Minister responsible for Public Service. This is an active process, and we are looking out for the best interests of our employees, the employees of the country, and we are in active process of regularizing employees who may be month-to-month, who desire to be permanent pensionable. That's an ongoing process. Janitorial staff are not hired typically on contract. They're permanent pensionable. But we talked about some of them who may not have gone through the vetting process yet, the after-hours ones. They may be on contract. So I hope that extensively answers the question in addition to what was said earlier by my colleagues.
Yeah, the reality is, and I welcome any Bahamian who falls into this category to come and inform we, the politicians, as to many of them who are not permanent and pensionable, and they're working as janitorial staff in our schools.
We're fully aware of the status of the employees of the ministry. As I've indicated, we're working on processing them where that is necessary, and nothing further to add.
Minister, line item 282 on page 120, 282-1126, scholarships, Family Island students. The approved estimates for 2025-2026, again, $72,000. Not a lot of money, but a little bit of help to somebody. It could be. However, in this past fiscal year, you did not spend a dollar of that $72,000 allocation. Why is that?
There's a $14 million allocation. I spoke to this extensively. There's a $14 million allocation for scholarships. In addition to that, there's roughly $20 million allocated for scholarships to UB, and an additional $5 million allocated for scholarships to BTVI. So I'm not sure specifically whether this was related for travel for the scholarship unit or something like that, but I assure you there's substantial sums being spent on scholarships in the lines I referenced.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, as it relates to these scholarships, you said $20 million to students attending UB, $5 million to students attending BTVI, and $14 million global scholarship fund, I assume, for any tuition that is payable to entities other than UB and BTVI. To use your numbers, that's what I got. 20 million, 5 million, and 14 million, right? The question that I have is, can you, understanding the thrust that your government has for the utilization of technology, and what you state to be a desire to improve transparency. Can you, to promote transparency, right? You didn't say that? Okay, okay. Question that I have is, for this $14 million scholarship amount, can we get to the point where we can show, you know, right here we're talking about $39 million that's payable for for tuition. Can we get to the point where we can actually show publicly who is receiving these funds? Because the reason I say that, and listen, I mean this sincerely, Mr. Chair. I don't want to believe that we are going to build a country where whoever controls the parliament, whoever happens to be government, is going to ensure that these funds disproportionately benefit the supporters of a particular political party. That's why I loved what you said earlier.
No way.
The chair recognizes the member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Chairman, I think the innuendo is most disrespectful.
Yeah.
Most disrespectful to the professionals of the Ministry of Education Scholarship Unit.
Yeah.
Some of whom, no doubt, have crossed the employ of several governments. And there is a board of professionals.
That's right.
Decent, respectable Bahamians.
And it's audited by the Auditor General.
And there's a qualification requirement that applicants must meet. I'm most offended by the suggestion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, no, and Mr. Chair, again, it's not meant to be disrespectful. I'm just asking, I'm asking for transparency, and I'm not seeking to impugn the character of any of our professionals. All I'm saying is, with nothing to hide, why is it that we can't provide an accounting or provide the information as to who's benefiting from these for all to see? That's all.
There's obviously data protection. There's audits. There's the Auditor General. There's an audit process that's undertaken generally for this program. I have no concern about it whatsoever. And once more, if you are equally offended by your comments, I suggest you withdraw it.
No, okay. I'm not offended. Again, this is the public's money. We're talking about $40 million. All I'm saying is, we should be celebrating the people who are qualified to receive these monies because they have worked so hard and earned these monies. All I'm saying is, let us celebrate them by providing a public listing of the people who collecting these $40 million worth of monies.
There are oftentimes discussions and announcements of persons who are merit scholars. There are public events. There are announcements. There's celebration by parents. There's selfies everywhere. Long Island, I think we're making more of this than it's deserving. And I understand you're grandstanding a little bit. You're working on your future plans. But let me be clear. Let me be clear that this process is established. It's transparent. We have great professionals who work in this unit. There's a board of professional Bahamians. There's an Auditor General. I'm satisfied with this exercise. Mr. Chair, I have nothing else to add.
So my last question, Mr. Chair, is, are you saying that everyone who receives these scholarship monies happens to be someone selected by an entity outside of the political directorate?
Yes. It goes without saying.
Do I need to repeat myself once more, Mr. Chair?
No.
Mr. Chairman, are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied.
I'm satisfied.
I'm satisfied. And I do believe we should tread carefully because there are persons in the scholarship committee who we don't want to insinuate any bias. So it's been, members, it's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is just a follow-up question to, I think, the member for Central Grand Bahama. under item 2112, clothing allowance. And then there's another item right on the following page of 2241213, clothing and clothing supplies. There was an allocation for that for 70,000. It doesn't appear as though anything was spent during that fiscal year. What's the difference between the clothing allowance and the clothing and clothing supplies? And why does it appear as though $0 was spent this year? Okay. On page 118, clothing allowance, which is 2112122, clothing allowance. And then on the following page, 119, 2241213, clothing and clothing supplies. And there was an allocation of 70,000. It doesn't appear as though any monies was spent on that. So I'm trying to understand what is the difference between the clothing allowance and the clothing and clothing supplies, and why does it appear as though no monies was spent during this one? The second line item is 2241213.
As I've indicated previously, these are all allocations based on what's foreshadowed in an industrial agreement. Sometimes there's extensive negotiations for an industrial agreement, as you're well aware, and these were provisions for that outcome. Yeah. As it stands, there's still at least 2, maybe 3 agreements from unions connected to the Ministry of Education that's under negotiation. And I expect that once those negotiations are completed, those funds will be dispersed appropriately. As for the difference between the lines, I don't see the difference myself, and therefore I anticipate that it's all related to the first half of the question already answered.
It's been moved and seconded that head 35 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 35 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 37 be agreed.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that head 37 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed, please stand. Head 37 has agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 38 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 38 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair recognizes the member from Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you. As it relates to item 2221106, can you explain as it relates to the rent or classroom accommodations?
You want to know what it
Yes.
relates to?
Where?
In some islands, for example, in Agua, there may be some deficiency in the facility, and we're renting facilities from a church, for example. That's what this would be related to.
That goes for Grand Bahama as well?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded that head 38 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 38 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 40 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 40 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, stand. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 128, 2821279, Future Safe Drivers Program. Could the minister speak to what this appears to be a new program, what this program involves?
The chair recognizes the member for Central Mangrove Key in South Andres.
Yes, thank you. And as East Grand Bahama Wood noted, was delayed this year. That's why they had an allocation for it, but they're starting it next year. and it provides for a road safety program that we're about to start in this fiscal year.
To start, is this a program that's attached to school, or is it just attached to roads generally? Could you give some details in terms of what the program is going to be about?
Well, I know I'm getting a briefing on it next month, and it should start in line with the school year.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
I'm glad I give you all something to laugh about. Minister, I thought you gave quite a detailed presentation yesterday. Member for Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. The question that I have, and this is something that members of the public are seeking clarification on. As you know, and I understand we're talking about, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the expenditures in this head. But as you know, there may be no opportunity for me to discuss the revenue, okay? But this is important as far as the policy change is concerned. The minister referenced in his contribution that there would now be a change in the licensure of vehicles, moving from the three, yes, sir.
We do have a road traffic department line. Yes, that'll come, okay.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Michael.
Yes, Minister. In regards to the $12 million in subvention for mailboat services, I see that line item 225-1209. I see only $6 million plus was spent. Is this a reflection of bills not paid, or the fact that the mailboat services are not as frequent as we think they should be?
I think it reflects the bills that were paid up until March. After that, you'll see that the bills were paid in this period, this fiscal period.
It's been moved and seconded that head 30 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed, please stand. Head 40 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 40 is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I move that head 43 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 43 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed, please stand. The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I suppose this is 211-2115. I had hoped Golden Gates was here for when I asked the question, because I see there's an increase in the responsibility, a responsibility allowance.
Social services.
Page 129.
Social services is in the Senate. It is 211-2115, responsibility allowance. I noticed that there is an increase. Is this a result of a projected? Oh, Bacchus could answer. South Beach can answer.
The chair recognizes the member for South Beach.
15?
Kalani.
Yes, the responsibility allowance.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is an estimated amount to facilitate payments to persons eligible officers for the upcoming period.
Is the increase in responsibility allowance due to additional people receiving the benefit of that allowance?
I believe it, Mr. Chairman, I believe it is.
Okay.
With relation to 225-1302, building maintenance. 1302. I see it is anticipated that we will spend $127,053, and last year the allocation was $30,000. Is there a specific project?
Mr. Chairman, Thank you for recognizing me.
Yes, of South Beach.
Mr. Chairman, there has various forms, of building maintenance and repairs the ministry is undertaking over the period, upcoming period. Repairs such as electrical systems, air conditioning systems, and other utility services, in particular for the many homes that the ministry has to maintain.
With relation to just under that, 225-1337, operation of facilities and other services, there again seems to be a significant increase. Is there justification as to why?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the allocation provides for an increase in operational contracts for the upcoming budget year, in particular fire alarm systems and security monitoring systems at the various homes.
Item 282-1213, Christmas Cheer Fund Salvation Army. I see that has not been budgeted.
That allocation has been transferred to item 225-1337, operation facilities. So it hasn't been extra, it's just been transferred.
Sorry, it's been transferred to
225-1337.
Okay. And then finally, when I look at the transfers, National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, 282-1618. The other entities seem to have gotten all of the money that was allocated for them, but the National Commission of Disabilities only received a portion.
1 second, 282.
1618, it should be the last line. National Commission for Persons with Disabilities.
South Beach.
Mr. Chairman, this is a fund, no doubt, that provides for financial assistance for the operational expenses for disabilities. In particular as to why they would have only gotten a portion, I do not know right at this time, but I can undertake to get that back to you.
Thank you.
That is not here.
Just as,
The chair recognizes Kalani.
thank you. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was Mr. Chairman, sorry, is a matter that we would have raised in the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee, because the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, their money is dispersed from social services as opposed to the other entities which just get their money in a lump sum payment. And we had inquired with I think it was the Attorney General at the time, if we could look into changing the way those monies were dispersed so that they would get the benefit of the $400,000 to use it as they saw fit, rather than piece by piece distribution from the ministry. So if you could look into
Mr.
that.
Chairman, and just to advise, in consultation with the Minister of Finance, we advise that this particular amount and allocation, we anticipate that at the end of the period, we would have utilized all the funds allocated for it. This is only up to the first quarter?
Yeah. First quarter.
First 9 months. By the end of the protracted period, we anticipate we will utilize all the funds.
It has been moved and seconded that head 43. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, question I have in relation to line item 282-1215, the Ranfilly Home for Children. In the current fiscal year, $300,000 was allocated. yet for the first 3 quarters, only $150,000 or 50% of that amount was spent, as opposed to what ought to have been $225,000 or 3 quarters. The question that I have, and we know the Ranfilly home is very much in dire need of financial support, is the minister able to explain why the monies for this particular line item are not getting to the Ranfilly home for children as they are much needed?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member from Long Island, the money is getting where it should. This is just as before. This is just the first 9 months, and we believe that at the end of a protracted period of time, they would have received all that they would have been allotted to them.
Thank you for your response, sir. The question that I'd like to ask, because there have been numerous instances where the Ranfilly home has given a dire prediction of it having to close its doors. Is this, in your estimation, $300,000 for the children who do not have parents, who have to be housed at this particular facility, all right? Is it your estimation, as a member of the government, that this $300,000 is adequate?
Mr. Chairman, to you, I would note to the member of Long Island, for Long Island, that this is indeed just a subvention, but we know at the ministry that not only the Ranfilly home for children, but all the homes require more. We will partner and continue to partner with the private sector to see if we can, raise some more capital to assist them as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Pinewood.
While each one of these institutions, there'd be a case that could be made for other. But there are other entities outside the government that provide. I could give specific examples to a particular benefactor who provide private school education. I know every year during the summer, Mr. Phil Ruffin sponsors all of the kids from all of the homes to the carnival. And so there are other entities that provide. They even have a spot on premises where students who would have aged out, there I think a 12-unit facility was built at reduced costs for the inmate, for the new residents. And so while there's always welcome funding, because I could tell you that the case have been made to me on multiple occasions that there are other individuals that provide assistance to the Ranfilly home.
Thank you.
Long Island.
I laughed, Mr. Chairman, because it's mentioned that Phil Ruffin, the former owner of the Crystal Palace, is supporting children going to the carnival. But Phil Ruffin, as many of us know, we're talking about the budget, but he was allowed to leave this country owing the Treasury millions and millions of dollars. I mean, to say that he's now giving to children to allow them to go to the carnival, I think it's interesting that you make that point.
Sat on the same board that dealt with that, and you're quite aware of the circumstances that went on there.
No. I never gave any agreement for Phil Ruffin to leave this country owing millions and millions of dollars. I want that to be stated.
Members. Can we stay relevant to the head? We're on head 43.
The point that I make, though, is it is not an appropriate trade-off for children to be allowed to go to the carnival, as opposed to us retaining millions of dollars that should have been paid to the government. All right, and so I think that's the irony of that is really thick. But I want to say this, though. To your point, the crisis center, 282-1218, only $100,000. All right, and then the All Saints camp, 11,000. We know that STIs are increasing in incidence in this country. The point that I make is, I agree, there's so much more needed to support these entities. And I think this is very important, because people said that we made light, sir, that we made light on this side, which is why I specifically asked the member for Fox Hill earlier today about the travel. Because can you imagine if this government spent less flying around the world?
Let's not abuse.
Right?
Let's not
First
abuse
class,
the privilege.
let's not abuse, sir. My point is,
You've been given a lot of latitude. Let's stay relevant to head 43.
Mr. Chair,
Head
I say
43.
this to you respectfully, honestly,
Yes.
because whether it be this government or the next government when
Yes.
we get there, honestly, I want you all to be able to take credit for increasing these provisions.
Understood.
As opposed to using taxpayer money to fund the travel of ministers around
Okay.
the world on first-class travel. No, because, the point that I make is, the Ranfurly Home for Children, the Crisis Center, the All Saints Camp, okay? These entities do a yeoman's work. And I honestly believe we have to take more seriousness in terms, we have to operate with greater seriousness in terms of spending these monies to fund these worthwhile
The chair
causes.
recognizes Exuma, Ragged Island.
Chairman, this is a serious process. And you're required to cite the line and pose a question. The member would have had his time for contribution.
Yeah.
And this isn't that time. This is time to pose questions
Agreed.
and give the government an opportunity.
Let me
to
ask a
respond.
question. Member for Exuma, since you raised it, the Crisis Center is getting 100,000. Line item 2821218. All Saints Camp is getting 11,000. 2821224. Is this enough? And can you increase it by decreasing the amount of first-class travel being conducted or that you as a minister are personally benefiting from? Can you reduce that amount so that you can give these entities more money?
Can we move on to serious
Yes.
questions, Mr. Chairman? This is absolute nonsense.
So it is.
I'd like the record, Mr. Chairman, to reflect that he's saying that increasing the amount of allocation for these worthwhile causes is a bunch of nonsense.
Let me be clear, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm saying that the behavior of Long Island is nonsensical. Let me be clear about that. The question has already been answered, asked, and answered. The member for Pinewood and the member for South Beach conceded that these are all private entities, for the most part, receiving subventions from the government.
Yes.
And it's only to augment their budget, which are largely supported by private individuals. Do they need more? Absolutely.
Yes.
To suggest otherwise, or to suggest that anyone is suggesting otherwise, is absolutely nonsensical.
Well, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes the member for South Beach.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify and place on the record that I'm receiving information from our principals that with regards to the Ranfurly Home, we are waiting on the request from their drawdown. And in particular, the way it was done, the treasurer requested in this instance that the drawdown happen as such. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that answer. But I have, absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's fact. And my grandmother used to work there. So it is near and dear to my heart, right? But I would say this, for Exuma and Ragged Island, Mr. Chair, to call it nonsensical, all I want the record to reflect is sir, respectfully, is that these things are important, and I'm hopeful that we can increase the amount of subvention, and I suggested it be done by reducing the expenditure elsewhere for things that would be considered frivolous.
Noted.
Chairman.
Member for Exuma and
Long
Ragged Island.
Island don't speak for me.
Yeah.
I believe I've been abundantly clear as to what and who in this particular situation is being nonsensical. I really ask that we move on to serious questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deputy, in my explanation to Long Island, I referred to the residents at Ranfurly as inmates. They're actually resident. And with residents, so I'm correcting that. Also, as it relates to Ranfurly and to the Crisis Center, I just want to put on the record that I know that some requests have been made. Dr. Sandrine Patterson and her crew is doing a tremendous job. And so all sides will concede that, to suggest for the work they have done and they continue to provide to this country, it is a fair question.
It has been moved and seconded that head 43 be agreed. As many are in favor, remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 43 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 44 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 44. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With relation to the first line item in that head, 2111, 1101, salaries permanent and pensionable, there is the allocation has increased, and I'm asking whether that's with relation because we're getting new hires, or do we anticipate wages going up?
The Chairman,
Chair recognizes
this
the member
this
for
allocation is
South Beach.
provided for P&P staff. Of course, possible increase reflects new appointments, transfers of persons coming in, etc.
Thank you, member.
Thank you. With relation to 272-1106, food assistance program, as well as 272-1115, special food assistance program. I notice in both of those line items, the budget allocation has decreased, and I think we have all in this place talked about the high cost of food and the high cost of living, so I'm wondering why the allocation for food assistance.
Can you repeat the numbers again?
So I would ask for the second number again, but with regards to 272-1106, Mr. Chairman, approximately 200,000 has been transferred to item 282-1281. Yeah, which is autism support. The second query?
Is 272-1115, special food assistance program.
That has been transferred also. That makes up the $700,000 for autism, 750.
So I'm going to jump a little since we're talking about the autism support. I noticed that that is separate from the allocation for REACH, which is an autism organization. This autism support, is this to go to a specific entity, or is it a generic autism support?
No specific entity, Mr. Chairman, generic to assist those persons and families suffering and dealing with the dreaded autism.
So I will say that we aren't suffering because we are families with autism. So is it that persons can apply, families, caregivers can apply to the department for this assistance?
Mr. Chairman, to the member for Kalani, through you, I cannot say specifically how it will be disseminated, but I can undertake to get the information and get it back to you.
Thank you.
Before I go to my last question, I just asked South Beach if you could withdraw the word dreaded and dreadful and suffering.
No challenge, withdrawn.
Thank you. And my last question relates to the Bilney Lane Children's Home, 282-21228. Has the children's home closed down? I noticed that there's no allocation for it.
Chairman, the children's home will be funded from item 225-1337, operation of facilities. 225-1337.
Thank you.
And I know that the Nazareth Center was once a center for children, and it's no longer being used. Is there a plan with relation to that? If you are aware.
Chair recognizes the member
Through
for
you,
Pinewood.
the Nazareth Center is still under renovations. The kids there are being housed at another facility. Once once Nazareth renovations are completed, the kids will move there, and then another facility is going to be renovated to move that. So there's a process of renovations to those kids' homes. Nazareth was the start. There's 3 different buildings.
The renovations, those renovations, are they under the Department of Social Services head, or are they Ministry of Works?
Minister. It's been moved and seconded that head 44. The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
In relations to 2A21239, I'm happy to see that it's a part of this budget because that school for pregnant teens, the Pay Center, has been closed for a few years. Is that going to be up and running for this coming school year?
Chair recognizes South Beach.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is the plan.
Chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Just a follow-up question on specific food assistance program as well as the food assistance program, which is 2721106. So I see there's an allocation of 22 million, and that has slightly decreased by probably about 300,000. But the first 9 months, you've only spent about 11 million. I'm sure that, I know throughout East Grand Bahama, we've been getting a number of different requests for social services, food assistance, and there's been a fair in terms of delays and so on in terms of being able to assist those folks. What is the reason, or can you give an explanation as to why you've only been able to spend the 11 million in the first 9 months, and why have we not allocated more funding for this line item when I believe there is a greater need for food assistance throughout the entire Bahamas?
Chair recognizes Pinewood.
Through you, Mr. Deputy, last year we did a comprehensive analysis of the food program. What happened during COVID, you had unemployed people along with those who were employed working in the private sector who were on the program. So last year what we did was we did a reassessment, and of which thousands of people throughout the country were removed because the circumstances had changed. Those individuals who were in the private sector were back to work, and that would account for the drop in the need. While there are needs, I can't speak to why payments have not been dispersed, but the reason for the drop in payment was on the reassessment, wholesale reassessment that went into the streets, into these communities. You had a few thousand people who was getting food assistance who were now not qualified. Social services is for the poorest of the poor. What was happening before that is the food assistance was really supplementing income, but the circumstances of those individuals has changed and they had been removed. For those individuals who had remained, we had a policy, anybody over 65, once they had to be reassessed twice a year, but they were not to be removed because you didn't want deadheads collecting benefits. But the reason was after that reassessment and cleaning of the rolls, there were thousands of people who were removed, which contribute to the decline in need.
Chair recognizes the member for South Beach.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the spirit of the question from East Grand Bahama, and the ministry is compassionate towards that. And we are, of course, constantly, and we will monitor the situation, and where adjustments need to happen, they will. But we do understand the importance of food assistance to the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Understand what the member for Pinewood is saying, and confirm that when you were the minister, I think you and the member from Marco City and myself had raised this issue, and you had said what you said just now, that you confirmed that those folks who were over 65, who were being taken off, that policy should stop. Unfortunately, we are still getting the same reports that those folks who are over 65, that they are being taken off the list and must now verify, and the information is not trickling down to them because they are just being taken off the list, and they are claiming they do not know why they are being taken off the list, and they have no idea that they need to re-register and so on. So if that message can be sent again to those folks who make those decisions.
The
to
chair
let them know.
recognizes South Beach.
Assessments are ongoing. We have received some information, and where needed, we will make the adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, one more time, thank the member for Marco City. The term deadheads, I meant no offense. I'd retake that. Those not alive, but was a terminology that we use. But I get the spirit in which he corrected me. Thank him for it.
Thank you for the retraction. It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Can the minister advise roughly how many children are included in the foster care program?
Can you state the line item?
At item 2721102, it has a budget of $698,350. How many children does this cover in the foster care program?
Particular number for you, Mr. Chairman, but I will undertake to get that number back to you.
Thank you.
And then line item 2721105, children with special needs. There's a budget of $330,000. Less than half of that has been spent so far. How many children would this budget of $330,000 provide for under the category of children with special needs?
I can't give you that exact number, Mr. Chairman, but I will advise that this increase ensures a greater access to resources and services and support for the programs.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that head 44 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 44 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 45 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 45 be agreed. All those in favor? The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
I'd like this question through you, Mr. Chairman, to be directed to the Minister of Housing and Land Reform. There's great expectation for 900 homes over this term, but there isn't any increase of consequence that would indicate that those 900 homes are being prepared for. Where is the money allocated for the 900 homes, and what in this budget gives an indication of great things to come from the Ministry of Housing and the brand new Ministry of Land Reform?
272-1102. 11.
Item is under wages and salaries.
What's the line number?
You have 2.5 increase in line item, combined in line item 2211201, as well as 2211210. Each have been increased by $1,000. That's not a mass, excuse me?
You said head 45, what's the line item again? What's the line number?
Okay, so head 45 on page 135. The overall question is, where is the capital budget increase for this new Ministry of Land Reform and the 900 homes planned? You have in line item 221201 an increase of $1,000. You have an increase in 221210 of $1,000, and you have an increase in 221214 of $500. The increases are nominal here. There are more significant increases for salaries for permanent and pensionable persons, roughly $550,000 more. There isn't anything in this new ministry budget that's going to complement the claims made by the government side as to what they're going to be doing with land reform. That's going to change the landscape of land title in the Bahamas. And there isn't anything in here that would provide even for planning. We've seen million-dollar budgets allocated for one parliamentary building, but there isn't a single line item here that speaks to planning for a new low-cost subdivision or the homes that even member for Fort Charlotte was saying he would be preparing into low-cost housing. Where is the proof in the pudding of the land reform claims?
The chair recognizes the member for Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
The member's observations have been noted.
Noted. The chair recognizes Freetown.
Mr. Chair, I make reference to item 2271041. The Registry of Lands Operations receives $330K where no allocation existed previously. What specific activities will be funded and what improvements, I guess, could we expect from the land registration services?
The new pieces of legislation brought to the fore relates to land reform and the establishment of land registry. This would be a part of that program. There were other allocations previously in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that head 45 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 45 is agreed.
I move that head 47 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 47 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can the minister advise where in the head for youth and sports there's the allocation of $500,000 for Family Island development of national sport and for the $1.8 million for contribution to New Providence and Family Island regattas?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills.
Mr. Chair, if the honorable member would look at line item 282-1211, he'll find National Sports Development. You find it? No, he's looking for, no, then he had asked for regatta.
It's been moved and seconded.
282-1268, you will find regatta.
Sorry, thank you, Minister. What was the last number?
282-1268, regatta.
It's been moved and seconded that head 47 be.
Trying to rush, man.
I'm trying to rush on. Yeah, I thought y'all would have this prep ready to go.
Mr. Chair, under 225-1128, fees and other charges, there seems to be a significant decrease there was about $2 million allocated. That has been reduced down to basically 100,000. Can you speak to what this was for and why the significant decrease?
Those funds was for Junkanoo culture, and that went with culture.
It was for?
Junkanoo. Junkanoo then went to culture.
So they're now going to Ministry of Culture?
Yeah. It's been, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the minister through you, on item 2291018, the Bahamas Local Organizing Committee. I may have missed that in the presentation, but the allocation of 1.5 million, I just want to get clarity on the purpose of this new committee and the events that they will organize, please.
Mr. Chair, that line item is we establish the local organization for committee who will be responsible for organizing all of the sporting events held in the Bahamas. That's for operation expense and including the track and swim carifta.
It's been moved and wait one more. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Just to follow up to that question, so is this, I mean, these committees have been operating before, but is this a new allocation for them, or this is funds that you are just, that were on different places that are now going to be in one specific location?
Well, in the past, we never had a LOC. We just used to make up LOC as events come along. We now have a fixed LOC that has its own office and operation.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
With relation, I'm looking for, to the member for Garden Hills, you know, I'm a crazy swim mom. I'm looking for the subvention that would go to Bahamas Aquatics.
You have to look at Sports Endowment Fund. Sports Endowment Funds takes care of subvention for all sporting federation.
Recognizes the member for Marco City.
Thank you very much. Member for Garden Hills, I wanted to begin with the question behind establishing a fixed LOC, and if we could get a sense of how is that being managed to make sure that there are controls in place. Given the fact that both on the Carifta and the Bahama Games, the LOC pretty much did not have the kind of oversight required. Is there a financial officer, for example, from the ministry that is overseeing them? If you could talk a little bit about the oversight for that LOC.
Yeah, that LOC is quite aware of the information of what you would have discussed prior to the two games you mentioned, and they are quite capable and have the definitely qualifications and knowledge to be able to run the LOC. And there is a certified accountant attached to the LOC who is quite familiar with all of us who would have previously been the accountant for the NSA.
So what role is the finance officer in the ministry playing in relation to the LOC, the finance officer from the ministry themselves and the permanent secretary?
They all are part of the board. The LOC is made up of a board that they all are part of.
Do you have for example, a schedule of what the payment structure is for those persons on the LOC? And are they public servants or independent of government?
There's only one person on that board or made up staff of that LOC who is not employed directly with the Bahamas government. One. All are, every last one.
And they are being paid separately? They're actually being paid in addition to their public service salaries, they're getting additional salaries?
No, there's no salary to be paid to these individuals. We all know that these individuals get stipend for the extra hours that they put in when it comes to managing these LOC. These LOCs calls for managing the operations of international events is not a 9-to-5 job. So definitely stipends are available for these individuals. There's no extra salary.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just again a follow-up to the same question from Marco City. So this new Bahamas Local Organization Committee, was this as a result of the issues that the Auditor General had brought out in their report for the Bahamas Games and the Carifta Games? Was this to correct those issues that was addressed in that Auditor General's report.
This is an innovative thinking minister who understands we have to move forward in life. You cannot continue to ad hocly put LOC together every time you're having a national event. So it only made common sense that we put a fixed LOC together, and then we don't have to be paying these different salaries, because we can now use the persons who are employed by the government and give a stipend, which will reduce the cost when we manage these type of events.
The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the minister, is it correct in concluding that all of these subventions, like for the National Art Gallery and also the Performing Arts grants, Dundas Center for the Performing Arts, are those all now being transferred to your colleague minister responsible for culture? Yes? Okay. So they have not been phased out? None of them, including the Dundas Center? Not at all?
Find that in the new head under the new culture ministry.
Minister, I aspire to, and I know you do, aspire to see our country become far more competitive within the region against Jamaica and, by extension, the world in track and field. We have some incredible athletes in this country, track and field athletes. But in looking at line item 2821103, subvention to elite athletes, Mr. Chair, the reality is that in Jamaica, there are no sacred cows, and I mean no disrespect when I say that. As an athlete, it does not matter if your name is Usain Bolt. If you do not participate in the Jamaican Nationals, you do not qualify for the Olympics. We have, for subvention, we have a substantial increase of almost, not almost, $600,000 year over year for subvention to our elite athletes. However, you know, Minister, that the participation of our elite athletes in qualifying events is not always a certainty, yet we still provide these subventions to these elite athletes, whether or not they participate as they are expected to do. What is being done to create greater accountability on the part of our elite athletes to mandatorily participate in our qualifying events like our nationals, to ensure that as a, in return for receiving these subventions, they do what they are expected to do in terms of meeting the terms of the subventions themselves?
Thank you, Long Island. There's a contract signed by every elite athlete as it relates to their conduct and what they should and can do as relates to receiving these funds. On top of that, each and every one of them have to give us a quarterly report with the expenditure of these funds. If they don't turn in those reports, then they don't expect to get their funds. So I think we have put all the mechanism in place that ensure that they show up when they should, meet the standard that they need to, and if they don't, there are circumstances that, allow us to do what we need to do as relates to moving them off the list. And that's in partnership with the federations from which they come from.
Respect, Mr. Minister. Sir, so it is correct to say that on some occasions we have had athletes who receive subventions who have been disqualified and therefore had those subventions withheld. Is that correct?
Most definitely.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I also want to give credit to you and your government for what I believe to be line item 2821211, the development of the national sport, which is regatta sloop sailing, which is very important to my constituency. I see that in fiscal year 2026-2027, there's a $500,000 allocation. Is that new money going toward the development of the sport in terms of trying to promote the youth in that sport, or what exactly is that $500,000 being used for?
Well, That 500,000 is being used to the development of the academy. That's been used for the development of the academy. We want to develop our sailing academy so that we continue to enhance our youth portion of the YAM. Also create a federation that would allow sailors now to be able to participate and organize events that will allow them to qualify to go and represent this country internationally to get to the highest standard where we once was with Sir Deward Nose and Cook.
Appreciate you, sir. Thank you for that. And so, for example, the Long Islanders, the sailing club, would they be able to make written requests to you under this line item to be able to secure funds to support the young sailors of Long Island?
Well, that's why we want to establish a structure where there's a federation like all sporting discipline. We got to understand this is our national sports now. So there's associations who reports to federations. The government only deals with federations. We don't deal with associations. But we will be meeting with all stakeholders as relates to sailing so that we can come together and have an idea how we will set up this federation so we could all be on one accord, and then they will know the line of precedents that they need to, approach as relates to receiving funding.
Okay.
Minister,
Chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you. Minister, with respect to the subvention program, are you supporting all categories of professional athletes, or has the program been varied to have a special program designed for certain categories of professional athletes? So, for example, a Carl Heel, who has just recently competed, won an additional title internationally, who I know is one of several persons who are in need of financial support. Under what program would he get support from the Ministry of Sports?
Well, Carl Heel is one of those athletes who was removed from the list by not performing at the standard that was required. He is now performing at that standard. We've received requests, several requests for him to be added, and hopefully he should be added into this new budget.
The chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, item 2821416, the National Sports Authority. Now, I know they do a lot of good work. I know that they got an increase from 3.5 to 4.5 million. And going to my first question earlier with the Bahamas Local Organizing Committee, with this additional $1 million, are they going to be doing extra projects or initiatives which I guess requires that increase? National Sports Authority, 2821416.
But we got to remember now, we just finished the baseball stadium. We were operating under a budget that does not include all the facilities, the upgrades of these new facilities, and how we can maintain these facilities. So therefore, as we continue to develop these facilities as world-class facilities, we have to ensure they have the money necessary to maintain them. We just don't want to build them and then it's destroyed because we don't invest in the maintenance of the upkeep of these facilities.
Thank you, sir. Question that I have to the minister, question I'm asking the minister, in relation to the local organizing committee that the minister has indicated is now permanent and not one that is only constituted when we have things like the World Relays. If this is a permanent committee, can the minister state whether there's any overlap between the Bahamas Local Organizing Committee and the National Endowment for Sports? Do they have the same individuals or no?
Bahamas National Endowment for Sports is the funding that is used to fund all the various different federations as relates for their national or local events. The LOC is in place to organize any local event that is held here that is internationally, or any, if I was reword that, any international events that comes here. For example, the Bahamas Basketball Federation will be played on July 3rd and 6th. So definitely they need someone who can help organize that. We just had a pony baseball. You needed someone to organize that. So as you see, which will add on to my Sports in Paradise and Sports Tourism, so you'll have a team on the ground fully prepared to work that straight through 24 hours, 24/7.
So who is the head of that local organizing committee?
Presently, that has been headed by the president of the Bahamas Olympic Committee.
Romel Knowles?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that information, sir. The next question I'd ask, sir, Carifta Games, of course, everyone associates that with a sporting event. The Carifta Games are no longer under your ministry. Has that been transferred to Seabreeze? That stays with you?
Sports. Carifta Sports.
Sports, right. So if Carifta Games falls under your portfolio, why is it that there is no allocation for it in this current fiscal year?
I did say earlier that when I spoke about the LOC, I said that's for the LOC and operation of the LOC and the Carifta Games, swim and track. I did say that.
Okay. Okay. Microphone? Okay. Sorry, yes, sir? You want to repeat that?
Yeah, I did say that the allocation of the 1.5 was for the operation of the LOC and the Carifta swim and track team, which will be traveling next year.
Okay. Minister, this is I don't have any further questions after this, but I'd just like to know, in your, for this particular head, just want to be if I could put on record, is the local organizing committee that is now given an allocation of 1.5 million, I suspect that everyone who's on the local organizing committee receives a stipend or is paid. The question that I have is, are these individuals selected by the minister, or is this where the federations actually vote for these individuals to serve in these particular roles?
No. These individuals are not selected by the minister. These individuals are appointed, and then based on the various sporting discipline that is being held, the federation then has as parts of its executive who also makes up this executive committee. Along with the PS, along with a representative from Ministry of Finance, along with the Director of Sports, like I said earlier, all of these individuals receive a salary from the government. And anybody else, there's only one person does not receive a salary from the government, that's the CEO, right? And so when an event takes place, that's the only time they get a stipend. Other than that, they receive the salary from the government.
Chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Minister, I'm wondering whether or not the ministry with responsibility for youth and sports, in conjunction with Ministry of Education, whether or not you are providing funding to, for example, in this coming budget, the National Lead Institute, the FOAM program in Grand Bahama, which I know that FOAM is supported heavily by the government in very practical ways, but the vision of FOAM in Grand Bahama, to the best of my knowledge, is not funded. So I'm just wondering whether or not you, in conjunction with the associated ministries, I know social services would be a natural partner, but so would the Ministry of Youth also be a natural partner for Institute Lead.
Member from Marco City, can you, sorry, not to intrude, can you give it's the acronym that you're giving, right? Can you give the whole name?
They're familiar with the National Lead Institute and FOAM. I probably pronounced it incorrectly. FOAM is the organization. Would those be organizations you'd be minded to support through the grants that you have?
Well, you know, we are there. Anything that helps with the empowerment and development of young people, whether it's through sports, whether it's just through giving young people a voice, and in the past, whether it's through culture. First of all, these organizations must ask. I know the Ministry of Grand Bahama has supported these organizations when they requested funding in the past. I can't go there and just ask everybody if they want money. They got to come to me. So if they ask, and definitely we understand what they're doing, and it's to continue empowering the young people, we there to serve and assist.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded that head 47B agreed. All those in favor? The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The line item for the National Sports Authority, that is 2821416, 416. Sorry, the line item for National Sports Authority, 2821416. Does that include the repair work to the new track stadium, or?
No, no.
which line item would that be included in?
All capital works is under the Ministry of Works.
And is there an estimate in terms of timeline as to when that will be done?
Well, actually, we must be reminded that the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium is being under construction under the Republic of China. So the government isn't paying $1 in that right now, but we are meeting on a consistent basis and getting updates on when that facility will be completely prepared and ready. We must remind my colleagues in here that we are getting ready to host World Relays, and so we are moving swiftly to ensure that that is ready in a timely manner. No, 28.
Sorry, and when is World Relays? So when do we anticipate we'll be ready?
World Relays in 2028.
So 2 years from now.
Yeah, everything in international competition takes a year or a year and a half in preparation. If you sit down and wait and think it can happen over 6 months, you will fail.
Yeah.
So so that goes back to the question of the track and the training of the athletes. When do you think the stadium will be ready?
Well, we are preparing the old TAR now on the what they call the 100 strip outside, and any other thing that is being done by the Chinese should be fine. We'll be ready by 2028.
It's been moved and seconded that Head 47 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 47 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Head 48 be agreed.
It is moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Killarney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions with relation to Head 48. The first relates to 2241211, cleaning and toilet supplies. I notice it's only $500 for the year. Is this something that is a global purchase now, or?
That may be the key. Yes.
I didn't hear. So,
Yes. It's been moved and seconded that Head 48.
my second question remains to the last line item on that, the merit award, 2821120, 1120. The last line item for Department of Labor.
Can you give the item number?
2821120. Is that an in-service merit?
Yes, it is, and it's based on the applications that have already come in and the deadline that has passed. Yes.
It has been moved and seconded that Head 48 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 48 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Head 49 be agreed.
It's been moved. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I wish to direct members' attention to page 144, 2521009, support for Small Business Development Center. I wanted to know whether or not those funds are strictly for operations, and what is the additional amount for programming and contributions to various enterprises. I'm sorry?
Item number.
252.
1009.
Yeah.
1009.
Small Business Development Center.
Yes, what appears here is for operations, and our understanding is that the SPDC has access to other funds. What we provide here is for operations.
Minister, please indicate what is the total amount that the SPDC has access to, and that the public can look forward to taking advantage of.
There is, I don't have the exact number, but there are, I can undertake to get it, but there are various programs that they do have include access to guarantees and some dedicated funds from other sources. Let me try and get it, and later on in the debate, I don't want to give an inaccurate number.
The chair recognizes the member for Kalani. Gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 211101, salary permanent and pensionable. There's a large increase. Do you have a number in terms of the amount of staff or whether that's salary increases?
That will be for the additional staff that is intended to populate this ministry, which we intend to have a more robust focus during this term.
I have a question with relation to 2251162, Blue Economy.
And it shows a negative number, and I'm advised that that is a posting error that the Treasury is correcting, and so we will provide the number, but it should not be a negative.
And can you also speak to the increase from 75,000 to 1 million?
This is because it's a new program, so the small amount at the beginning was for studies and sort of preliminary work, and now we expect more funds to be dispersed in the coming year.
With relation to 2281001, special financial transactions. It was 73,000 last year, and this year it's going up to 217,000. Is there an explanation?
Yes, this is related to the consumer protection, and as well the rent control board and the rent tribunal. It's our intention to be more robust in those things, including more price inspectors and more resources to the rent control board.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Chairman, back to this Blue Economy entry error. What is the correct figures? And will a written amendment be provided before this leaves for conclusion so that this budget can be passed with the accurate number?
Yeah, we're getting the accurate number. Approved, the budget is $4.3 billion, and this is 35,000. So it's really a small amount when you look in the scheme of things, but I'm getting the information from the Treasury now, apparently the...
Mike.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes, I'm getting the information. I've requested the information. Apparently it is a posting error. It's been corrected. I've requested information. But in respect of the overall impact, it is, pretty small, 35,000. But we've undertaken to get the information and the correct entry.
It's been moved and seconded.
Just one point of clarity, Mr. Chair. 2251337, operation of facilities or other services. I noticed that it increased from 9,000 to 132,000. Is there any specific reasoning for that?
Yeah, there's an economic planning unit that has been transferred from head 014, which is the office of the Prime Minister. And so that as well would, we have just an additional, when the question was asked about the salaries, the makeup of the ministry is a little different than it was last time. So there would be some more personnel in there because of some additional units that were brought in. Oh, sorry, another mic.
It's been moved and seconded that head 49 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Deputy.
Head 49 agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I now move that heads 51 through 55 Be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 51 through 55 be agreed.
Thank you. I'd like to ask.
The chair recognizes the member from Long Island.
I think the member for Central, Mangrove Key and South Andrews knows the question I'm about to ask. But seeing that the Ministry of Transport has decided to change the categories for motor vehicle inspections, moving from categorization of A, B, and C to one that has 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. In the process, adding this extra category means that motor vehicles, it used to be that Category A covered motor vehicles 5,000 pounds and under, and the total cost of the registration for those vehicles was the total cost of registration for those vehicles was $195 previously. Now you've changed Category A to vehicles that weigh 3,000 pounds and under. So persons who used to be under 5,000 are now penalized because they are no longer in the first category where they had that lower tiered fee. The question that I wish to ask through you, Mr. Chairman, for those persons whose vehicles are now between 3,000 and 5,000 pounds who are paying this extra amount, are they now paying $215 in total to license their vehicles, or are they paying $215 to license their vehicles in addition to a $35 inspection fee for a grand total of $250, which is $55 more under this particular measure than was previously the case? Could you say, sir?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, through you, I'll give a response to the, as he knows, the registration and inspection is separate, so they would be paying the registration fee and then a separate inspection fee. Yes.
Thank you for that, Minister. And the reason it's important, and I must say, Minister.
Highlight also the electric vehicles that went down to $125, so don't miss out that part also. Thank you.
You know, Minister, not many Bahamians are driving electric vehicles. You may want that to be the case.
Yes,
right?
it's, as my colleague said, it's encouragement and incentive for them to begin to use electric vehicles.
Well, as you know, Mr. Through you, Mr. Chair, and see, this is the reason, and I just want to say, I want to state for the record, sir.
And I hope you don't draw attention to the family islands, because now I see the movement of electronic vehicles in my island. So if Long Island has not picked up that pace, I suggest you do the same thing I did and encourage them
the charging
to go ahead and go to it.
Is the government, through you, Mr. Chair?
We have charging stations that are new facility in South Andros and also in Central Andros and in Mangrove Key.
Paid for by the government?
No.
Paid for by the government?
They made sure, yes, at the new gymnasium
You
that
see,
we had.
at the new gymnasium.
Yes.
See, I'm glad you say that, because the
And
reality
it was
is...
fought for by the Member of Parliament for Central, South Andros, and Mangrove Key. So I suggest you do the same, and I'll assist you in trying to get that down there. Thank you, Long Island.
No. I want to say this for the record. I really want to say this for the record, okay? I thought, member, that as minister, I thought you acquitted yourself very well, okay? Now, I don't have a problem giving credit where credit is due, but I'm talking about your contribution and whatnot. You seem to have quite a grasp of your ministry. Respect, all right? Having said that, you know, yeah, it's true. I cannot on my feet now ignore, you see, because when we govern, don't mind that I have a red tie on. I serve all Bahamians, all, okay? But this is a reality, though. This is a reality, and I need to own this. Because at a rally for the FNM prior to this election, it was unfortunately said that had we won, we were going to fire people. That was not true, because it was meant that we would fire you all, and you wouldn't be here, but now you're here 33-8, and we didn't get to fire you, right? But here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. And as a family island member of Parliament, no, real talk. This is serious.
Member.
Mr. Chair, it is very difficult to make ends meet on a family island. As the leader of the opposition has said, and he tabled in this House, all right? I tried to table myself. It was said that I was going to be given to the Speaker's legal counsel. I didn't hear anything back. We have people who work for the Airport Authority in your constituency, member for Central Mangrove Key and South Andros, who have been given letters of dismissal. Thank you.
To him.
Please.
The Airport Authority runs the airport down in Fresh Creek, down in Mangrove Key, and down in South Andros. This member of parliament does not have anything to do with hiring or firing down there. And Mr. Chairman, through you respectfully, if he doesn't have anything to say about any number in this book again, I would not be responding to him, because he's bringing up everything else
Understood.
he shouldn't be bringing up right now.
Understood.
I answered you on the airport situation. I'm not going to answer you again on that,
Understood.
because I just told you who is responsible for that.
Thank you.
Chair.
Member, let's stay
The
with
reason I say that, the reason I say that, we are firing people. This government is firing people for no reason other than their perceived political persuasion.
Remember, the latitude again I've been giving.
So,
Please, let's stay focused
and I think
with
that's
51
wrong.
through 55.
Okay, and I'll go back to the point I make. The point is this. This entire, and I'm going back to the line item, sir. I'm going back, okay? He has said that this increase in Category A licensure fees of $55 per vehicle is an attempt to increase the number of persons who purchase electric vehicles. You said it's a policy.
No.
Okay?
That's not what he said.
Here is the point. Here's the point.
You think you sit in the line items with expenditures?
Yeah.
He could speak about anything else at a different debate. We need to stay focused in this house and not let him drag us down that road. Okay, Mr. Chairman?
No.
Thank you. If he doesn't have a line item to say, we need to move on.
Here's the reality. I'm speaking directly in responsibility. This is very important. Very important. This is hold on. He said this is a hold on.
Members,
This is a new tax.
Mr.
Chairman.
Members, give me a second.
Yes,
give me a second. Again, we have a number of heads to go through.
Yes, I understand.
So all I'm asking is that we stay relevant on heads 51 through 55.
Road traffic, Mr. Speaker, it is acknowledged by the member for Central, Mangrove Key and South Andros that this introduces a new tax, an increase in the tax to the Bahamian people for the licensure of vehicles that are under 5,000 pounds. It used to be they paid $195, but he is acknowledging that now they're paying $250. All I'm saying is, do not slip it in there and make it seem as though it's not a new tax. It is. You've added $55 to the registration or the licensure fee for persons with vehicles under 5,000 pounds. That's all. That's all.
That's noted. That's noted. It's been moved and seconded that heads 51 through 55 be accepted or as agreed. As many are in favor, please remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Heads 51 through 55 are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I now move that heads 56 through 58 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Direct your attention first to food security 225-1139. And wondered if the minister could just elaborate on what some of the initiatives are that would fall under this particular heading.
The chair recognizes the member for Centerville.
Well, honorable member, you know, food security is a very broad topic. Is all? You can hear me? But in particular, this would be addressing special projects such as the hydroponic and vertical farming that we're now undertaking. Funds have already been allocated for that. I know you sat in the position. The tilapia program is also the tilapia program. No, but honestly speaking, the member for Freetown. Yes. No, Marco City. But the member for Freetown can tell you quite clearly that we've rolled out, and I refer to him specifically only due to the fact that he was actually present at one of our signings for hydroponic farming and vertical farming. So we're looking to expand that, and we're looking to expand that throughout several of the family islands. Yeah.
So hydroponics and vertical farming, the two initiatives.
Marcus City.
Amongst many other initiatives that are being rolled out that I mentioned in my presentation. Additionally, we have also expanded our national swine and layer program. I spoke to it. There was an invitation extended to you, actually. I think you may have been otherwise engaged during the first or second week in May. But yes, so there were, yeah.
I thought I would miss it.
But,
the focus on what you were focused
but well, here you have it, and here we are. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually focusing on the exact same thing you were focused on when you invited me, which was campaigning. So the Golden Yoke program, what would be the, two things about it. What would be the total amount that you would say to date that you've been able to spend on the Golden Yoke? And then have you moved the figures from the program into the Golden Yoke Authority? Is that the reason for those figures?
I'll answer that in the reverse. Yes, it has been moved into the authority, and I can get back to you in short order with an actual figurative amount.
Is that likely to be during the debate before the evening is over?
I'll do my best.
Okay, wonderful. With respect to one of the points you made around food security, again, going back to 2251139, is that you've been able to experience an 8% total growth in agriculture or reduction in imports. Am I quoting correctly?
Actually, it was a reference made from the Bahamas National Statistical Institute.
Right.
I spoke to an increase in the industry by an increase of 21%, which was the largest in over a 33-year period.
Right. So that would be...
I shared that document with
Right,
you.
so is it safe to then say the 21%, is that the same as saying that 21% of what we are now paying through imports, we are now producing? So 21% of $1 billion is what we are now producing. That's what I was unclear on.
No. Yes,
Sorry?
No, it does not necessarily follow that. I think their report is quite specific as to what they're speaking about, and I shared that report with you. They do not speak directly to the food import. However, the national census, national crop schedule, another initiative that I spoke to, which is now being rolled out from BAMSI, will go directly to reducing the food import bill by 22%. And I can share further information with you on that if you care to.
Are you in any position to say what is the percentage decrease in the food import bill from the $1 billion?
Not at this time, but I can certainly undertake to provide you with that information.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that heads 56 through 58 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair recognizes. Those who are in favor remains. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much. With respect to marine resources, one of the persistent complaints by fishers throughout the country is the incursion or the resurgence of poaching in Bahamian waters. Something closely related to that it has been the increase in numbers of persons from the Dominican Republic that are now on fishing vessels. So I wanted to understand whether or not the minister's kept statistics in terms of what might have been the increase.
Member, can you provide that line item?
No, he understands the question that I'm asking, so if you'd give me an opportunity to ask it. So I wanted to get a sense from you. Have you kept statistics with respect to the number of Dominican divers and engineers that are now on Bahamian vessels?
Are you electing the answer, member?
But you're asking if we have?
No, I do know that.
Yes.
We have. I'm asking whether or not we have a sense of the number of Dominicans that are on Bahamian vessels.
As a matter of fact, no. It's a very peculiar question because if there is anybody that actually has non-Bahamian citizens or, as you say, Dominican fishers on their boats, then that should be reported to us. And if you are aware of it, please share that information to us.
So you are saying none. That's
no,
correct?
I said,
No, he said not aware.
To the best of your knowledge, it's none.
He's not aware. That's what he's saying.
Honorable member, what I'm saying to you is, if there are persons other than Bahamian citizens, or in particular, Dominicans, as you put it, operating illegally, please share that information with us, or as I saw you did the other day, with the police, and then with us in that order.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I recall when serving in that ministry, there were attorneys that made representation on behalf of persons who thought that they should be on vessels. At that time, they were on other permits, work permits or spousal permits. Can you say whether or not, are you able to say whether or not those persons are now?
The chair recognizes the member for Yamakro.
Mr. Chairman, the member is recognized.
The chair recognizes the member for Yamakro on the point of order.
If we allow this line of question, I think that the member for Senate, in answering this particular line item already in a different way, has went beyond the scope of what this exercise is supposed to be. For us to continue to go down this line, we're turning it into a debate.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with line items that the member can identify. So I'd ask that we proceed.
Thank you, member. As I asked the member, are you going to answer, or have you answered as far to the best of your knowledge? Thank you.
So I'd like to thank the minister, and just to say to your colleague to the right that you're more than capable of managing your portfolio, and I appreciate you for not seeking to stifle completely the debate as your colleague is. Yes.
It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Thank you. To member for Centerville. Got to keep saying it. St. John's College Giant. Sir, question I'd like to ask of you. Line item 225-1125, Planning, Research, and Development. $70,000 was allocated for fiscal year 2025-2026, and it's decreased to $50,000 in this fiscal year. That's on page 162.
Can you state the line item number? Line item number.
Line item number 225-1125. Department of Marine Resources, head 58, page 162.
Head 58.
Yes? Yeah. So the question that I have, member for Centerville, since we are allocating funds for planning, research, and development, are you able to say, as Minister of Agriculture, who happened to serve in the same role in the last term, and again, credit being due, great job the other day with your farmers market that was across the road. I thought that was excellent, sir. The question that I have to ask you is, if we're spending $20,000 less than was allocated in this new fiscal period than was allocated for the last fiscal period, $0 of that $70,000 allocated last fiscal period was spent, none of it. The question that I have for you, the same line item, $70,000 was allocated for planning, research, and development, 225-1125. Head 58. Head 58. We are, because you went as far as incorporating.
Yeah, the range is 56 through 58.
Yes. You all want to get through this quickly, so you all gave a range. Yeah, head 58. So the question that I have, and again, I think this is a very, I'm listening.
Project. That was in relation to the sea turtle, a blue economy project. Your colleague, the honorable member for Marco City, there was actually a black folder in the office that spoke to it. So that was for a specific project, not generally. And so that project.
So it started by the leader?
No, I didn't say it was started. He is aware of it because it was also an issue at the time that he sat in the chair. We just actually conducted the project as it relates to the sea turtle.
You say you conducted the project, but in this past fiscal period, you spent none of the allocated funds. Right? You spent zero.
No, remember, I'm not following, I'm not following you on. Following you
No,
on.
okay, respect, I understand. All I'm saying is, you're saying that you conducted this research. You said it's research in relation to the sea turtles, all right? $70,000 was allocated for the Blue Economy Initiative, but zero of those allocated funds were spent. And so the question that I have is, and this gets back to the question posed by, are you missing that? You don't see what I'm talking about?
Oh, the study is done. It's completed.
Oh, so it's completed prior to the 70,000 being allocated?
So why you reallocate?
Why did you reallocate the 70,000?
Or 70,000?
And then you allocate 50,000 for this upcoming fiscal period. So if it's finished, why are we allocating funds for something that's no longer in train?
To hold the line.
Yes, and for any subsequent offshoot that may have stemmed from that. But if you look at it, you can see that the project itself, and that's why I made specific reference to the fact that that was for that particular project, and that is done. And so, no, I mean, it's clear as day. And so, as indicated, for any offshoot, no, what he is indicating is, exactly, and we are actually holding the line, as indicated, for any subsequent project that may follow as a result of our previous findings.
Just like the medicinal cultivation.
The chair recognizes Long Island.
Mr. Chair, it's very important. We have a line item for planning, research, and development. And I want to touch on something raised by the leader, which is very important. What are we doing to research the impact of poaching and the presence of permanent residents in the fishing industry as it relates to their impact on either the loss of revenue for Bahamian fishers or the level of participation by permanent resident fishers in the fishing industry?
Yes. As indicated, well, let me start off by saying this, member for Long Island. What we have done through the onset of the Marine Action Plan in conjunction with Wild Aid and BNT and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force is we've launched not one, not two, but 3 dragnet operations. You may not have been in this honorable house when the first 2 were actually activated, but they are known as Operation Red Dawn 1 and 2, to which we were commended by the honorable member for Marco City for that, because IUU is also something that is passionate to him. But to speak specifically to that classification of recording, at this time I'm unable to speak to that specifically. But we have launched for the very first time in the Department of Marine Resources those dragnet operations, which actually resulted in 3 court matters. The most recent one resulted in the seizure of a 65.6-foot fishing vessel, also resulted in the ban of those individuals who participated illegally from fishing again, or from even being allowed to fish or operate anywhere near the marine resources of this country. They also actually were able to source drugs, firearm, ammunition, etc., as a result of that operation as well. And also for the very first time in the history of this country, they were our partners, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. But to your point, Long Island, as you say, it was a very serious question and very important. For the very first time, the Supreme Courts in our country actually issued a 6-figure fine in relation to said events.
To this point, I would like, respectfully, since we have a line item in the budget that speaks to research, planning, research, and development, I would like a study to be conducted, respectfully, to talk about the economic impact of poaching on our fishing industry, right? And having said that, especially since you have a line item that currently allocates $50,000 for this purpose. Secondly, can you say, Minister, can you say whether the threatened 12.5% tariff by U.S. government on our fishing exports, crawfish, as you know, 3/4 of our crawfish exports are destined for the United States. Currently, the tariff is 10%. It's threatened to go up to 12.5%. Do you know whether the measures taken that are incorporated in these compendium of bills to prevent that increased tariff, can you say to this House now, sorry? No, I didn't say how you can prevent. Can you say whether the measures taken to try to prevent that increase in the tariff are bearing any fruit? Can you say whether that is?
We're in primary stages at this time, and as you say, it's a threat. And after consultation through consultant Gregory Bethel with various stakeholders, the BMEA, persons like Mr. Malis, who actually spoke about it last week in one of our local reads, you will see that they will have positive impact in the event that it does become necessary.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the heads 56 through 58 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Heads 56 through 58 have been agreed.
Now move that heads 60 through 66 be agreed.
Do I have a second? It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under head 60, page 164, item 224-1260, Health and Wellness Program. You've allocated $1.5 million. To date, you've only spent, well, not to date, but for the first line item, 224-1260. Health and Wellness Program. You've allocated $1.5 million. That has been decreased now to $1 million. For the first 9 months, you've only spent $374,000. Can you state why? Have you found it? Head 60? Yeah. Health and Wellness Program. Can you state why the decrease in the allocation and why we've only been able to spend $374,000 on such a important program?
Chair recognizes the member for Tall Pines.
Bahama. The allocation that you're looking at is for the months of July to March. I assure you that that amount will be much higher than is depicted here in this line. And we reduced the item by $500,000 for many reasons. One, the initial program required excessive training for staff members. And after the first year, in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization, we have developed a team that we feel is capable now to start our programs in connection with programs associated with CARICOM. So your first part of the question, as of July to March, you see $374,000, but I assure you that will be a higher number. I can't give you the exact amount, and the $500 deduction is definitely associated with the fact that a lot of the training and preparation is now completed, and we will be partnering with the private sector as we move forward for full implementation of the health and wellness program.
The same page, 164, 225-1123. 225-1123, Catastrophic Health Service, where there was an allocation of $12 million. We are pleased to see that the allocation has been increased to $14 million. But why have the funds, in terms of the first 9 months, we've still only seen a 7 million spent? And I'm sure that the need is is a great, great need, even beyond what has been allocated. So can you explain sort of why we haven't spent the monies?
Member for Stall Pines.
East Grand Bahama, that line is oversubscribed. I assure you that the line is depleted, and with in-depth negotiations with the Ministry of Finance and the great need in the country, I'm pleased to report that we were able to get about 1.9 million more, which is still inadequate, by the way, because the demand on the line supersedes its ability to supply. But it's a move in the right direction, and it foreshadows what is to come with national health insurance, catastrophic health insurance. And so this is a good period for us because we're learning how to manage these resources and spend the money effectively by partnering with institutions abroad where sometimes we could get at least 3 for 1. And so it's been a very interesting experience, but I want to thank the Ministry of Finance for the extra 1.9 million and the fact that the line item is depleted. No, it's finished. It's no more money in the line. We're waiting for money now.
So this is not accurate?
No, well, this is only from July to March. I'm telling you from then to now, the line item is depleted.
So it's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Minister, member for Tall Pines, Minister of Health. You raised this in your contribution, this particular line item talking about catastrophic healthcare services. You say that it's oversubscribed, you've exhausted all the funds, the $12 million that were allocated for this past fiscal year, and you were granted an additional almost $2 million by the Ministry of Finance. Fantastic. However, are you able to say what is the percentage of persons who apply for this benefit, this help? What percentage of persons who apply are actually granted the help that they need? And I say that because the other evening on the news was a very heartbreaking story about a single mother. I think her name, the young girl's name is Kendith Higgs, out of Grand Bahama. And the mother has been dealing with the care of her daughter. Her daughter is now 20 years old, since she was an infant. And she's exhausted, completely exhausted her health care and her insurance, okay? I think $2+ million have been exhausted. Now, after having all of that money used up, she is now basically at the mercy of the government and trying to appeal for just the same type of help. My question to you is, what percentage of persons who need this help are receiving it? And in your estimation, what percentage of your needs does this allocation meet?
Thank you so much, Long Island. Is a good question. As far as the lady you mentioned, it was brought to my attention by the member for Marcos City. We have been working very closely with all members of Parliament who have constituents who are in great need for support, particularly with life-saving and life-threatening procedures. I thought we did a relatively good job. There's some individuals who I'm unaware of, but for those who are listening to me who suffer from serious life-threatening and life-saving conditions, all you have to do is apply to the Ministry of Health by way of your physician and sometimes by way of your member of Parliament. And once it gets to me or one relevant member of my team, we work closely with them to get the necessary quotes associated with the various surgeons or physicians that would be providing the care. And we work with the family to the best of our ability to lend support. I'm certain that there are other individuals out there that we are unaware of. Sometimes I see cases with GoFundMe. Once I'm able to get in contact with the individuals, we do partner with them. But this is a very strategic line item. It has nothing to do with politics, but it is strictly to help those in need. And it's difficult to say because I can only tell you that since this line item was put in place, we have helped hundreds of Bahamians who would have not had means to survive or even have access to this type of expensive care. But I hear your question. I'm unable to give you an exact percentage because in our public health care system, a lot of life-saving and life-threatening procedures are done through the public system. But there are some times when certain things in the public system are not available and you need care from private facilities or facilities abroad. And this is what this line item does. We come to their rescue to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Response, Minister, a member for Tall Pines. Sir, I refer your attention to line item 224-1203, drugs and vaccines. Allocated amount of $1.5 million in fiscal year 2025-2026. That amount has been decreased by 50% for fiscal year 2026-2027. I also draw your attention to an advert that was recently circulating publicly from the prescription parlor pharmacy that said, important notice to our valued patients, the drugs on this list, the National Prescription Drug Plan, are currently out of stock. Minister, can you please advise the public why is it that they are experiencing these medication shortages? What is being done to address those shortages?
Two-part question. I would answer the second part first. For the member for Long Island. The procurement process that takes place in the Ministry of Health and the Public Hospitals Authority allows private sector groups to bid on contracts for the provision of medications that fall, in most cases, under the chronic drug prescription plan. And so if I'm a provider who are responsible and I cannot access the medication through the supplier, there could be a relative shortage. And so this was clearly articulated by a press release by the National Insurance Board, which clearly indicated that these shortages are as a result of supply chain issues. Immediately, the Ministry of Health comes into full effect. If there's a specific drug A that is unavailable, there are many different types of the same class of drugs. And so a lot of people will show up to the clinic and ask for a brand name that is not available. We are now making sure that our healthcare facilities indicate to that individual, well, this is a substitute, and we work along with the physicians to ensure that they have the care that they need. The second part of the question is why there is a reduction. There's a reduction of, this is vaccines. With the vaccines. That reduction is not a line item shortage, but that amount has been forwarded to line 66, which is the public hospitals department. Okay. Head 66, yeah, sorry. Head 66.
And sir, can you say where the prescription drug plan, is that coming strictly under National Insurance head or under which head is that? The prescription drug program?
The chronic prescription drug program was originally nested in National NIB. It is now moved by way of Head 60 to the chronic drug prescription plan was moved to the National Health Authority. Okay, and so that line item now is with NHI.
And that particular, can you give me the exact line item, sir? Is that the 2511210?
You go into NHI, National Health Insurance.
Okay.
You'll see that the line item jumped from 48 million, and you'll see an increase to 72 million. The amount for that was about 18 million that is now vested in that line item, and the balance is an increase to make sure that we're in a better position to handle many of our doctors who are part of the plan to cover the shortfall that existed with bringing on new facilities and new physicians. And that was said in the last budget cycle where some payments were delayed.
Yes. Okay, so Minister, thank you for that explanation. So this additional 24 million approximately is not only to ensure that you have the drugs that are needed by the patients who are part of the plan, but also to pay physicians who are providers under the plan. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is we moved the chronic drug prescription plan from NIB to NHI. There was an allocated amount somewhere between, it can go from anywhere from 18 million to 24 million. That is now with NHI where it's supposed to be. Now NHI has the capability for consultation, lab and diagnostics, and medication. And that is vested in there. We're in the process of amalgamating those three services through NHI, and now NIB is still partially managing that program, but very shortly it will be completely decoupled and be under the full remit of NHI. That process is not complete. The movement of the funds is the next step. And now you will begin to see when the procurement processes are completed and NHI has the ability to complete their procurement, it'll be completely vested in NHI, and you will have a one-stop shop where patients who have NHI will be able to see the doctor, have lab and diagnostics, and have medication, and it will eliminate the two pharmacies that exist in our public health care facilities, and it'll be amalgamated underneath one pharmacy.
Thank you, Minister. Got you on all of those things. Final question. In relation to the clinics on the Family Islands, many of my constituents, as you know, we have an aging population on Long Island. Many of them go to the clinics for medications that are supposed to be available to them. And unfortunately, these medications, when they go to the clinics, are not available. What is being done by the Ministry of Health, your ministry, sir, to address these deficiencies so that when people go, they are actually able to access the life-saving medication that they need? Because the reason this is so important is these are persons now who, in order to obtain these medications that they otherwise should be able to get, they're having to go to private physicians, and the costs are extraordinary.
Thank you so much. In our last term in office, we have been working on the issues associated with logistics of moving medication from our central unit here in New Providence by way of mailboat services to all of our clinics throughout the Family Islands, which is about 90 clinics. I want to beam right into Long Island. As you noted in the line item before, you notice $500,000 was moved from line item 60 for drugs and vaccines to 66, which is the Department of Public Health. The reason why it was moved to the Department of Public Health, it'll help us to procure medications and prevent these delays that exist, because the Department of Public Health is completely different from the Ministry of Health. It's another unit. And so all of this is to create the efficiencies to allow us to be able to be more effective in having these medications delivered from our central processing unit to our clinics in the Family Islands. And I believe with these moves that we're doing, we should be able to do a better job and to improve the delays that impact lives and quality of healthcare services in the Family Islands.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 165, line item 282-1112, head 60, 282-1112, UWI Medical School grant. The allocation has remained the same, $500,000. But for the first 9 months, only $132,000 would have been spent. In 2024, $200,000 would have been spent. Any reason why these funds have not been fully exhausted? Why we seem to only be spending a certain level of them? I'm assuming that you still have just as much medical school students who want to apply for this grant. Is there an issue as to, or limitation as to why you're not being able to spend the $500,000?
Mr. Chair, to East Grand Bahama, the funds have been exhausted. All of the funds have been exhausted, and the medical school, as a matter of fact, early next week or week after, I'll be signing a new memorandum or MOU with UWI Mona to address a lot of the issues associated with the medical campus here in New Providence. We are looking at this line item because we believe that we're going to have to increase this. And this new MOU will point us in the direction that we need to go. But as far as the stipends and the associated scholarships associated with the University of the West Indies Medical School, the first 3 years in the medical school, the scholarships are issued based on merit. Okay, so you apply based on merit. There is a limited amount of scholarship for our brightest students who can get a scholarship ride from year 1 to 3. But what we have done, because of the demand for physicians in the country, for those individuals at the University of the West Indies School of Medicine who make it into year 4, we provide subventions, complete subventions for their tuition for year 4 and 5. Because that is the most expensive part of the medical training, is the clinical rotations. And we, as a government, decided to pay for every student from the University of the West Indies who make it to year 4 and 5 and cover them as part of our plan to ensure that we have enough doctors matriculating out of the system to be able to address the needs of the country.
To that, and thank you for that response. But if our drive is to make sure that we have additional doctors, and there is a great need for additional doctors and additional nurses, why would we, or have you considered to open up the first 3 years to add additional doctors and incentivize additional Bahamians to go into the medical field? Have you considered to be able to open that up to allow even more Bahamians to access this because of the great need that we have of doctors and nurses?
Thank you so much, East Grand Bahama. We looked at that option. The failure rate in the medical school for complete subvention is very high between year 1 and year 3. Because the failure rate is that high, and these are subventions, these are not paid scholarship, the loss to the government was extremely high. The second thing with the University of the West Indies, our initial strategy was when there was only Mona. We have a medical school, a full 5-year medical school in Barbados. We have a full 5-year medical school in Trinidad, and so the demand for students going into the medical program supersedes the government allocation because we have to train nurses, we have to train allied healthcare professionals, and so we have 3 medical schools at the University of the West Indies now rather than 1. The medical school that's here is only the clinical rotations, but I want to let the Bahamian people know that in our MOU, what we are about to discuss, we are thinking about creating our own medical school, another campus of the University of the West Indies in the Bahamas, as we move swiftly to complete our healthcare campus in Grand Bahama and the new hospital here in New Providence. It has to be a complete teaching hospital in order for its 10-year survival rate to be effective. And anyone who understands healthcare, the more teaching you have in your hospital, the better quality of care that is delivered because it's focused on an academic environment. So we have strategies that we're planning to expand medical training in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But because of the size of the Princess Margaret Hospital and the Rand Memorial Hospital, which is not classified as a complete tertiary healthcare facility because it has an MOU with Princess Margaret for certain types of services, we are definitely planning to expand our medical footprint in the Caribbean on completion of our healthcare facility in Grand Bahama and the one here in New Providence.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 60 through 66 be agreed. All right.
Before you leave that, Minister.
The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Yes. So in relation to line item 2821222, Bahamas Cancer Society, Minister, can you indicate the $7,500 allocation? What exactly is that allocation for?
The allocation is specifically what it is. It says it's for the Cancer Society. That is not cancer care. That is not cancer registration. That is not cancer education. A lot of that takes place within the ministry, and we are expanding our cancer footprint throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to educate, to train, early detection in our clinics, more diagnostic facilities to address early detection for breast cancer, for cancer of the prostate, colon rectal cancer, cervical cancer. All of these things fall under the Department of Public Health as a preventative measure to early detection, and we work with the Cancer Society. So this is just a grant to them, not for programs.
I ask that question, Minister, is, as you know, I'm pretty certain you know, that the Cancer Society is undergoing a capital project right now where they're building an extension to the existing facility. That's how high the demand is, particularly for people from the Family Islands who are afflicted with cancer, and they come to New Providence to receive the care to try and maintain their lives. And their families are, of course, significantly impacted economically as a result. The Cancer Society has been bridging the gap significantly. Therefore, the question that I have for you is, if they are undergoing this capital improvement project, and we know many people on the Family Islands are having to come here to stay at the Cancer Society building, do you believe that $7,500 is a fair amount for the government to be providing a subvention to the Cancer Society?
Long Island, the 75. No, 7,500. He's absolutely right. This is a contribution. We do a lot of partnership work with the Cancer Society. Now, as far as their building is concerned, they do assist many Family Island cancer patients who come, and they allow them to stay in the building free of charge. They provide ports for them. They do a lot of beautiful things for this group. But I want to let you know that I will be in close collaboration with them to see exactly where some of their shortfalls are. I know that the private sector partnered with them tremendously. But as the minister, and I understand the great need, I've met with them before. I'm willing to meet with them to listen to their concerns, because cancer is a major issue in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And if we could do more, I would be the first one to fight to try to get them more.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under head 66, I'm not sure the line item. Head 66.
60 through 66.
Yeah. The morgue in Grand Bahama. Can you give us an indication as to when that project is going to be completed so that the people in Grand Bahama can understand when the morgue will be available for them to use?
Not in this line item, but since you asked, I could address it then, or you want me to address it now? All right. Well, in my presentation to the House, I indicated that the morgue facility in Grand Bahama was a very waxing thing for us. The supplier sent the morgue freezers that were bigger than was allocated for. There was a back and forth for them to take the loss. They conceded, and we found an individual who was able to customize it for us. I'm pleased to report that the 2 freezers are already installed, and we are moving expeditiously to complete that morgue facility and to complete the services for our pathology department at Durand Memorial Hospital. There was a delay. I concede to the delay, but the residents of Grand Bahama could rest assured that this project will be completed in the most shortest period. The contractor is on the job, and we are going to expedite and move quickly to bring this to a head, because it's very important for the Rand Memorial Hospital.
Tall Pines, I hear you. You didn't quite give us an indication as to when it is going to be completed. But
East Grand Bahama. I wish I could, but I don't want to call a date. It's probably, it's very short, because the work is almost completed. You can go and you can tour it because you'll see everything is installed. Well, but no later than no later than a month or two, according to the quantity surveyor.
Could you give us an indication of the health facility that is under construction in Grand Bahama? It seemed to have been under construction in Grand Bahama for an extensive period of time. Can you give us an indication as to when you anticipate that will be completed so that the people of Grand Bahama can actually utilize it?
In the capital line item, you will see where the funding for that hospital or that healthcare facility campus is now vested in a private loan facility by way of CIBC. Me and the Minister of State, the member for St. James, went to Grand Bahama. We met with the quantity surveyor. We met with the contractor. We met with some of the suppliers, and we had subsequent communication with the Beck Group that is leading the charge for the planning for that facility. After that meeting, I was told that by April of next year, the Part 1A and Part 1B of that facility would be completed. And this year, you will see where there would be requests for proposals as it relates to the multi-story tower that will be constructed. Our owner's rep is Veritas Consultants. They are the ones who represent the government to interface between the banker and the healthcare planners and the contractor. And I feel confident that now that the financing is completely solid and moving in the right direction, I believe the date of April of next year, you will begin to see many of the services that currently exist at the Rand Memorial Hospital transferred to that facility as we make way for converting the Rand Memorial Hospital into a geriatric and psychiatric facility with the same day surgery facilities for those two beautiful theaters that left behind. So I believe by April of next year, you will see real action. But I was there, and I was there about a week ago, and all of the long lead items have been ordered. The people of Grand Bahama will see where the ECP core will be put on place and the roof would be completed. But one of the things that is important with this facility, we were able to acquire an additional 20 to 30,000 square feet in the basement area of that facility that could be used in disaster relief and could be used for training for many aspects of training with any ministry in Grand Bahama.
On that, and you are assured or you are comfortable that as of April of next year, that you will have sufficient doctors and nurses and support staff in Grand Bahama to facilitate the opening of that facility in Grand Bahama?
For the member for East Grand Bahama, the minute as you break ground on any tertiary healthcare facility, you must start training. The Ministry of Health realized that whatever the budget is for a healthcare facility, 10% must move towards training. We are trained clinical nurses in Grand Bahama, 50 of them now, to prepare, and I think they have 1 or 2 more semesters. They will be ready for deployment into the facility. We are training specialty nurses. We are bringing in 2 new programs at UB that will supplement the midwife program that exists. We will do more emergency training. We have developed our PHA Academy. We are partnering with other colleges here in New Providence to begin to train our workforce. And the beauty about it is all these training programs are free. For any Bahamian who want to be a part of these programs, they're completely underwritten by the Ministry of Health as we begin to prepare our workforce, particularly allied healthcare workers and nurses. And then lastly, the training of doctors, postgraduate training. We have started that. We are starting to train doctors in Rwanda. We have some of our doctors being trained in South Africa. We are going into a memorandum of understanding with Turkey, and we are beginning now to train our healthcare resources to make sure that the manpower exists. And where the manpower is short, we'll have to be able to bring them in from other parts of the world until we catch up with what is necessary to provide these services adequately in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm, you are covering up to head 66, correct?
Yeah, 60 through 66.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, but I just want to be sure.
60 through 66.
The cafeteria at the hospital, can you confirm exactly what line item, whether it's under Public Health or Ministry of Health, which exact line item covers the cafeteria, sir?
The cafeteria repairs is covered in the capital works budget. We're not dealing with capital, but if you want me to answer it, I can answer it now. The Princess Margaret Hospital capital works revolves around the kitchen cafeteria and the legacy ward and the flooring of the theater, inclusive of the private medical ward. The funding is allocated not from government fundings, but from a bank loan via CIBC. And the funding is already in place. Very shortly, a contract will be awarded for the kitchen at the Princess Margaret Hospital. And the delay with the kitchen was not that the contract could not be awarded. In close proximity to the kitchen, there are sensitive medical wards. We have the pediatric maternity area. We cannot renovate and operate the area because of the noise, the dust, and the possibility of structural integrities. And so we have to move them out from that area in order to renovate. But the funding is allocated via CIBC loan. And so when you go into our capital line item, you'll see that the funding is not showing there because that money has already been allocated in our past budget by a bank loan, and it's not from the government line item.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I suspected it was a capital allocation, but as you know, many Bahamians are concerned with the fact that their loved ones are getting cold food in the hospital because it has to be transported to the hospital from external sources. Question that I have is, what is the value of that loan for the improvements to the kitchen? And what happens to the maternity and the, what are the two wards, maternity and pediatric? Okay, delivery. What happens to those patients that are going to be impacted? Where are they going to be relocated to?
In my budget presentation, I spoke about the government acquisition of Harborside Hospital. I'm pleased to report that it's already been purchased from Doctors Hospital. This is a 46. 46. It's a 46 bed. Okay, the actual cost, I can't remember, somewhere between 30 and 32 million. It's already been paid for. That facility will be handed over to us before the end of the month, and funding is already in place to renovate a section of that facility to create an urgent care facility that would supplement the activities from the accident emergency at the Princess Margaret Hospital. The bed space that is there is to assist us with the renovations of the Princess Margaret Hospital as we move patients to this facility, because we cannot renovate with the patients on the ward. We need to remove the patients in a secure area and renovate the facility. We did this move early when we renovated 100 beds at the Princess Margaret Hospital. We moved the patient to Doctors Hospital West. That was an expensive exercise, but it was something that we had to do, because when I came in, wide cross-sections of wards were completely inoperable. I had to get them operating. So we brought on 100 beds, and I had to move the patients out in order to renovate. This is our second move now. Our second move is to renovate the legacy unit, which is the eye ward, eye theaters, and the adolescent unit. And in order to do so, we need to be able to move patients, particularly with the kitchen, because the kitchen lies in close proximity to wards. And so I need to move them out, renovate them, put them back in, and the renovation of the Princess Margaret continues because it's a hospital that needs to be renovated and operate it simultaneously.
This is very enlightening, but it begs a question. My recollection, it might even be in the $40 million range for the purchase of the Harborside facility formerly owned by Doctors Hospital, right? So let's call it $40 million. Okay. Somewhere in the $30 million range then. Okay, understood. But that's a lot of money, almost $40 million. To relocate patients who are supposedly the subject of the construction of the new hospital for $200+ million in the Fort Charlotte constituency. The new hospital is supposed to be for women, infants, and children, right? It's a WIC hospital, right? So the question that I have is, we're spending $30-some million to purchase a facility where we're going to house women, infants, and children. No?
I cannot renovate a ward with the people on the ward. I need to move them from one healthcare facility to another. We do not have another healthcare facility, or we didn't have until we purchased Doctors Hospital. Before I moved them to Doctors Hospital West. Hospital West was my first move. When I learned what that cost, I realized it's better for me to purchase than to go there. And we made some really good decisions with this facility. And this facility will supplement the Princess Margaret Hospital accident emergency, and to be able to provide some additional bed space for the overflow that we currently have at the Princess Margaret Hospital. So I'm not buying this for maternity and child. I'm saying the renovations that I'm taking place is in close proximity to those two wards, and I can't renovate with them being there.
Understood. So, Minister, what is the intended use of the facility at Harborside after you've completed the renovations at the hospital?
The hospital was built in 1954. We did a study in 1999 that indicated we outgrew that facility. The Princess Margaret Hospital is too small for the Bahamian population. We need beds. And the more beds we have, the better will be our ability to take care of the Bahamian people. I could tell you this much, that in 1999, it was clear by a report, by the Dorset report, that we outgrew that facility for years. And it is this big question. We need to renovate the necessary wards, particularly the I ward and I theaters, so that we could create more bed space. So we need bed space. So it's a good move. It's being used to renovate, and on completion of the renovation, we will still have 46 bed and a 6-man dialysis unit, which is also important. And the beauty about this hospital is it's not a Florence Nightingale ward situation. We have a better infectious disease control criteria, which is also important for the services we need to provide at the Princess Margaret Hospital, and the list goes on and on. So it's an asset that was available, and we were very fortunate to purchase from Doctors Hospital to add to our complement of bed space we currently have.
So as a follow-up then, it is envisaged that there will remain an accident and emergency component to the Harborside facility after the renovations are done with the kitchen?
Renovating, as we speak, the Harborside facility to be able to accommodate and supplement the accident emergency at the Princess Margaret Hospital. When we purchased these facilities from Doctors Hospital, they built it for their model. We are converting it for what we want to do in our public health care system. So I'm renovating that facility to have it as an urgent care facility where Bahamians can go to this facility and access services. We are putting digital x-rays, we're putting CT scans, we're modifying that facility to supplement the work that we're doing at the Princess Margaret Hospital. That will continuously take place after the renovations as done at the kitchen in close proximity.
What is the value of the loan for the renovations to the kitchen? You didn't answer that question.
Renovation loans, there was $75 million that was borrowed from CIBC. Of the $75 million, A portion of that was allocated for the completion of the Freeport Health Campus. A second portion of it was designed for the renovations of the Princess Margaret Hospital, which is inclusive of the operating theaters, the legacy ward, which is the I ward, I theater, the adolescent unit, and the old area, which is below, which was the old I ward, but that is going to be renovated to the new dialysis unit. And so it's a loan facility that incorporates many aspects of capital works, and not just Grand Bahama, but areas of the hospital itself. So it's broken into pieces. I don't have the exact amount what the kitchen is. I don't have the exact amount which is for the dialysis unit. I don't know the exact amount for the I ward and the I theaters, as well as the complete renovation of the flooring for the theaters. But the total loan for it all is around $75 million, and the money is already in our possession.
When we talk about all of these borrowings, you know that the morgue at the Princess Margaret Hospital, there are many challenges with it, such that when people go to view their deceased family members, oftentimes they're not even given access inside because of the challenges facing it. I'd like to know, you talk about all of these borrowings. What is being done to improve the morgue at the Princess Margaret Hospital?
On coming to office in 2021, in the heart of COVID, I met something that was very disturbing to me. So the first set of renovations that took place at the Princess Margaret Hospital by me as minister was to the morgue. We have renovated what we could at the morgue. We are definitely not able to sustain what we're doing in our pathology department and our morgue facility strictly at the Princess Margaret Hospital. The new facility that we're proposing, which is the new one that we're building, has a reference morgue for mass casualties. And so that particular hospital have other components. It will be the complete diagnostic hub for all tertiary healthcare facilities in New Providence, and it will have a reference morgue. God forbid we have another pandemic. We don't want the remains of our loved ones stack up like meat. We want to be able to take care of the remains, and so we will have the first reference morgue ever constructed in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas at that site.
Thank you for that thorough response, Minister. And this is my final question to you on this matter. So we are borrowing, the contribution in this budget is $20 million to the construction of the new facility of which you speak. And yes, and the new hospital from this budget, contribution towards the construction of it. No, I said the contribution in this budget. Or we'll wait until we get to that. We'll wait. Oh, no problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. I understand. I know, but you were.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this question may be under on page 170. It may be under building maintenance, as well as it may be under grounds maintenance or operation of facilities. No, I'm saying the question may be under one of these line items, but the question is...
What's the line number? What's the item number?
Item number 2251302, page 170, or 2251310, grounds maintenance, or it may be 2251337, operation of facilities, head 66. So here's the question. That's what I was trying to get to. The question is, at some point, I think in either last year or year before last, there was an issue in the Ran Hospital where in the back of the facilities, there were these photographs that were being circulated with waste materials in these plastic bags and so on. And there was an issue with the disposal of the medical waste. Has that situation been resolved? And I believe it was also a question of whether there was someone in Grand Bahama who was qualified to be able to dispose it, or whether someone had to come from Nassau to be able to resolve that issue. Can you say that that issue has been resolved, and can you say how the issue has been resolved?
Thank you so much, East Grand Bahama. The issue with medical waste and the responsibility of the Grand Bahama Port Authority for disposal of all waste in Grand Bahama is an issue that is still not resolved. Under the Hawksbill Creek Agreement, they are responsible for the disposal of waste. We have been in discussion with the company that has been hired by the Port Authority to dispose waste about purchasing an incinerator and for us to go into a contractual agreement with them. That's one area. As it stands now, the current incinerator at Durand Memorial Hospital has been downgraded and declassified because the emissions was not conducive to the environment. So people say, well, why don't you disintegrate the waste? You can't, because the current one is not good. And so we have two options now. Should I put an incinerator at the new Freeport Health campus, or should I complete the agreement with the company that is responsible for waste? But as it stands now, all waste is secured, packaged, and shipped for disposal in New Providence. And so that what you saw there, it's unfortunate because it was unnecessary. I saw the pictures up there, and it was more than what it had to be because it was in a transition. It is what it is, and it is resolved. That problem don't exist as we speak, but the waste is shipped to Nassau in containers, but I'm waiting to resolve the issue whether we will go into an MOU with the waste disposal company in Grand Bahama. But under the Hawksbill Creek Agreement, they are responsible for all waste, including medical waste.
Sure.
Specifically,
the chair
for my-
recognizes Long Island.
Yes, sir, thank you. For my constituents, under head 66, line item 221-1101, air transport of persons within the Bahamas. I assume that that particular line is the transport of employees of the Department of Public Health throughout the Bahamas, meaning doctors, nurses, et cetera. That's line item 2211-101. That's page 169, head 66. 2211101. Air transport of persons within the Bahamas. Is that transport of doctors, nurses? That's for staff? Okay. The question that I have as a follow-up, the very next line item, emergency flights. What I'd like to know is, you have people on the Family Islands and they pay subscriptions to MASA for evacs, medical evacs, right? And that can be quite costly. The question I have for you, sir, is if we're allocating this year $3.794 million, last year we allocated $3.3 million, how are these funds accessed by members of the public? Meaning, if they need an emergency flight, they don't have MASA, do they make application to you as Minister of Health to be able to pay for these emergency flights for their loved ones?
Emergency flights are constantly going up in cost, and the cost for transport is a challenge. There is a protocol in place throughout the Family Islands that is tied in with our hospital administrator in the Family Islands, the physician who is responsible for care, to make the assessment of whether an individual needs to be airlifted. Once that is made, a request goes to the family for support financially. There's been no one who has been left behind under our protocols for any emergency flight that is life-threatening that is left in the country, in any of our Family Islands. And so it's something that 90% of the time is underwritten by the government. But there are individuals who could afford the airlift. And so we make the request to the family, can you afford to pay it? Some people go into a payment plan. But if you do not have resources, you're never left behind. We do not leave sick patients who need intensive care or emergency medical care on the Family Island. They don't exist. There's a protocol in place that revolves around the doctor, the air ambulance, whether or not they're classified as level 1, level 2. All of these things are worked out, and we move very swiftly. We cannot leave patients who need emergency medical care at a primary health care facility.
Mine? Mr. Chairman,
This is for Bahamian nationals, correct? Who need evacuation from a family island to New Providence, not outside of the country. Is that correct?
When you're talking about emergency airlift,
Domestic, right?
the way how it goes, you go from a primary facility to one of our accident emergency and into our intensive care, where the arrangement works with foreign airlift. Unregistered or foreign aircrafts are not eligible to be airlifting patients from our family islands under the civil aviation rules. That has to be done by a local carrier. There's a few exceptions to the rules. A couple of weeks ago, we had an emergency situation in Bimini. My plane was on the ground to airlift the child to New Providence. The family asked for support to take the child directly to the United States. We agreed to it. And most of the times, this is done by local carriers, the local air ambulance teams in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
It's been moved and seconded that the heads 60 through 66 be agreed. All in favor, remain seated. All opposed, stand. Heads 60 through 66 are agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 67 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 67 be agreed. All in favor, remain seated. All opposed, please stand. Head 67 has agreed.
I move that head 70 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 70 be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for Kaladi.
As the day was making too much noise behind me. With relation to item 211-2103, I notice that the housing allowance.
Can you confirm the item number again?
211-2103. The housing, just wondering where it moved. Is there? 70, yes.
Chair recognizes the member for Golden Gate.
So it is noted in Head 70 that 211-2103, 211-2112, 211-2115. There's no funding because there are no officers in post that would need to receive housing allowance, transport and mileage allowance, or responsibility allowances.
2 budgets ago, permanent secretaries got a housing allowance? No? Okay. With relation to the Registrar of Unions, 2821401. Has this office been fully populated? Is it fully?
A new location, a larger team, building capacity, and more oversight. So this office is fully composed now, and that represents this line item, which is provision for operational expenses.
A new location, where is it now?
Street.
It's been moved and seconded that head 70. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 177, to the very bottom of that page, item 2821632, 2821632, Special Project Unit, $50,000. That seems to be a new line item, or it was moved from one place to the next. Can you sort of explain what that's for?
Special Projects Unit helps with, we have a number of special projects that are under our remit now. The National Productivity Task Force was one of them. We also looking to ratify some more conventions. We also are working on more public consultation. In particular, I speak to the livable wage. So all of these would fall under our special projects line item.
It's been moved and seconded that head 70 be agreed. All in favor, remain seated. All opposed, please stand. Head 70 is agreed.
Head 72 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 72 be agreed. All in favor, remain seated. All opposed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
We have item 2110102, salary for contract workers. Would this be where persons that are being engaged in the potential warden capacity or environmental stewards, that they would have their compensation? Is there any compensation for such individuals?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakwa.
Yes, this is for inclusive of all contractual employees that are serving in posts in the fiscal year 26-27. So all contractual employees.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
A question, would that include contract workers, for example, for the Beaches and Parks Authority, or are they under the authority?
The Beaches and Parks Authority is under a different line item, and so therefore, this is not. There is a line item that says Beaches and Parks Authority, and they govern their own contract. Yes, yes.
It's been moved and seconded that, is he standing? Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Just on head 72, 2251111, the security services contract. I know that they've increased from 68,000 to about 254,000. What facilities are actually being secured, and is this a consistent contractor?
Provision is made for the security of the botanical gardens, which comes under the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 181, line item 2821415, the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority. I believe last fiscal year, the government of the Bahamas loaned Beaches and Parks some $11 million. And can you state what that loan was for? And can you state how that will be paid back by Beaches and Parks? As far as I understand, Beaches and Parks does not have sufficient income.
The chair recognizes the member for Yamakwa.
For the good member, if the member for East Grand Bahama may have recalled, the Beaches and Parks Authority is being placed under my ministry for this particular year. Previously was under the Ministry of Works. And so therefore, I undertake to get that information for you, but I don't have that on hand.
You don't have the information?
Yeah, concerning a loan for
Yeah.
them at that particular fiscal year. So.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note in item on page 180, 2271038, there's a budget of $60,000 for the development of marine protected areas. Last term, pointing out to the House, the development in the marine protected area of Athol Island was a bone of contention. Is that where these funds are being used, or is there actual other marine protected areas that didn't previously exist that are being developed?
Item covers all marine protected areas. Presently, as you know, the Bahamas undertook also a debt for nature swap. The Bahamas, in this particular program, has agreed to identify areas that would be green spaces, marine protected areas, and so on and so forth. So all of the areas that would come under this particular fiscal year are covered under that line item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the minister pointed out, there are a lot of marine protected areas in existence, but 60,000 doesn't seem to be enough to properly allocate for their development. I note that you are in contact with the Bahamas National Trust and others, but why would it be so low for our blue economy, which is so important to the country?
Item is merely as you stated, this doesn't amount to the total amount invested in this process that we depend on non-government organizations such as the Bahamas National Trust, and all of those agencies receive subventions from the government for assistance in protecting our natural environment.
Allocated a nominal amount of 60,000, but you used only 14,000 in the first 9 months. Is there any expenditures to be expected, and if so, what for the remaining portion of that budget in the final 3 months?
Member for St. Anne's through Chair, as matters arise, then we address them, but as I stated earlier, we do depend on other agencies for assistance in this area, and they are given subvention from the government to operate. And so as matters arise, we will address.
Mr. Chairman, the minister was minister during the last term, and the consultancy services amount in item 2251115 was estimated at 100,000, and only 51,350 were spent. Will that remaining 49,000 odd stay in the budget, or is there consultants that are going to be engaged in the final 3 months?
As the need arises, we do intend to continue to build capacity in order to efficiently carry out the mandate of the ministry and our departments within the ministry. And so as the need arises, we will engage further employment where necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The minister, considering that Parks and Beaches is also under your ministry now, and Environment has always been your portfolio since the last term, are there any line items in here that would provide for the construction, installation, and connection of toilet facilities at all major public parks?
There is an intent for public park and beaches to address all of the parks in the country, and of course on the island of New Providence. And therefore, the authority will advise as they have the mandate for that, and once they do, I can give that information to you. But in terms of the facilities, we depend also on the Ministry of Works to assist in providing these facilities, particularly because they come under, in some cases, public works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a final question. This location that you and I share for the transfer site in Craigs Way, St. Anne's, in the Amacraw area, you'll be aware of the differing opinions on it, but enhanced beautification of it, I think, is something we can both agree on. So that's one thing, but importantly, how long do you anticipate this transfer site to be there? Is there an existing lease, and how long is that lease for?
Thank you for the question. There is an existing lease for the transfer station in Yamacraw. There are 8 transfer stations across New Providence, and the beautification of the transfer station, and the intent is to, that is the intent, and that is to make all transfer stations uniform, and also to have security at those sites, because managing how persons use the facilities and the bins is a very important part of causing it to continue to be effective, because enhancing part of cleaning the environment is enhancing the aesthetics, the total aesthetics of the island. And so, to your answer, yes, that's part of the intent.
Just to the second point of that question, do you know how long the lease is for that particular location?
Provided, but I don't know how long the lease is for that particular location, but that can be provided.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under page 181, 282, 1415, Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority. As far as I understand, the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority relates to New Providence, and they are also responsible for the parks in New Providence. In East Grand Bahama, there are a number of parks that are in disrepair and severe disrepair. So, for example, in McLeanstown, severe disrepair, Pelican Point, severe disrepair, High Rock, severe disrepair. Is there any consideration for the parks in Grand Bahama, particularly in East Grand Bahama, to be allocated funds from this line item to assist in renovating those parks? I know once they're renovated, then local government will normally take over in terms of the maintenance of them. But can consideration be given for those, particularly those parks in Grand Bahama that are in complete disrepair, that if we can make the requests to beaches and parks, funding could be allocated for them, and then local government then would be responsible for maintaining them. Just need your consideration with respect to that.
The consideration is noted, and local government is responsible for the Family Islands. We do look to extend in the future to the Family Islands for beaches and parks and resources, once resources become available. But of course, it would be extended as far as resources can provide for the Family Islands. But I do take your request under advisement.
I'm sure local government wouldn't have in their budget, particularly in East Grand Bahama. I know they do not have in their budget sufficient to renovate them. So the constituency allowance does not have sufficient to renovate three parks either. And I'm seriously, because they are in severe disrepair. I mean, this isn't sort of repair. This is in a complete need to be done. So we will make the request to beaches and parks for funding to at least be able to renovate these parks. And once you all are able to renovate them, local government should be able to maintain them. But we'll make the request.
It's been seconded and forwarded. The chair recognizes Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, sorry, sir. Mr. Chairman, just like the member for Yamacotta State, whether it falls under his purview, there is a fish market in the Golden Gates constituency that is a source of great distress for the people who live in that neighboring community. Question is that something that you are responsible for managing? And if so, what is being done to remediate the impact of the fish market?
No, the chair recognizes Golden Gates.
Long Island, I would have mentioned yesterday that falls under the remit of the Ministry of Agriculture. And we have implemented some remediation measures, which includes daily sanitization, daily removal of the waste products. Being what it is, they are seafood byproducts. And with this temperature, that makes the scent emanate quicker. But there has been daily removal of the waste products and daily sanitization. The problem is, it's byproducts. So we're looking for an eviscerator system that will actually cut it up, pull it out through a a process so that the waste could be removed in real time as opposed to waiting and picking it up. So we are working diligently towards that effort. It's much better than it used to be, but it's still not perfect yet. So we're working towards that. We hope to have that resolved within as short as possible time as possible, because we understand that it is a problem for the immediate community. We've even sanitized the grounds at the fish market and removed the dumping pit that they actually had on site and put a dumpster instead. We also have fly bait around, just doing everything we can to ensure that we maximize the opportunity to keep the area sanitized, seeing that it's not as ideal as we would require it to be.
For Golden Gates, and I'd just like to ask, because I know you care. Question that I have is there any thought being given to removing that fish market from that location and putting it in a more appropriate location?
Thought of removing it at this time. The thing is, where it's located, there is extensive property that belongs to the market that other facilities have built on. So ideally, we would like to extend the market so that the disposal can be away from, I guess, the neighboring community. So we're investigating that. The Ministry of Agriculture is working diligently towards that, but no, there's not been any thought of removal of the market, but understanding how we can eliminate the byproduct removal from sitting in dumpsters or sitting on site.
It's been moved and seconded that head 72 be agreed. All those in favor, please remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 72 has agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 73 be agreed.
It's been moved and the chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Just like to know, is the member for Fort Charlotte here to be able to speak to his ministry? Bain and Grantstown is handling it. Okay. Question that I have is, this being a new ministry, how is it that it has an allocation from fiscal year 2024-2025? Is that on account of what has been moved? Well, anyway, I'm going to wait for your explanation.
The chair recognizes the member for Baines and Grantstown.
Thank you for the question. With respect to the allocation, I think it's important for the member to note that the Department of Information and Communications Technologies has been morphed into the Ministry of Innovation and National Development.
What you're saying then is that from the prior ministry that encompassed this new ministry, I mean, effectively what you're saying, we had a Ministry of Information Technology, correct?
The Department of Information and Communications Technology previously came under the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So therefore, the Department of Information and Communications Technology no longer exists. So it all falls under head 73 as we speak. And that's where the allocations come from with respect to this budget.
And I thank you for the response, member for Baintown. We have created a brand new ministry for one of the 29 cabinet ministers that we have. The question that I have is, if we already have a Ministry of Finance, a Ministry of Economic Affairs, and a Ministry of Innovation and National Development, is there a need to strip from the Ministry of Economic Affairs $60 million effectively of allocated funds in order to create a new ministry? I mean, I just want to know what is the purpose of having removed it from Economic Affairs to this new ministry? You can answer that? No, Minister. I mean, Prime Minister, member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador. This is a mammoth cabinet, 29 ministries, and I'm wondering why it is that we have. I mean, the minister himself,
member,
the substantive minister.
Member, can we stay
yes,
relevant to
the substantive
head 73?
Minister,
And
right?
the expenditure.
Understood. So, no, it was 60 million under economic affairs in 2024, 2025, and it is now 48 million in 2026, 2027. So, having said that, what are we getting out of the line items that fall from 225-1107 on page 183? We note here that you have, I just want to make sure.
225-1107.
Support, okay. Okay. All right, where we have operation, let me go back to page 182. Line item 223-1104, operation of data centers. We now have a doubling of the allocation for that from 6,320,000 to 12,760,000. Where are these data centers? What is housed in these data centers, and who owns the facilities that house these data centers?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, I think it's important for the member to understand and appreciate that all ministries and departments have what we refer to as data centers because they have their individual systems. But in addition to that, we also launched the new Oracle Fusion solution. So as a result of that, we have seen an increase in the data center requirements, and as a result, we have an increase in the allocation for data center on a recurrent basis. So that's the reason for it. All ministries and departments, they have their individual systems. For instance, the road traffic department, the passport department, they all have their individual data systems.
Would the layman term be IT division? Or no?
Pardon me?
Would it be the IT division?
No. They data systems
Data
data centers. All software applications and so on and so forth are stored within those data centers. And all ministries and departments have their respective data centers. But the increase is basically attributed to the bringing online of the new Oracle Fusion solution.
Thank you for that, Baintown. The question that I have in response to your answer is, the Oracle Fusion system, is that accounting for the 100% increase in this particular allocation? You've doubled the price. I mean, is it a $6 million system?
To answer your question, yes. There has been an increase as a result of the requirements for the Oracle solution. And it's being in Grantstown, not just Baintown, okay? I just want you to remember that.
Apologies and my due respect to Bain and Grantstown. But it's a very serious question, though. I mean, yes, but a software system, a new software system for a department that was already in existence, that's stripped away from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. You're saying that for some reason, this new ministry that's just been created has resulted in a doubling of the cost of the software. And my question is, why?
The chair recognizes Baines and Grantstown.
It's not just the cost of the software. It's the physical infrastructure, which is the data center. Okay, and the requirements by the vendor, we had to make certain that we meet those requirements. And one of the requirements is we establish a Oracle data center, and that's what we did. And as a result of that, you see the increase in the cost. So it's not just about software alone. It's about the physical infrastructure, which is the data center.
I'm glad you raised this. The data center, then, am I to understand that this data center is not a physical building owned by the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but something owned by a private vendor? Is that correct?
No, it's owned by the government of the Bahamas. Yes.
The building is owned by the government of the Bahamas.
The data center is owned by the government of the Bahamas. Yeah.
Okay. And is this data center now the same one that was formerly used by Ministry of Economic Affairs?
Every ministry, every department have their own data center
which was responsible for housing their applications. The data center for Oracle Fusion, we had to construct a separate data center for Oracle Fusion. That data center is owned by the government, paid through the providers, so that we can make certain that we meet the requirements and the specifications of Oracle. That center is housed in Nassau and is owned by the government of the Bahamas.
So having said that, thank you for your explanation, Bain and Grantstown. You just came to government within the last 30-plus days. You say we had to construct. For this extra $6 million, when was this new data center constructed, and where is it located?
Future expenditure. I believe it's future expenditure.
Well, firstly, I've been in government for many, many years. I've served under the last administration in the Ministry of Economic Affairs with responsibility for ICT, e-government, and ease of doing business. Okay, so I haven't just been here in the last 30 days. You follow me?
Hey, let me just say.
One member at a time.
Respectfully.
The chair recognizes.
I just want to say respectfully through you.
Chair recognizes Long
I
Island.
honestly just had, it was as though I was listening to Rodney Munker, a former constituent of Bain and Grantstown, when he said that, because that's something Rodney Munker would often say. Follow me? So anyway, I thank you, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The Oracle Fusion solution has been on the table for some time now. And the government started this project in 2022, where we were building the system, building the applications, and at the end of the day, we are now in the process of finalizing the construction of the data center, in addition to rolling out the Oracle Fusion solution, which encompasses human resources, payroll, and financial management under one software suite. The requirements by Oracle required us to build a separate data center for that. That data center is located in Nassau on Poinciana Drive.
That is located on Poinciana Drive. And it's undergoing construction now on Poinciana Drive.
We are getting ready to roll out the full suite of the solution. So the construction of that particular data center is being finalized, and we're getting ready to roll out the full suite of the solution. But to answer your question, yes, we're in the process of finalizing the full construction. Long time ago, yes.
And then the last thing I'd say on this is, just so the public knows that this is not a frivolous point, we've gone from spending $6.3 million to now spending $12.7 million, and the lion's share of that, we are told, is to pay for data center and the software that the data center, in the hardware, I imagine, that will be housed in the data center. But you said mostly it was software. For a new Ministry of Innovation and National Development, last point I make, since this amount of money is going into this purpose, are we to expect that this will cause there to be a complete digitization of the public service, so that whenever we go to receive services in the public system, we will now not expect that information will be recorded on paper, but it will be digitally recorded? Is that what this is all about?
To answer your question, the mandate of this ministry is to do just that. But with respect to the system and the solution that I just mentioned to you, that has to do with the human resources management, payroll, and financial management. But the mandate of the ministry is to do just as which you speak, which is to improve services and make services electronic and available online for persons to do business, whether the interactions between business to business, internally within the government, or business to citizens, or the government to citizens.
No, sorry, because you're saying now the operation of these data centers, a component of that is going to be to pay for salaries, right? That's what you just said, the persons who will be in these data centers, right?
I'm saying to you that the infrastructure is a different cost from the human resources requirements. And if you look at 211101, that relates to the costs associated with the human resources required to man and manage the Ministry of Innovation and National Development.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the same 223-1104 operation of data centers, I believe I follow your indication that the additional amount is to cover the Oracle Fusion system, which is, I believe, centered in the Ministry of Public Service to deal with digitizing public servants' records and so on. Is this system, though, because if you're talking about a $6 million data center, does this system move us any further when it comes to interoperability with all of the other government systems? Because it is a significant amount of money that is being spent. The vision for the e-government platform is to have an interoperable platform where all of these ministries can speak to one another. Does spending $6 million on this data center, does that move us any further to the overall vision of having an interoperable platform, which is the goal?
Question. If I could, by way of history, if I may say, we started this project sometime back in 2008 when I served as the Deputy National Coordinator for Information and Communications Technologies. And what you find was we had what we call the FM 2.0, which was responsible for financial management. We had J.D. Edwards, which was responsible for human resources management and payroll. So we decided back in 2008 that what we needed, because both systems or both applications performed the same function, because it was a suite of software that performed the same function, rather than using two different applications, J.D. Edwards and FM 2.0 Info Global, we decided that we'll move into a project to combine all of the projects. That's why we call it Oracle Fusion. We went into a procurement process, and we came up with this vendor, which is the Oracle vendor, to provide human resources management, financial management, and payroll. You follow me? And as a result of that, we have one suite providing interoperability between those three functions within government. The Oracle Fusion project touches every employee within the public service: human resources management, payroll, and financial management. So yes, to answer your question, it improves interoperability, but it's what we call a horizontal solution, which specifically deals with those matters. As it relates to all of the other systems in government, we look to see how we can interface or integrate between those systems in government and the Oracle Fusion solution.
The chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
Hi, Mr. Chair. All about technology and innovation, but I have a question. Is this $12 million going to include the maintenance of such system, or is that going to be a separate recurring fee?
Thank you for the question. The $12 million does include maintenance and support.
Thank you so much.
Line item 225-1313, network support. 6.3 million for this fiscal period. You just answered the question from Freetown about software support. Does the network support, is that a separate form of support?
The 6.6 million, which we talked about with respect to the Oracle Fusion, that's maintenance and support and annual maintenance for the Oracle Fusion. But you have other systems that operate in government, and this is what this line item reference to.
Chair recognizes the member for East Grand Balm.
So with respect to the Oracle Fusion system, going back to that same operation of data centers, so this $6 million is an annual increase of $6 million. So this $6 million is not just to build the data center. This $6 million is to build it and to maintain it. So every year we can be paying this additional $6 million.
Mr. Chair, that's not a consistent cost, but that's the cost to build out in this particular fiscal year. As time goes along, that the maintenance and support for that particular application and service will drop down into the subsequent line item for maintenance and support on an annual basis. But for now, what the cost is the allocation that has been provided by the vendor.
If I'm understanding you correctly, can you then explain why the allocations for 2026, 2027, 2027, 2028, and 2028, 2029 are consistent with $12,700,000? If your explanation is correct, then shouldn't it go back down to $6 million, after the 2027? I mean, that's why I asked that question. Have you estimated that we will be paying this additional $6 million consistently for the next 3 years? I mean, that's what this number seems to suggest, that you've estimated that we will be paying this additional $6 million for the next 3 years.
What we'd like to do here, and the reason why we increase over that 3-year period is that we want to basically hold the line to make certain that if there are any additional or reduction, we want to make certain that we can cover for it.
Chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope someone can bring you some more coffee. Maybe the gentleman in the orange shirt could see to that. You're doing an excellent job. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the Minister of State, I see that there's a 10,000 budget for international travel. Can the Minister of State advise whether or not that's why the Minister himself is actually not here today? Is he on an international trip? This budget agenda has been down for many days, and we all knew the heads would be debated on Thursday. Why is the Minister not present? Is he absent because of travel? What's that?
Again.
Your voice is much louder, Exuma, now that Fort Charlotte is not here today.
Member.
They're going higher without you. I'm talking to the Minister of State.
Member.
That is a serious question. Where's your
The minister, Mr. Chair, is attending to government business.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member for Long Island. At some point, we're going to end up coming back to this, and I know the member for Freetown has something he will raise momentarily. I'm going to go ahead and raise it, and I will raise it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The head has been moved and seconded. Come on, man.
All right.
We asking questions, man.
The chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the capital expenditures.
We're not at capital expenditure yet.
Related to the questions that are being asked right now.
Okay. In there yet? Okay, we'll come back.
Member, thank you.
We thought that you would give us the same latitude that the Minister of Health gave. All right?
Member.
Sorry. Mr.
Toward
Chair,
the chair.
Mr. Chair, line item 2251301, maintenance and support. For this current fiscal year is $2,700,000, 2.7 million. We've been told that the $12,760,000 on the previously referenced line item is to cover maintenance and support as well as the network support, not being the Oracle Fusion system. We have a lot of maintenance and support line items here. The point I make is, why are we having all of these different line items speaking to maintenance and support? If the Oracle Fusion is costing $6 million for maintenance and support and installation, let's call it, right? And that's one software system. Why are we having maintenance and support of almost $3 million in 2251301 and network support for 2251313 in the amount of $6.3 million? What is the difference?
Maintenance and support relates to the maintenance of the application itself. The network support relates to the actual physical environment. So one is software maintenance, and the other one is a physical maintenance as it relates to the network itself. And that's the difference between those two line items.
It's been moved. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Under 2251313, network support. There's an allocation last fiscal year for 7.3. This fiscal year is 6.3. You spent a little over $2 million. What was the what does this network support cover, and why was it decreased by $1 million?
Baines and Grandstown.
Yeah, thank you. What we did, member, was we had an assessment conducted, and we were able to reduce the services, the bandwidth, and the service provided by the various suppliers or providers, Cable Bahamas, BTC, so on and so forth. So we were able to realize where we could reduce some of the lines that we were using. We were able to reduce some of the bandwidth that we were using, and as a result of that, it resulted in savings to the government by some tune of one point something million dollars. We're going to further complete this exercise so that we can get our maintenance and support costs for those data lines significantly reduced. We're also looking at other forms of service provision, and I won't talk about it, but we're looking at other forms of service provision so that we can further reduce our costs for the provision of data services to ministries, departments, and agencies.
With respect to the exercise you just described, can you say who the vendor was, who instructed to do the project?
Most of it was done internally within the Department of Information and Communications Technologies.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Who is the customer in line item 2251124, application licenses, 2251127, enterprise licenses? Who is the customer? Is it the government of the Bahamas, or is there an SPV set up for this?
I don't know if you're familiar, but we have Microsoft M365 throughout the public service. So Microsoft, in some cases, is primarily the vendor for which this line item refers to. Through our Microsoft agreement. The customer is the government.
No? Okay, different. So, Mr. Chair, on the same network support, I just want to follow up with that question. You're saying that the project that you used to reduce the amount from 7.3 to 6.3, you're saying that that was an internal, or most of it was done internally? So what was the cost of that project? I mean, if there was a project that was done, some of it would have been done internally. I suspect some of it may have been subcontracted outside. What was the cost that would have been expended for this project?
The experts within the Department of Information and Communications Technology was responsible for conducting the assessment and the exercise. And we work along with the vendor to identify those savings. And the vendor, at the end of the day, was responsible for executing the savings.
So none of it was done externally?
Only well, you have to, in order to do the assessment, you have to engage the service providers. And the service providers were able to provide us with the information based on the tools that we have. We have a chief technology officer within the DICT who has that capacity, and he's been working along with the service provider, Cable Bahamas, BTC, Cloud, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. The head has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please sit. All those opposed, please stand. Head 73 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 74 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 74 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All opposed, please stand. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
No, go ahead. Because I was only waiting for Fraser. Yes, Mr. Chair, also with respect to, at page 185, 2521. You ready? At page 185, 2521009, support for small business development center. There's been an allocation. It remains at 200,000. With respect to small business development in Grand Bahama, I think that is and I think both of us would agree that that is a very small amount that has been allocated. Has there been any consideration to increasing that amount for the great needs that Grand Bahamians have in terms of starting up their own small businesses? And that goes throughout from West Grand Bahama, go all the way to East Grand Bahama. I think there's a need for more small business development startup monies. Has there been any consideration to increase that amount?
The chair recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
For an increase, we have been communicating with the Ministry of Finance, but of course, the Small Business Development Center deals with the small business grants and loans in general. But we have made a request in, I think it was a year or two ago. We did do the Empower Grand Bahama grant program. Much of it came directly from the Ministry of Finance. That was 500,000 at first, and then another 500,000. So there were about 180 grants that were distributed during that period. And so there has been a request for an additional amount, but it has been done through the SPDC.
Page 186, 2821634, Afro-Caribbean Marketplace and Logistics Center, Grand Bahama. I think last fiscal year we did a resolution to borrow, I believe it was about $2 million or so with respect to this project. Now it appears there's a new line item where $2 million is going to be spent every year. Can you state what the $2 million allocation is for, and how far along is this project from actually getting started? As I understood, the first $2 million was for startup, just to investigate some things. But can you say how far along this project is from actually getting started?
the $2 million is actually the 1.86 million that was a part of the resolution. So that makes up that. And so that is for the ACMLC Grandmama Limited Board, which is the board for the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace that deals with the project preparation facility. So that is all of the work that needs to be done in terms of the architectural design, the environmental review, the EIA, the financial modeling and all that. That is the $2 million there. So far, we have already paid Harcourt for the tower and the casino. So that part of the acquisition has already been done. And now the bazaar owners, within the next 30 days, they should be paid. Because of course, you would be aware, it's been a long process of having to deal with 14 different property owners with all sorts of expectations, but we've been able to make a lot of progress on it. So that is moving ahead, and once the payouts are done, and we're now, like I said, in the project preparation phase of the feasibility study.
You're saying that you've already purchased that property, you've already paid out the funds for that property. So as you know, there are Junkanoo groups that use the properties as their Junkanoo shacks. What is the plan for those Junkanoo groups who have been consistently using that property as their Junkanoo shacks? Is there consideration to build another location for them to use as Junkanoo shacks, or is it your intention just to kick them out?
Of course, we are the greatest supporters of the orange economy and Junkanoo groups on Grand Mama Island, and we've been giving to them from CoLab with sponsorship and all that. But in terms of the Junkanoo shacks, that's going to have to be a collaboration between the Port Authority that actually has some interest in that as well, and along with some of you, because again, we want to continue to support the Junkanoo groups, but we're going to have to work together collaboratively to see how we can find additional locations for them to be in. But as you know, there are a lot of dilapidated structures on Grand Mama Island. That right there, where they work from, that's like mold infested right now. And so already it isn't the ideal location, but working with the Ministry of Culture and other organizations, we hope that we can work together to find a solution there.
Chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
Line item 282, 1427, CoLab. What projects and recipients are funded under the CoLab program?
So CoLab was created when we came to office because we recognized the needs of the community. It had hit rock bottom after Hurricane Dorian, and if it hadn't been for NGOs, we don't know how we would have made it. So CoLab is a coming together of partners. So it's NGOs, businesses, other government agencies to assist with the basic needs of residents and for the growth and development of Grand Mama Island. And so far through CoLab, we've been able to do a number of projects. Actually, the project in Central Grand Bahama, which is the Grand Mama Arts and Crafts Center, Islands Impressions, that came directly out of CoLab. The project Sunset Village, the restaurant block, that came out of CoLab. The Pine Forest Park in West Grand Bahama, that's from CoLab. We supported every festival in East Grand Bahama, everyone requested, that came out of CoLab. CoLab has done, we've been involved in the Rocky Creek water for the first time in history, that came out of CoLab. CoLab did the urban renewal roof, that came out of CoLab with the roof that happened there. Farmers Market redevelopment, that came out of CoLab. The house that burned down during those wildfires, that came out of CoLab. The Heritage Park, that came out of CoLab. So there's a number of things we've done through CoLab, and every initiative that we've published, the CoLab blood drives, everything that we do that's collaborative, Yes, we've done it through CoLab. The Young Innovators Club, that came out of CoLab. All of that came out of CoLab.
The member for Pine Ridge indicated that the Young Innovators Club would have come out of CoLab. And so I do want to apologize for the figure that I would have given previously as the 60,000. So coming to my calculations, it's actually $65,638.40 that was allocated for this Young Innovators Club paraphernalia since March. And I think it would have been tabled by St. Barnabas already in the House. So has any paraphernalia been done as yet as it relates to the youth club? Because you had indicated that you had no knowledge of what I was speaking about.
Because when you said that, you said, oh, sorry, I can't?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
You
Member.
said a Young Innovators Club, and you threw out the $60,000 figure. Really, I had no idea what you were talking about, seriously. So as I've investigated, CoLab, yes, there's 42,000, that was the figure, $638. That was for branded paraphernalia. And then the branding design pack is $23,000. Now, what that is the establishment and operational launch of the program, which is geared towards entrepreneurship, innovation, and it's the complete branding and marketing material, the student participant kits, the backpacks, the notebooks, the branded apparel, the shirts, the blazers, the presentation folders, material, promotional banners, and other resources for the program. So this is the foundational investment in the Young Innovators Club that falls under Innovate 242 that's going to be held at the incubator that's being developed on Royal Palm. But we will start the work in the school and the touring in the schools in September 2026. So all of these things are ordered, and they should be here in time for when we officially launch the program in September 2026.
Sounds good.
It's been moved and seconded that head 73 be agreed. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
Thank you very much.
74.
I'd like to go to 252-1009, back to support for small business development. When this question was raised earlier in the Ministry, I believe, of Finance, it was, the minister indicated that the amount in the budget was for operational costs, not programming. Are you saying in the case of Grand Bahama, this is both operational and budget for programming? Okay, so it's 200,000. What was the budget anticipated or suggested by the Small Business Development Center? What was the figure they recommended they need based on the experience over the last 4.5 years interacting with entrepreneurs in Grand Bahama? What is that targeted figure?
Figure who recommended?
Recommendation
Oh,
to be included
I would not
in
know
the
their
budget.
recommendation for Grand Bahama. That would be through the Ministry of Economic Affairs.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what was that figure?
I would
St. Barnabas is a university. Okay. So what have you found for the last 4.5 years in terms of what that targeted amount? What would be a global figure in your view was required for the demand by the small, the entrepreneurs in Grand Bahama?
I think there's a significant need. We've done various entrepreneurship expos throughout the island, from in the Freeport area, in West Grand Bahama, and so the need is there. Like I said, we've requested additional funding. We did request like $500,000, but of course, things have to be spread amongst other ministries. Like I said, we were able to get some from finance, directly from finance, when we did Empower Grand Bahama.
Ask ministers, because for all of the projects I could recall that we did, whether it was being done by the Ministry for Grand Bahama when Minister Thompson was there, or through agriculture, we had because of the level of subscription, that is people who applied for grants, we were able to quantify what that demand was so that for the next cycle, we're able to put forward a figure. And I know it's a massive figure, really in the millions, so I was just curious about that. In terms of CoLab, the salaries for the persons who are working in the Grand Bahama Beautification Initiative, are their salaries also covered by CoLab?
No, their salaries is covered under special employment project. That is, and it's been the same, the estimates for this year and last year, the 4.7 million. That it's 4.7. It's up in it's 2111204, special employment project. Yeah, yeah, 2111204.
What is the amount?
It's 4.7 million, yes. So that's beautiful grandmom, and this also includes the Agritech initiative. That's a collaboration between the Ministry for Grand Bahama, Demetra, BAMSI, BTVI, where we're training young individuals in Agritech, and Demetra is going to hire them afterwards once they're trained. So it's a 52-week program, and that falls under that as well because they receive a stipend.
With respect to the Afro-Caribbean marketplace, the first 2 million, I understand your explanation for what that is for. What is the second 2 million in year 2? What is that for?
Okay, so the second and third 2 million, that would have been something that the Ministry of Finance would have put there. They also have it there under I think the CapEx area where I think it won't be needed in those periods. But I think it's not in this instance, but in the other instances is funds that are needed more upfront when you're talking about the road opening and all that. So I think that's something that finance will make corrections to moving forward.
Let's be willing to comment on that. What is the additional 2 million for in each of the following years? Stay here. You here now, so focus. Okay, good. Okay, babe. Okay, my brother. Self-completed, just wait on the minister. No, the $2 million is, again, allocated for 27, 28, 28, 29, and I'm asking, based on what the original $2 million was for when you laid the resolution, I wanted to understand what is the additional $4 million, $2 million each year for. And the member for Pine Ridge is indicating that finance would have an explanation for each of the $2 million. I heard her, and he's looking for a lot.
Member for St. Barnabas.
Yeah, thank you. Was the marketplace. There's also contemplation going ahead of really moving Grand Bahama as a logistics center. So I think the rest of that allocation is for future planning, placing Grand Bahama as a logistics center for this region.
Indicated other grants. It's $75,000. What would that include? Those other grants? That would be 2821614.
Like Reach Out Ministry, there are other organizations that oftentimes request assistance. So that's more NGO focused as well. But it's to date, I know it has here. Where's that? It has here 29,578 actual, but to date it's 49,578. Yeah, and so there are some grants that some of the requests that came from East Grand Bahama, they're actually on hold because we're waiting for this budget period to end funds kind of get stopped at a certain period. Funds are pulled back. East Grand Bahama will be familiar with this. And so there are some requests that have been made that haven't been fulfilled yet, so all of this will be used up.
The Afro-Caribbean Marketplace and Logistics Center, the loan amount that we have been discussing during the course of the budget, I think some 43, the 43 million, you want to put the correct figure, what the correct figure is?
For the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace, it's a project preparation facility for 1.86 million. That's it. So that's the resolution that was passed. I'm not sure where you're getting that figure from, but I don't know if it's the Bahamas Development Bank, $30 million or so. That's an Afro-Exim Bank recapitalization loan, but that has nothing to do with the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace.
Again, in the capital, when we move to capital expenditure, the other question would be with respect to the incubator that is being built on, I believe it is the Mall Drive. Is it a building that is funded by the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, both the acquisition and then the renovation, the physical construction of the building? And then let's add a third. And then the programming that will go in it. Are all three components funded by the government of the Bahamas, or are there private investors in that, or partners in that building?
Tourism Development Corporation project. I think it was done by the Saudi fund, and so I know that the building is supposed to be the incubator that has a creative business center with incubator spaces. It's going to be a one-stop shop for business development, and it's also going to be Grand Bahama Center for Sustainability, because we know we are the island of resilience. So all of that is going to be there, and it's also going to house the Ministry of Tourism and TDC in the upper floors. So that is that's what the building is for, and it's a Tourism Development Corporation development.
So the acquisition is paid for by the government, the renovation is being paid for by the government, and the programming is funded by the government.
That's something that the Tourism Development Corporation could speak to specifically, but I know that it's being done by the government through the TDC, through the Saudi fund.
Okay. And anything you wish to add to that? No. Okay. Okay, phrase it.
The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
For the member from Pine Ridge, the owner of that structure is the Bahamas government, correct? Who owns the building?
It's the public-private partnership. It's a private entity. We provide the details specifically on the name of the entity. It's a public-private partnership on the construction. The Saudi Fund for Development is providing some funding. The Tourism Development, Saudi Fund for Development. The Tourism Development Corporation is the project sponsor that's going to be developing the entire project. The Ministry of Tourism will be a tenant, and all of the elements presented by the Minister for Grand Bahama will be comprised in the operation of the entity.
The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
So you indicated that it's a public-private partnership. Who is the owner? Because that project has already started. Folks have already started working. It's already, I'm sure I've seen designs, and so the project is well on its way. Can you say who the owner of this private partner that's apparently has already signed a PPP agreement? Who is the private owner that is involved in the project?
Bahamian developer, connected to one of the gaming operators, not Island Luck. So have no fear. It's related to Ashore Wind. A company related to Ashore Wind is the private-public partner of the entity.
The chair recognizes. The chair recognizes Marco City.
The government obviously have already signed an MOU, as well as we presume a partnership agreement. We're asking just very specifically, who is the partner? In other words, what company name is listed along with the government?
To have the new minister lay that detail on the table. I don't recall the company name, but I do recall the association of that company, which I've already indicated to you.
So you indicate you will provide that detail. Is it a single partner or is it a consortium?
It's a single partner, a single entity. I don't recall the name of the entity.
The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Assure Wind, is that the same Assure Wind that is owned by the member for, the husband of the member for Seabreeze?
Not Assure Wind. It's associated therewith. I don't know who owns Assure Wind, but it's associated therewith. This is a transaction that predates the member for the cabinet minister.
Predates the tenure of the cabinet minister, but I know of Assure Wind, and I know that Mr. Leander Bryce was the president and CEO of Assure Wind. Is there a separate? Is this a separate Assure Wind?
No. My understanding is that he was a member of that entity. I undertake to provide the specific entity that's related thereto to the House. We'll lay that on the table.
The chair recognizes the member from
Again,
City.
earlier, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Earlier in the debate of the heads, the member for St. Barnabas has undertaken to provide some information prior to the end of the debate. I would invite the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, if at all possible, to just provide us with that bit of information. I think it may be a call or a text away. The reason I raise that. Okay, good. And the reason I ask is because I do recall, and I believe I could say we recall, a significant amount of publicity that spanned many weeks and months surrounding the facility. And so I would think that the movers and shakers that's making such a significant project happen, that their name would be accessible and they would like to be front and center in terms of the promotion of this incredible facility. So it'd be good if we could get it prior to the end.
Sorry, madam. Mr. Chair, you wanna?
Mr. Deputy, I move that the business of the House move beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
It's been seconded and approved.
See.
It's been seconded and approved. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. It's been agreed that the House will move beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Committee of the whole.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one of the reasons, and respectfully, and I say this, I know that the member for Seabreeze is a hardworking member of Parliament. I state that on the record, right? And I see she's being cautioned by the member for Exuma, and that's important. But the reality is that one of the reservations that this side had about her inclusion in the cabinet is precisely because of her husband or her spouse's connection. Wait, no. This is very important. Very
Point
important.
of order. The chair recognizes Exuma and Ragged Island.
The member is reaching, and
it's not relevant.
And it's not relevant, and it's a matter already addressed by the Prime Minister.
And the reason that this is not being spoken to by the member for Pine Ridge and the Minister for Grand Bahama, and why the Minister of Education is speaking so forcefully to this issue, is because he was intimately involved in the sourcing of funding through the Saudi government that he knows is funding this PPP. So my question, wait a minute, allow me. How is it, he is...
Go ahead, member.
I'm not angry.
Go ahead, member. Go ahead, member.
No. I just want...
Members.
Mr. Chairman, we have asked very simply to know who the principals are in this PPP and whether, and I want it on the record, whether the member for Exuma has any involvement as a partner in this PPP.
But I do believe the member for Exuma has already undertaken, no?
The answer is no. The member is now going into a dark area. I regret that he's so angry, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the member for Pine Ridge as it relates to the paraphernalias. What procurement process is used, and if it is used as it relates to you distributing the collab funds? And when I did check the information as it relates to that, I noticed that the agency in question would be located at your office by Nerve Plaza.
Member for Pine Ridge.
Okay.
Which one?
I have an organization called Virtual Spaces in West Bahamas. And that houses at least 200 businesses, because in the city of Freeport, you have to have a location to have a license. This has been existing for years. That, and I know the company Yakety, has absolutely nothing to do with Ginger Moxie. Absolutely nothing. So for the record, because I'm not sure where you're going with that, has absolutely nothing to do with Ginger Moxie. Yes. Just
Member for Pine Ridge, I believe you would have stated in here that the Yakety has nothing to do with you. So the owner of Yakety doesn't work for you. I'm just asking.
The member for Pine Ridge.
no, absolutely not. The owner of Yakety does not work for Ginger Maria Moxie. Jesus.
Chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Well, I notice you want to paint me as such, but I'm not angry at all. The question that I have for the member for Exuma, he says that a company associated with Assure Wind is the private partner. Can you state what company it is? Can you state?
I'm taking to
Provide the specific name of the entity, and I will do so. I have nothing further to add in relation to it, Mr. Chairman.
It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded.
I have two final questions, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
They're not as serious, but they're interesting to me, Mr. Chairman. You have the sister promotion on page 185, item 2521309. It's only spent $3,640 in the first 9 months, but it had a budget of $100,000, and it continues through 2029 with budgets of $100,000. Is this still a line item that needs to be budgeted for, considering you're spending actually around $5,000 per year? You can't, I don't think it's wise to keep holding lines in excess of thousands and thousands of dollars, but any reason you need to maintain $100,000 when you're spending less than $5,000?
There's reason to maintain, because as of 9:13 this morning, we've already spent $60,000 of the line item. We have recently done the sister city relationship between Nassau, Germany, and Nassau, Bahamas. Right now, we have the Ambassador of Large, Dr. Michael Pateman, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who's going to be representing us with culture, history, and museology at the Sister Cities research and all that in Washington coming up. We also have AMMC that's a part of it. And so last year we did the Young Youth Leadership Summit that had young people from throughout the Bahamas who were a part of this. We didn't do Youth Leadership Summit this year, but next year we plan to do it again. So yes, the funds are being used, the funds will be used, but this was as of March 2026, and I've given you the updated figure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The curiosity for me, and I beg your indulgence, is that something seems to be happening in the Ministry of Grand Bahama that's not happening elsewhere, not in social services, not in innovation, not in public works. You have a cleaning and toilet supply budget of $160,000, which, with your office being in Freeport, where customs duties is waived, the cleaning and toilet supply budget is $160,000 in Grand Bahama. In innovation and national development, it's only $1,000. And that's for all facilities in Grand Bahama. Then you have, in Ministry of Agriculture, it's $2,500. And then you have elsewhere in the Ministry of Social Services, again, it's $31,000. So I'm not from Grand Bahama, but why is it so high in Grand Bahama?
The Ministry for Grand Bahama is really a ministry of administration that deals with all government agencies on the island. So the supplies for every government agency comes out of these line items.
It's been moved and seconded. East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under the COLAB 2821427, you'd also indicated that this Young Innovators Club, where it was a branded paraphernalia for $42,000. How many kids? Because I just want to understand the reasoning, because if you're spending $42,000 on paraphernalia, how many kids are we talking about assisting with respect to, this branded paraphernalia?
Remember, okay. So remember, that's hardly anything. We're launching a program. We're launching a program in all of the schools. So we're creating these clubs. So grades, 9 to 12 or so, it'll be in all schools on the island with all of the materials that I said. And I said there would be the notebooks, the branded apparel, the shirts, the blazers, because this is an innovative club, right? The presentation folders, the educational material, the promotional banners, and all other resources. That isn't much. That isn't much. I will have to get the exact amount of kids, but that isn't much. We're talking about every school on the island, all of the schools that this club will be a part of.
I accept what you're saying, I accept what you're saying, but I'm asking how many kids, because I'm sure when you did a request for proposal, I am sure the request for proposal said how many kids you are preparing this paraphernalia for. So I'm just trying to understand how many kids are going to benefit from it. That's all.
I will get the exact amount of kids. That's easy. Because the invoices will reflect the amount of products offered. Ordered.
It's been moved and seconded that head 74 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 74 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 76 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 76 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 76 is agreed.
Deputy, I move that head 77 be agreed.
Head 77 has been agreed. Head 77 has been moved, has been seconded and moved and seconded. No, he didn't call it 75. He said 76. We're on 76. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's.
The chair we're on 76. We're on 76.
Oh, past 76.
It's been moved and seconded that head 76 be agreed. All those in favor? Yeah. 70. I said 75 is moved. 77. Yeah. The chair recognizes Marco City on head 77.
Yes. Yes.
77.
76. I'd like to direct the question to the Minister of National Security or whoever you designate. 76.
Hold on.
No, we are doing 76 now.
We're doing 76 now. That's what I was saying. We're on head 76. 76.
Yes. Thank you. Again, Minister, there's a persistent complaint in Grand Bahama emanating from some of the staff members. The ease of access.
This isn't it yet.
Mr.
Yes.
Deputy?
The chair. Colleagues.
The ease of access to attorneys that are working in Grand Bahama by witnesses in various cases. So this is a significant issue about security in terms of them, again, having to move from their office in the Region Center across the street to the courthouse. And just wondering where in the budget in this cycle has there been an allocation to beef up the staffing and security? One is, I know, the reconfiguration of the office so that the officer that is stationed there can be out front. So there was resources required for the reconfiguration of the office in Grand Bahama. And then secondly, a need for additional security, not only present at the office, but also to assist persons in moving from the office to the courthouse. The security situation at the office where the attorneys are. Is the physical office? The office of the attorney general. I'd be happy to repeat it. So I was just asking about one, the resources to reconfigure the office. I don't know whether or not that's been done over the last several weeks or so. And then secondly, security that would provide some degree of protection as they move from the office to the courthouse. Yeah.
Undertake to come back to you with the response.
It's been moved and seconded that head 76 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 76 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 77 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 77. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Killarney. Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With relation to the responsibility allowance 2112115, I note that all these items transferred over from the ministry, but there's a significant increase. Last year, it was budgeted at $250,000, and this year it is budgeted at $528,000. And I was wondering what accounted for the increase.
It's 2112115. Yeah, head 77. The chair recognizes Angliston.
Thank you. That there might have, I'm looking to see if there was a previous allocation. What number? You said 211?
2112115.
Yes. Yes.
And it was $250,000.
Right. Okay, 2115. Yeah, this is the allowance paid to the director, the assistant director, senior, oh, sorry, looking at the wrong one, sorry about that, 211115. Right. No, I'm looking for it. Hmm?
250,000 before.
It was 250,000 before,
Yeah, no,
and that was in the ministry, was it in the departments previously?
no, the department is new. So,
No, the department's not new.
Expanded executives.
Right.
Including new markets.
Yeah, this, I'm being advised that this is relating to an expanded brief in terms of the expanded markets in the department itself.
Perfect.
Right. That answers it. It's dealing with the reality of what's happening on the ground. I still don't find it, 2111.
The other item which has gone up is item, well, there are two more items. 2231201, electricity. 2231201. Electricity. So under the previous head, the last allocation for it was 32,000, but this year's estimate is 55,000. But but electricity is supposed to be going down. I mean, is there another building? This is what I'm asking.
The electricity is going down. I'm glad you mentioned that. This is a variance of about 20,000, I guess, to capture any eventuality or whatever. It's just a line item to provide the capacity in the event there's an issue. But the cost of oil went up.
If it does.
No, but the cost of electricity has gone down significantly, and I'm glad, Kalani, you reminded us of that. Thank you so much.
With less testosterone, amicable exchange, got to the point.
That's Pompey Bay, eh? That's Pompey Bay.
We will learn.
The last item I have is 2251116, facilitation and support. So under the old head, it was 5.9 million, and under this estimate is 6.3.
This is an item that addresses, as you know, tourism is a very unique creature in terms of the fact that it has to market the nation, it has to assess data, it has to give analytics, and so this covers items such as research, new markets development, AI, global communications, trade missions, and in the event there are any issues that reputational or otherwise that has to be countered, this the funding would come from this item. So it's basically the promotional in terms of the analysis of data in tourism.
It's been moved and seconded that head 77 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 77 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 78 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the chair recognizes the honorable member from Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will say this one is a Killarney request. Item 2511205, Water and Sewage Corporation Development Projects. 2511205, Water and Sewage Corporation Development Projects. So in Killarney, we have several communities where after 5 o'clock, the water pressure disappears and doesn't come back until the morning. And so I'm asking whether these development projects might include something in the west?
The chair recognizes the Cat Island Rum Kingston South.
Redevelopment of our water mains and water system throughout the country.
It's been moved and seconded that head 78. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
There's previously been a street light budget allocation. I think it was last in Ministry of Works. Is it in here? But I don't see it now under Ministry of Energy, which has portfolio for BPL. Street lighting, yeah. Previous budget was 50 million. There's nothing allocated for street lighting in Ministry of Energy and Utilities. Finance now? Thanks.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
In the absence of the minister, who will be speaking on behalf
of utilities?
Yeah, of utilities.
And with the absence of the minister, who is speaking on behalf of utilities? Here's
Oh. Good. So Prime Minister, member for Cat Island, Rum Kingston, Salvador, you mentioned that you'll be doing waterworks throughout the Commonwealth. I know that Freeport is a bone of contention at the moment, but I wanted to raise with you. I'm sorry? Well, I've already said publicly, I believe Bahamians should be the shareholders in the utility company, sanitation, et cetera. The government, no, zero interest. But Bahamians, yes, I fully support that. But what I was asking, member, was with respect to the city of Freeport. I note that you mentioned that you are engaged and will continue to be engaged in road paving in Pine Ridge. As you know, in the city of Freeport, yes, yeah, no, I'm using as an example as roadworks and utility because again, in several of the constituencies in the city of Freeport, there is a need for roadworks, waterworks, and lighting. And so I'm wondering, I wanted to hear what your view was in terms of those three areas in the city of Freeport in cases where the developers are no longer able to be taxed, pressured into doing what they should have done originally. So in Marco City, just for the sake of full disclosure, I've had some success in getting water lines put in, some roads paved, but again, there's still a substantial amount of work to be done in Pine Ridge, in East Grand Bahama, in Central. In fact, in all of the constituencies, there's a need, less for some of them. And so I just wanted to hear whether or not the government is minded in this budget cycle to address things like light, water, and roads in the city of Freeport. I just wanted to hear, and then I have a follow-up question based on your response.
Well, it's very interesting that you would be speaking about those matters to which we have all had some issues with. And when there's an attempt to cause persons responsible to carry their responsibility, there seems to be some reluctance. And in fact, I think someone said that the challenging that person has caused some dilution of confidence for the attraction of foreign direct investments, which of course is not true. We can demonstrate how we have attracted and continue to attract foreign direct investments into the city of Freeport. That is still a matter that's on my agenda. When the exercise between the government, ourselves, and the Port Authority is complete, then we'll be sitting down with the licensees of the port yourself, hopefully, to discuss the way forward. The responsibility for fixing the roads, etc., is, you know, where it's vested, where it is. And when we have cleared up our issues, which I hope will be not too long now, then we can sit down and talk about that. But for the East Grand Bahama, West Grand Bahama, definitely that's our responsibility. We will be addressing those responsibilities as we have done in most of our islands.
Member for Cat Island, Rumkins and Salvador, I intentionally mentioned what you yourself have said, which is Pine Ridge will be included in road repairs, for example. So I'm saying Pine Ridge is not the only, it's one of 5 constituencies. So under what mechanism you can work now in Pine Ridge and not work now in the rest of Freeport? That's a point. Sorry, just one moment. I wanted to hear, because ultimately the member for Grand Bahama is not going to make that decision for the rest of the constituencies. It's going to be made by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. And so I'm saying all of us who represent people in Grand Bahama have similar challenges. So, for example, as I said before in this House, Marco City has 1.7 miles of roads still unpaved, right? And so if work is being done, I say to the member for Cat Island the same thing I said to somebody who held a similar position, which is, if you're going to work in Pine Ridge, because at that time it was Pine Ridge again that member was looking to work in. Instead, if you're going to work in Pine Ridge, certainly Ministry of Works can work in Marco City and every other constituency. So I wanted to hear on the record whether or not that is what the approach was.
I hope you did not take from what I had to say that the Ministry of Work cannot work in any of the other areas of the Freeport. I hope you didn't take that to mean that, right? Because that's not our style. What I indicated is that it's a work in progress, because there's still a lot of issues that have to be, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of it has been settled. But until we get our final decision, which will then trigger the next step in my vision for Freeport and the whole of Grand Bahama, that's when all these issues will be addressed. So the fact that Pine Ridge has a very persistent and dedicated and progressive member of Parliament who is able to find ways and means of doing things in her constituency, I invite you all to do the same.
He did it.
Yeah.
Just one moment. It sounded. Yeah.
The chair recognizes Pine Ridge.
It had already been set, right? So when the member for East Grand Bahama was the Minister for Grand Bahama, work was done in that same subdivision. Yes, it was done. So in that subdivision in particular. So this isn't nothing new. This isn't anything. You understand what I'm saying? Right.
Is the member for Pine Ridge and the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador saying? One second, please. Is the Prime Minister saying, and is the member for Pine Ridge saying, that you are able and are prepared with the public resources to work in one constituency and not work in the others at this time? At this time, because again, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's what I heard from you. Yeah, the precedence was set in a particular constituency, and that's why you're able to do work in that constituency. And then the Prime Minister said something even more so. The Prime Minister say, "If you go with us, we got you." That's what he said. That's what he sounded like he said to me. But so what I want to know is, for all of the constituencies, I'm saying the same kind of commitment to changing the infrastructure should be the same for all. That's the point I was making.
The chair recognizes Cat Island, Rumkey, and
that's
San
about to
Salvador.
say auditory systems need some checking, because you're hearing some things that was not said on this side. Yeah, no, I say no, I hear your point. Your point is that we should not just concentrate in David Thompson's subdivision. We should, yeah, that's about, we should go, we should look at others.
You all know it?
I hear you. I hear you.
I didn't get a definitive answer, though, Prime Minister. Okay, all right, no problem. So I want to put that on the record, that all constituencies should be dealt with. And I'm raising the exact point I raised when we were in government and made sure that one did not concentrate on one constituency. The second thing I wish to raise relates to aviation. The recent plane crash on the 12th of May involved a Bahamian who is indicted in the States. The plane, we understand, was not authorized to make that flight. And so in terms of aviation, we note that the minister refused to answer the question the press raised in terms of what is being done with respect to a plane having been hired, quite possibly by someone in the House, to take a trip that the plane was not authorized to take. And so I'd like to hear, Prime Minister, again, have an investigation been launched? One, that the plane is not, or should not have functioned as a charter. Secondly, that the plane may not have been licensed, and that needs clarification. So I just want to know what is the position
Chair
relative
recognizes
to
Kid
that.
Island Rum Kingston, sir.
Clearly, you know more about this than I do. I'll say that first thing. I say clearly you know more than I do. And if you, no, please.
The chair recognizes Kid Island Rum. The chair recognizes Kid Island Rum Kingston, sir.
Also, in the public domain would have been that the airport, that every crash that occurs in the Bahamas plane, right? What's the entity? The airport, the Aviation Air Accident Authority commences an investigation right away, and that too is the public domain.
Right. So
What's going on? We have heard nothing yet about the result of that.
It's a long time.
So if it's in the pub, you should have heard that too. You see, listen, man. Do not tempt us to go down the path that you carry yourselves and your people. Because I could say a lot of things about how I could show the hypocrisy here. If you were so concerned about the rule of law and investigations, there are other things you could have spoken to and raised.
Exactly. Prime Minister, I invite you
Chair
to go
recognizes
down that
Marco
road
City.
because it's good for all of us. We could have a good house cleaning on all sides. So I invite you to go down that road. And thank you very much for saying there is an investigation that is going on, and in due course. No, I saw the minister run away from the. Walk away from the mic. So I didn't know that she had given an answer. But thank you.
The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
To the Grand Bahama Power Company.
I'm sure you know more than me.
I believe that the government would have announced acquisition in terms of the purchase of the Grand Bahama Power Company. I also know that no agreement has been tabled in Parliament. Is there any agreements that we can see as to what it entails about the purchase of GB Power?
I mean, what I would expect your constituents to be more concerned about is that when they opened that bill, they saw it like up to 50% or 30% interest in, right? That's what they would have seen. Right now, they will not be concerned about what the agreements are saying. They'll be concerned. But when I opened that bill, I got a couple calls from Grand Bahama already. They still do not and someone just showed me. Someone just sent me this note, you know. The fellow, they said, what color shade is? Orange. He sent me this article. F&M thanks PM for cutting electricity costs in Grand Bahama. That's what they're interested in. So just let me say. At the appropriate, we have we have no objection to having the documents laid in the House, and at the appropriate time, you lay it. We lay them all, as we have done before.
The chair colleagues, the chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
Colleagues, thank you. I believe that expression of being happy with the low prices is not from every resident. That's one. Yes, sir. That's not every resident. Please be mindful that every resident does not get their bill at the same time. And some have already reported that they do not see the decrease, okay? As it relates to that, I cannot explain. Let me finish. Oh, Lord.
Chair recognizes Kadai.
If you find any of your residents who suggest that their bill has not been reduced, right, just bring it to my attention. Bring them all to my attention. Of course, I want them to see what it was and what it is now. Yeah, just bring it to my attention. And I am surprised to hear that people will not be happy that their bill is less than it was. I'm surprised to hear. But anyway, but we can lay the documents.
Thank you. Member for Cat Island, Kingston South, can you tell me exactly when you will lay the document as it relates to the purchase of Grand Bahama Power Company?
At an appropriate time. At an appropriate time, I will lay them.
At the appropriate time. It has been moved and seconded that head 78 be agreed. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you. Member for Cat Island, Gates in Salvador. I haven't checked it. I haven't checked it, but I'll check it. No, I haven't checked it. So we have asked. I mean, the reason the member for Central has been so persistent in terms of seeing the agreement, I only remind you, and I remind the House, that we have asked for multiple agreements to be laid. To date, we have not gotten to see any of them. For example, none of the power purchase, let me park that for a moment. None of the PPPs, particularly related to infrastructural development, we have seen the agreements. Listen, the agreements we saw in the House does not have several salient points, several key details. Like one, interest rates. We've asked to see the interest rates on the range of PPPs that they have not been laid. So if they have been laid, again, I'd like to see them. We haven't seen them. And I had a conversation with colleagues earlier, some of my colleagues. We have not seen those agreements. So, Prime Minister, a timeline would be good if we could know when you would lay that agreement.
The chair acknowledges Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a great thing if people can open up their electricity bills and find them to be lower. We want that, right? The reality, though, is the Bahamian people deserve to know how that is being paid for. The reason I say it that way, we will note in this. No. Stand up, sir. Stand up. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the reality is in this budget under this particular head, there are loans being...
Is there a particular line?
Loans being provided to the ministry. There are loans, $50 million worth of funds are being loaned to BPL.
Long Island, can you identify the line item?
Right. What I'm asking. I want to speak calmly. Yeah. Would you allow me to speak calmly? Right?
Just ignore them.
Yeah.
So the question that I have is, can the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador indicate whether these the 200 kilowatt, the first 200 kilowatts of electricity that the Bahamian people in Grand Bahama now are receiving at no cost, is that being defrayed by the taxpayers in the form of a loan to BPL?
I see, first of all, you see, the fact that we are able to identify how to bring relief to our Bahamian people, right? I know it baffles you all, and you all are confused. But don't be surprised. I mean, the IMF was confused as well, right? To see how we were able to do what we did. And you just look, just go on their website, and you'll see. So I'm not surprised that you are baffled. But at the end of the day, the Bahamian people, particularly in Grand Bahama, has gotten relief. That's the end of it for me. I have no other comments on it. And we are still producing surplus. Our fiscal health is healthy, right, and strong. And that is what we're here for. You're safe with me, young man.
Yes. The chair recognizes Long Island.
It's a great campaign slogan. I must give you credit. It was a great campaign slogan. But what I see, though, Mr. Chairman, through you, is a sleight of hand on the part of the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. What I'm asking is, you're saying there's no free lunch, sir. I said that in my contribution. There's no free lunch. Somebody is paying for that free the first 200 kilowatts of electricity. Somebody's paying for it. So the question I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is the government prepared to acknowledge that while the consumers are not having to pay for those first 200 kilowatts of electricity, the Bahamian taxpayers, through the loans being extended to BPL, in this case, Grand Bahama Power, is in fact, okay, no, I know, the entire Bahamas, is that being paid for through the loans to the state-owned enterprise?
The chair recognizes Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Again, you know, it's called the art of negotiations, all right? That 200 kilowatt, you look at your bill right here in Nassau, the same thing applies here. You see that, right? Okay, now, so we have entered into a reformation of our electricity system, the most comprehensive ever undertaken in the history of this country, all right? And to do so without adding to our debt burden, one, and two, to ensure that we bring reliable and affordable electricity to our people. Grand Bahama is piggybacking on what we've already done. Yes. And what we did was we made sure that whomever came to our table, the first thing I said to them, I didn't want them to come and tell me what they could save me, or the people, or save us. I want to tell them what they could deliver for me. There's a distinction there. Because if I'm paying 40 cents per kilowatt hour, they can come and tell me, well, I can save you 5 cents per kilowatt hour. But yet still could be able to deliver for me electricity at 28 cents per kilowatt hour. So for me, what I said to them, to anyone who came to our table, you have to come with long pocket. And the first thing they have to do, they have to be able to absorb a loss. They have to they must have what I call a loss period for at least 5 years, which they could then amortize over the next period of the life of the arrangement, so that no one will suffer. So the Bahamian people is not going to pay for it. It's just that your bill will stay. So by the time 5 years from now, your bill will be at, say, 20 cents per kilowatt hour, and it will stay there for the remainder of a couple of years, because there are some other triggers in the agreement to review, right? And stay there, and so you're recouping, you're amortizing that loss as the vendor over a period of time while we're saving our people and you That's simple. And a new system will be in place, and it'll be affordable to all of us. It's just it's how you negotiate, man. And I made sure that's what I did. All right, so we just sat down and worked it out. And what was fortunate, let me just say, right, why we were able to get this done in the period of time we did was I started this from 2016, 15. No, you had gone by then, he's gone by then, right? Because I negotiated. BPL was a creature of what I did when I was Minister of Works and when BEC was in my portfolio, you remember. And we had the whole revamp. Water and power secure. Had the whole system going, and you recall that they said we could give free electricity. It wasn't free. It's just that that the first 200 kilowatts is going to be, as I was promising from then, from 2016. But we got fired. Remember, we got fired. And then what you all did? The usual thing. You all stop the process, review the process, and cancel it. And look, by the time we came into the office, everything was just, but it's just how we negotiated the process. So now, Grand Bahama, because of what we have already done and have in place, is able to benefit from what we've already negotiated with other things in Grand Nassau.
Leave it there, Long Island. That's a teachable moment.
I appreciate the fulsome explanation by the member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador. But it speaks to, since he is denying that the loans that are being extended to the utility companies, in this case, BPL for the entire Bahamas minus Grand Bahama, and then Grand Bahama Power Company, if it is not a loan that is funding it, and you say that it is because the providers have negotiated to take a loss for the first 5 years, it speaks to the Leader of the Opposition's requests for quite some time, and the Free National Movement's request, to see the contract and the terms of the contract. Because as you know, IRCA is the regulator for it, and as a matter of fact, the prior administration fought IRCA's role as the regulator for the power company in Grand Bahama. So the point that I make is, if you say that they have 5 years of losses, what we'd like to know is, after those, the entities have absorbed those losses, what mechanism is in place to ensure that the prices do not skyrocket? No, it's important. No, Prime Minister, we would like, bottom line is, we would like to see the contracts so that we know what to expect at the end of the 5-year period when the losses absorbed by the utility companies will be no more. Can we expect to see those documents tabled? When?
The member said he would lay in due course.
Minister, no, but Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, these things are in train. They are already happening. Why is it that we have to wait and have an indefinite time period for the laying of these documents? We should be able to. We should be told that we can expect these next week.
Member
Anyway,
for Long Island at
clearly,
the appropriate time.
Again, I remind this administration, they are interested in freedom of information, but they are refusing to provide the information. There's a clear contradiction.
No, they're not. No.
Having said that,
No. The government
they're
is
not interested in transparency. They want us to know what they want us to know.
Remember, he said, the Prime Minister, one second.
Having said that, I'll leave that alone.
The Prime Minister said he would lay the documents at the appropriate time.
In relation, member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador, and it is very noteworthy that the minister responsible has been conspicuously absent today, the member for Elizabeth, such that she can't even answer these questions. All right? But anyhow,
identify the line item
251-1205, Water and Sewerage Corporation Development Projects, $51,176,970. Can you say why, what, I would have expected this to be in the capital head as opposed to recurrent expenditure. Can you state why it is that line item is here? and what it is for?
The chair recognizes the member for Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andres.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to Long Island, this is actually the subsidy to water and sewage. That's what this is. This is a subsidy for water and sewage. This is the new line item that goes to here because this is the energy, utilities, and aviation section. This is what this is, the subsidy that the government gives to water and sewage yearly.
So it comes under recurrent expenditure. So by that, we anticipate that water and sewerage on an annual basis is going to need $52 million worth of subvention, recurrent expenditure. Okay. Likely to be more, I see.
The item has been, the head has been moved and seconded. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 78 is agreed.
I move that head 79 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 79 be agreed. All those in favor remains. The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, can the member for Marathon just indicate what the staff complement of her ministry is? What the staff complement of the ministry is?
The chair recognizes the member for Marathon.
Clarify that?
I wanted to know what the staff complement
Can you,
of the new ministry is.
can
How
you
many
restate
people?
the line
How many
item?
people are in the ministry?
Thus far, we have but almost 200,
Thank you.
and that's across the 24 centers.
It's been moved and seconded that head 79 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 79 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 80 be agreed.
The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When if I could ask with a question so I can get an understanding from the member of Seabreeze, the Ministry of Culture, Arts, and Heritage, where is it? Where's the office located? Sorry, my question is, I don't see the line item for cleaning supplies and other line items that I see in other ministries. So I was wondering whether you were a part or located in conjunction with another ministry, and that's why you didn't have this line item for yourself.
Central purchasing.
Yes.
Sorry, the question about where you're located, because several persons
Both,
have asked,
two members are on their feet.
where's the office? Where's the office located?
We are in the process of trying to find a location. As soon as that happens, I will definitely let the general public know exactly where to find us.
The chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Thank you. 2722131, National Junkanoo Authority. Yes? Okay. My question is whether the 5.5, whether the money allocated also includes the prize money for the Junkanoo groups, whether it includes everything. Yes. No.
Kalani.
Prize money, the government doesn't pay prize money. Prize money comes from the collection of the sale of the tickets. Now, when any time the government agrees to double the prize money, then the government steps in and pays the prize money, and that's not a policy. That's been a practice or act that started by the Honorable Perry Christie, Human Minutes, and the Honorable Brave Davis did it once. And if we decide to do it again, but that's not been discussed yet.
The 5.5 is for the organization and the operation of the parades?
Authority, remember that the Junkanoo Authority is new, right? So only but $2 million of that deals with the expense and operation of the parade. All that.
It's been moved. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much. Just a follow-up to that. Let me be clear. You're saying any delay that may occur in terms of payment is not the ministry's responsibility. That was the point you made?
No.
Yes.
No, I'm saying now.
Yeah.
For the most recent parades, have all the funds been paid to the best of your knowledge by those who are responsible for paying the prize money? All of it has been paid. Okay, thank you.
It's been moved and seconded that head 79 be agreed. All those in favor? 80 be agreed. My apology. 80 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 80 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I agree. I move that the schedule be agreed.
Second. It's been moved that the schedule be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. The schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second. It's been moved that the bill in its entirety be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed. I see.
Mr. Deputy, the Appropriation Capital Development 2627 bill. Mr. Deputy, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It's been moved that the long title of the bill be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. The bill in its the bill long title has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that paragraph 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second. It's been moved that paragraph 2 of the bill be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, stand.
Mr. Deputy, I move that
Paragraph 2 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that paragraph 3 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved that paragraph 3 of the bill be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Paragraph 3 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 13 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved that head 13 of the bill be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 13 has agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 21 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated.
Of the schedule, I'm sorry.
Of the schedule. The chair recognizes the member from Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. So the first item, Mr. Deputy, I wanted to address was 2810, public-private partnership. So, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to...
21 is there.
Yeah, 2010. 282010. Oh. Public-private partnership. Okay. So with respect to the amount, you have 6,265,265. So far, that is the amount that has been spent of the 30 million that has been budgeted. So this question goes back to the earlier question I raised about the $43 million in contingent liability. So this has become due, and this PPP, the vendor, we are told that the Afri Export Bank has called this particular loan. I wanted to hear the explanation. We raised this during the budget contribution. We did not get a proper explanation as to how the government remains on the hook.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Budget contribution. What has happened is there are some vendors that have done work for the government. The work has been completed and monies are owing. And those vendors did a factoring operation with the Afri-Exim Bank, basically selling the receivables that they have with the government to the Afri-Exim Bank for a total of 43 million. And so it's just an operation where they sold their receivables to the bank. So the bank has not called, because, you know, a bank calling a loan has a negative connotation. The bank has not called a loan. It's a matter where I think it was two of the vendors sold their receivables from the government to Afri-Exim Bank in a factoring operation that is a standard operation in these sorts of transactions. It's nothing unusual.
Say that the government is likely to pay this loan out of this amount.
It's works that have been completed by the contractors, and so the government, the monies are completed and owing, and so it's just a matter of the contractors now selling those receivables to the bank. So instead of the government paying the contractor for work that it's completed, money is owing, it's now paying Afri-Exim Bank. There's no new obligation being created.
Prior to the vendor making the determination to go that route in terms of settling their accounts or making sure that they were made whole, the government had no prior knowledge that such an arrangement was in fact being made.
I mean, and there's nothing, I mean, if the government has a prior knowledge or not, I mean, I don't see where it's material. The work has been done, the money is owing. It's a standard financial procedure where someone sells a receivable to a financial institution. So I couldn't say whether the government knew or not beforehand, but I don't see where it arises. Yeah.
I mean, if somebody saw the expression on your face, it would be like, how is this possible? I'm just saying, since you know and we know who the vendors are, quite frankly, the transaction could have been done without the the Export-Import Bank involved in the transaction in any event. So the question is, why didn't the government go that route from the beginning? That's the point, because at the end of the day, you could have executed with the vendor, with them being the full partner and the government deciding that you're going to do a direct deal. Is that not correct? Huh? No. I'm just asking. No, but I'm asking why didn't the government just do the deal with the vendor directly? Huh? And you did? So I mean, it'd be good if you say that on your feet that you did. So the Prime Minister is indicating that the deal was done directly with the vendor, but they took an intermediate step and first executed it with the African or the Afri Export-Import Bank.
It's been moved and seconded. The member for East Grand Bahama.
207, line item 282031. That's 282031, small and medium-sized business support. You allocated last 2005, 2006, you allocated
Head
21. You've allocated $4.5 million for support. This year, you've reduced that amount and allocated $3 million for support. What is the possible justification for reducing the amount of small business
Chair recognizes Sim Barnabas.
Loan, and so this represents a drawdown. You see the amount goes down to $1.5 million the following year, so it's a drawdown of this IDB facility.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Kalani.
I'd like to,
Kalani.
as a follow-up question to same. Oh, sorry.
The chair recognizes Kalani.
My apologies.
3111318, construction of women's shelter and support center. Last year, $500,000 was allocated. None of it has been spent, and nothing has been allocated this year.
Is that the construction of the shelter has been completed.
Okay. The chair recognizes member for Marco City.
Up on the point made earlier that the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador was not prepared to address. The government's requirement to then pay the $43 million, it's listed as a potential. It was listed as a potential contingent liability. But my understanding is that if we are going to go the direction that we're going now, we would have needed to come to the House of Assembly to get approval. That nothing in our law permits us to execute this arrangement in the manner in which we are doing. If I'm incorrect, you like to lecture, you could get on your feet and explain that you feel you followed all the necessary procedures in terms of paying off this loan that has crystallized. So feel free.
It's been moved.
I'll read into the record. I'll read into the record that the law, by law, the government should have entered into a formal contingent liability in the form of a guarantee approved by a resolution of the House of Assembly. Was that done? I don't ask. The question is it accurate or not accurate that you should have introduced a resolution in order to satisfy the $43 million that is now owed by the government? Yeah.
It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, on 3.
You weren't trying to help me, bro.
31111.
That's the last thing I would expect. I know you're going to be trying to help me.
31116 housing program. There was a $2 million allocation for housing program. It has now been increased to $8 million. What does this housing program entail?
This program encompasses the small home repairs in New Providence as well as the Family Islands, as well as provisions for the rent-to-own program.
Thank you. East Grand Bahama.
Also, Mr. Chair, under minor capital projects, there was an allocation of $3 million. 311302. Minor capital projects. There's an allocation for $3 million. That allocation has been increased to $5 million, but you spent $16 million. What is this for, and what was the $16 million spent on? $3113002. Minor capital projects. No. 3113002. Minor capital projects. Mine is saying minor capital projects.
Different thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what it is for minor repairs and works around the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Prime Minister, as well as any sort of minor works that need to be done around other ministries that don't have a capital head of their own. So things like painting, repairs, that sort of thing. Minor repairs, minor works.
The $16 million, because that's a significant overspend or outside of the original budget, what was allocated. So it has $16 million that was spent. So it's just $13 million over what was budgeted for. So what was the $16 million spent on?
We're responsible for making sure that our employees are housed in proper facilities, and so from time to time you have to do unforeseen things like repairs and such. So allocated back in 24, just under $10 million was spent. To improve estimates was $3 million for 2025, 26, and the actual amount spent for the 3 months was significantly more. It was $16 million, but that is because many times, and I can get a list of what it actually was, but what happens is many times, things are discovered, and the reality is when you discover substandard facilities, particularly when your employees are working in them, you have to move quickly. But Yeah, it wasn't a significant amount spent last year, and I can undertake to get the list. But I've seen it often where if something is discovered and you have to do significant repairs.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Chair recognizes Sinans.
Thank you. Can you identify what members of the Family Islands can expect with the upcoming $12 million Family Island Capital Development allocation? That's in 3111388.
Repairs, buildings, et cetera, in the Family Islands. It's for the whole of the of the country. I don't have a listing here, but it's various capital projects in the Family Islands.
These are very helpful answers. Item 3111319, subdivision development. Which subdivisions are these? Is this 1 million allocation going towards?
In Abaco, Sands Cove in Abaco, Ocean Hole in Eleuthera, Breezy Hill in North Andros, and Heritage in Grand Bahama.
It's been moved and seconded that Head 21 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand.
Thank you,
The chair
Mr.
recognizes Sinans.
This item at 311318, the construction of the Women's Shelter and Support Center. Shortly before the election, a constituent of Fox Hill died on Adderley Street, which connects Bernard Road to Johnson Road. I note that over the last term, I think the total amount spent was $500,000. I think the current administration is offering exemption on properties up to $600,000. That's just for a single family. Is this truly adequate enough over 2 terms? Only $500,000 spent, or can we find some money to build another women's shelter in a different part of New Providence, even in one of our Family Islands?
Was for, I know this allocation had appeared for several years, and I know it was not spent. My advice now is the shelter has been completed, and I would just offer condolences to the Member of Parliament and his constituency on the passing of his constituent. But my advice is that operation has been completed.
Chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
Mr. Chairman, through you, line item 3111-331, the construction of the swimming pool for $500,000. Do you know the location? Have you identified the location of this pool as yet?
That's preliminary works for the swimming pool in Grand Bahama.
Anything in Nassau Village? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that Head 21 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
As it relates to 3111217 with the Golden Yoke Authority, if I'm not mistaken, I believe some millions would have been contributed towards a building, and I see again we have another $9 million.
At the Gladstone Road site for the continuation of Golden Yoke.
So it's been moved and seconded that Head 21 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. The chair recognizes Sinans.
So that $9 million will bring 12 buildings. What about the $8 million in 28 and the $8 million in 29? Are we going to end up having 36 buildings?
The $9 million is for 12 buildings this year, and the continued projection into the future, I presume, is for the continued expansion of the Golden Yoke program.
Understood. Understood. It's been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Yeah, can the minister elaborate more? And the reason we thought it was important is because I believe to date we are north of $50 million thus far on the project. And in fact, I brought the contract prior to the end of the last term, showing the $52 million that the Prime Minister signed. I believe that may have been in February of this year. So we are north of $50 million. We are north of $50 million invested in the project. So this is not how. I'd be happy to sit if you could tell us how much you believe has been invested to date in the project. But I know it is north of $50 million.
Noted. It's been moved and seconded that head 21.
I'll say for the record, and the minister can determine whether or not he wishes to respond. A contract was signed prior to the end of the last administration for, I believe it was $52 million relative to the Golden Yoke program. And again, that was on top of what had been allocated previously. So again, north of $50 million. So the question has been asked about the $9 million that is now being invested, and then the $9 million for next
compounded
fiscal year, and so on. So the question is, can you help us understand this ramping up of additional expenses? What is the return on that investment that you're expecting? What amount of eggs are going to be produced? Where are you now in terms of that production cycle? That's the question. To the member, because I think you're in works now, eh? So, but member for Centerville.
Earlier, Mr. posed the question to me as it relates to what we spent in relation to the Golden Yoke, and I undertook to provide it to you now. I don't know if you were speaking to Capital Works or...
I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't give you one. So now I don't know if you would... I don't know what aspect of the Golden Yoke you're speaking about. Have you... no,
whether it's physical, operational, it's about the production of eggs. So I'm asking, what is the total amount that's being spent? I'm saying it's 50.
And I indicated to you that I can guarantee you it's not anywhere near 15 million. From
50 is what he's
saying. Oh, 50. Oh, definitely not. As it relates to the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, the answer to that is flat out no. And I did indicate to you that I would provide the specific amount for you when we're furnished with that.
He's asking where's the eggs. Didn't you answer?
It has been moved and seconded. It has been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 21 has agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 29 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. Yes. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Michael.
Thank you, sir. Line item 3112110, acquisition of fire trucks.
3112110.
We have no expectation that the government will buy 50 fire trucks in 1 year. But my interest is that what is the plan as to the acquisition of the fire trucks and the distribution of same? Because the family islands are lacking as well, and fire trucks roughly cost $150,000 to $200,000. So, and they normally are retrofitted or built to your order. So what's the timeline for these fire trucks to arrive in the Bahamas?
Give you the exact timeline, but I'm almost certain that the number is 20 fire trucks that will be purchased, and that they will be distributed not only for New Providence, but the family islands. And I can guarantee you that once they're here, you can't like Michael more than me.
The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
I just want to expand on the fire trucks. We would have recently had a bushfire, severe bushfire in Grand Bahama again, and we are known for that, and only one fire truck was available. are we going to be getting additional fire trucks as well for the island of Grand Bahama?
Answer is yes. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Mr. Chair, following up on the question first raised by the member for Michael, line item 311-2110, acquisition of fire trucks. In the approved estimates for 2025-2026, this government allocated $2 million for the purchase of fire trucks. For the first 3 quarters of this past fiscal year, $0 was spent to acquire the same. It is a fact, Mr. Chairman, that the Director of Communications, former in the Office of the Prime Minister, now Senator, the Honorable Trey Ramming, had indicated in a statement to the press following a number of fires in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that, in fact, some fire trucks were already on order and would be here shortly. All right. The question that I ask is because it was his attempt at trying to diffuse the situation. Of course, one of those fires being in Exuma, where the Smith brothers, the family, actually had to provide a privately provide a fire truck to deal with a fire at the fish fry. The question that I have is, why is it that we were told by the Director of Communications in the Office of the Prime Minister, no less, that fire trucks were on order, when in fact, according to this line item, there has not been, up to this point, anything spent this past fiscal year to purchase or acquire a fire truck?
Through you, Mr. Deputy, being on order doesn't mean that the funds have been spent yet. We're still waiting for them to be delivered.
Mr. Chairman, fire trucks on average, brand new, the member for Michael indicated that many times they are purchased, they're retrofitted, they're refurbished rather is another way to say it, right? We'll purchase them refurbished, but a brand new fire truck, okay, if we're purchasing brand new, on average out of North America, the cost is anywhere from $650,000 to $1.8 million. We have allocated $2 million. That could get us maybe 2 fire trucks. My question is, there's no way you can get an order for a fire truck, which are they are very hard to come by. You cannot purchase them without making a down payment. Why is it that they're showing no payment for the acquisition of a fire truck?
Well, I can't tell you the exact figure, but it's nowhere near the figure I was quoted by the honorable member.
Understood. It has been moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 29 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 32 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 32 be agreed. All those in favor remain seated. All those opposed, please stand. Head 32 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 33 be agreed.
It's been moved and the chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 211, line item 3111403, improvement of parks and grounds. This is what was allocated was $500,000. That has been increased to $2 million. The question relates to the same issue that I raised earlier. There are a number of parks in East Grand Bahama: McLeanstown, Pelican Point, High Rock, and Freetown. Those parks are dilapidated and need assistance. Can the government undertake to assist in making sure that those parks are renovated? And now that $2 million has been allocated under improvement of parks and grounds, can the government undertake that those parks will be able to be assisted through this allocation?
The chair recognizes the member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This funding is allocated for parks all across the country. I'm sure there'll be a large demand, but we could discuss it. You know, I mean, we don't have no specific allocation for any specific park. Take it under consideration.
The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
Line item 3111389, road remediation and drainage infrastructure. I believe that the area of Pindus Point is in dire need of a repair to their drainage system, which is in Seco Town. So I'm just putting the minister on notice that I would really like, because this is the hurricane season, that is done in the quickness of time. Thank you so much.
It's been moved. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You got to stand up.
Under Ports and Docks, 311302, see an increased allocation of roughly $5 million. Ports and Docks, 311302, there's a request from constituents of the Current in Eleuthera that the dock and ramp have improvements, repairs done to it, and that the canal be cleared again so that it can access the dock and the ramp by all users. So can you please put the Current down for dredging as well as improvements to the dock and ramp that are there? Can you do that?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most people are not aware of our situation in Michael. Maguana is a cash district. And my concern is most times the money plane is late. February of 2026 is the last time the plane arrived. It arrived yesterday. They did payments today at 2 p.m. My issue, sir, is even though we are paid late, BPL has the expectation to be paid on time. I have issues right now. My phone is actually blowing up where a person's current was turned off. This morning when they went to go collect their money from local government, they came back and met the houses in darkness. So my thing is, can we, I don't see a line item for it, but can we, power was turned off because the bills couldn't be paid because we're a cash district. So my question is, I don't see a line item for it, but can we have a system placed or something in place where we can have these persons paid on time so they can pay their bills on time, so they can have the dignity of every other behemoth, keep their power on.
Yes, yes.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much. Under Bridge Repair and Maintenance, Coral World Dock, is that finally going to be repaired? That looks like that's going to drop on the heads of any boater passing underneath it. Coral World Dock, yeah. The bridge. Coral World Bridge. Now that I got your attention, would that be included? Not in that line item under Bridge Repair and Maintenance?
Looking at facilitating 9 bridges across Family Islands, 8 across the Family Islands, and that one there by Coral World connects Ararat Key, which would make the 9 bridges. We are looking at the assessment on getting that done. Part of that is already included in annex. I forget the annex was included for the preparatory work on this program.
Would Coral World Bridge not be included?
Included. I say it's a
It
9.
is?
It's a, yes, it's a
Oh, sound like you're
9-bridge
saying it's
program. It's a 9-bridge program, right? 8 bridges are throughout the Family Islands, and the other one is Coral World Bridge.
Did the ferry bridge in Exuma, connecting Little Exuma, get completed? Last term, I think Exuma and Ragged Island said his grandfather built that. He also said he grew up with nothing but his dad was building bridges. You got anyone else?
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Long Island.
line item 311307, road repairs and maintenance. In 2025-2026, $9 million was allocated. However, for the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year, double that amount was spent. And then all of a sudden, in the projections for 2026-2027, the amount drops to $1 million. What I'd like to know, Minister, is why was the amount doubled, and why has it fallen to near zero?
Couple things. So if you look at Baja Mix was in our recurrent expenditure. In recurrent expenditure for Baja Mix, it was increased to $3.5 million. You'll also see where the line item in recurrent, right? So we spoke about that prior. And then if you look at Head 21, Ministry of Finance, at 3111348, you'll see an allocation for $13 million. Yes. So it's just reallocated from capital here to, right. So the same, but actually it's increased funding in regards to road infrastructure.
Explanation. Does this cover road works throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas?
So Baja Mix is the government's entity that paves in New Providence only. New Providence only. Throughout it'll be private contractors in other parts of the country. Is tied only to Baja Mix. New Providence only. Yeah.
$13 million under Baja Mix under Head 21 of Capital for Ministry of Finance. In recurrent. So 16, almost 17 million. Okay, all right. Okay, that makes sense. And then, sorry? Yeah. Sorry? No, what makes sense is, yeah, if you add the $1 million that is here for road repairs and maintenance to the 13 million under Baja Mix in the Ministry of Finance head, plus the 3 point some odd in the recurrent, you basically end up with 17 million plus for road works here in New Providence. Having said that, the Bridge Authority, can the minister explain line item 3111349, the $9 million for the Bridge Authority, what exactly is that being used for?
So prior to, under our last administration, we amended the Bridge Authority Act. Prior to that, only 2 bridges were able to be maintained by the Bridge Authority, which is the 2 bridges that connect PI and New Providence. We amended the act, which allowed any bridge in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to be under the Bridge Authority for construction, maintenance, repair, and all of that. That $9 million is allocated to start the infrastructural, the geotechnical, all of the work for the Glass Window Bridge, right? So we can start that work prior to the loan being approved.
So this is related to the American Bridge contract, that $9 million?
There's no American Bridge contract, sir. No, there's no American Bridge contract.
Who is the contract of record?
ISD.
ISD is for the Glass Window Bridge?
Yes, sir.
ISD?
Yeah, we signed a contract prior to the last election. We went to a vigorous 1 year, year and a half probably, bidding through all of that, the full thing, because it has to fall in line with, IDB, no, UCAF. UCAF funding. UCAF is funding the...
Could you explain UCAF?
UCAF is United Kingdom Export Finance. That's it? Yeah. Yeah.
So that's ISD. Okay, ISD, and that's for, so this $9 million is going to reduce the 80-some-odd million cost?
Most financial obligations when it comes to international funding, there has to be some injection by the government. So when you borrow, you don't borrow the full amount. So this would be our capital injection that is needed to start the project, and our commitment on the government's behalf to get it going.
You. Under road remediation, drainage, infrastructure, 3111389. There is at least one section in Nassau East North on Lambert Court which is the second corner on the left as you enter from the main Prince Charles Road, that every time it gets to the heavy rainy season, there's a vacant lot right on the corner and a residential home. The water comes right up to their door. If allocation can be made, the area can be assessed. If a well can be put in there, you have a very desperate family that's tired of dealing with the flooding. And it might be an easy fix if someone from the ministry goes out and inspects it. Could that be considered to be included in this allocation, Minister?
Send me the pen.
The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, under the 3111-302, ports and docks, I just wanted to ask the government, I suppose in particular the Minister for Grand Bahama and the assistance with the Minister for Works. In East Grand Bahama, the oil storage facility, I believe is Leviathan. On the side of Leviathan, there was a public dock. Oh, sorry.
Well, you're strong. Well done.
Member for East Grand Bahama.
As I was saying, in East Grand Bahama, with respect to the facility owned by Leviathan, the oil storage facility, on the side of the oil storage facility, there previously was a public access it was a dock that was used by the public. When Leviathan came in, they shut down the public dock. I know I had personally met with them a couple of years ago, and they had, again, refused to allow the public access to it, and the public previously had access to it. We'd like to get the government's intervention in assisting us with allowing the public to, again, have access to the public dock that was previously used. We'd like to get the government to assist us in speaking to Leviathan and making sure that the public would continue to have access to that canal so that they can use it for their fishing and they can use it for the dock facilities.
Speak with the member for Pine Ridge and as well as yourself afterwards, and we can discuss if it's possible or if we can make it happen.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for St. Anne's.
Under sidewalks, 3111-303, if you can, advise whether or not some allocation can be made. A number of residents in the east, as far as Sans Souci, Yamacraw, and probably even Elizabeth, they'll walk along Prince Charles. Some will start in St. Anne's Bay, which is the eastern end of Prince Charles. But walking in the early hours of the morning is a traditional mode of exercising for a lot of residents. There is sidewalk in the bay, but not as you go down the road. So if you can't come up with a system that could add some sidewalks to the road as it goes from St. Anne's Bay, which is by McPherson's Bend, as far, I guess, as Winton Highway, past Fort Winton Seaside Park, that'll be very beneficial to residents there. Again, in a similar fashion, Montague Foreshore, residents from Blair, from Johnson Road, maybe even as far as Fox Hill, will cut across to Montague Foreshore, just west of Dix Point, and go from there into Montague Park. But that roadway from the Blair side doesn't have a pedestrian crossing. There's been a request for a pedestrian crossing there. And wherever you can't put sidewalks in these highly traversed two areas, if you can consider at least putting some type of bike or walking lane, You know, the road can't expand, but at least maybe some markings could remind motorists that this is a high-traffic pedestrian area as well. Please take caution. If you could consider that, please.
The team at Ministry of Works look at it, traffic team.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Member for Long Island.
So I want to ask the line item 3111311, cemeteries, improvements, and upkeep. The allocation for last fiscal year, the one we're currently in, is $2,750,000. For the first 3 quarters of this fiscal period, we utilized $457,867. The allocation for next fiscal period, the one we are voting on, is $2 million. Question that I have for the minister is, as you know, many of our public cemeteries are in a state of disrepair. And the loved ones are concerned that their families' grave sites are in poor condition. Why is it that we're only spending such a small amount of the allocated sum in contractual services to upkeep these spaces?
That's the funding that was needed at that time, but the challenge that the ministry has and will expand on is more than just the cleaning, it's the infrastructural improvements as well. So I understand your point, and we expect to intend to remediate most of that.
And they say, Mr. Chairman, that a society is judged by the way it treats its animals and the dead. And so I really, and that's factual. That's factual. It's elderly, also elderly children, right? Animals and the dead. No, true. Elderly children, animals and the dead. But the point I make is this. We have, and I understand, and I think this is something, and I appreciate that governments have sought to provide opportunities for small contractors to be able to do work that's going to enhance the quality of our society. We talked about, and this is not meant to be a controversial point, beaches and parks spending $141 million over the last 5 years. I really would like to see, and I mean contractors irrespective of their political persuasion, PLP, F&M, COI, everybody, I really would like to see that we use the funding that you have here, and not approximately 17% of it, to be able to pay these contractors so that our grave sites, our graveyards, sorry? I know, up to March, I understand. 17% of the allocated amount. We were allocated, let's call it 20%. So that's only up until March. Okay, no problem. But it is less than 20%. My point is, up to March. My point is, can we see to it that we are actually issuing these contracts, since you've already allocated the funds, to people on the basis of bidding, if we can, or you can, if you so choose, you can share it between your side and our side so that we can help our small contractors. No, I'm serious about this. We have graveyards that have plots where the grave sites have fallen in, and you can see the caskets. And what we'd like to see is that we are actually utilizing these funds to help with the maintenance of our graveyards. Can we see to that, and can you explain what is being done to ensure that we actually give out these contracts to improve the quality of our grave sites?
What's the question?
What, Mr. Minister, member for Central and South Eleuthera, we have almost $3 million allocated for this, all right? You've only, in the first 3 quarters or 9 months of the fiscal year, you've only used less than 500,000 of that near $3 million amount, all right? And our graveyards are in a state of disrepair. Public cemeteries, Spikenard, as an example. What is being done to ensure that we utilize this money so that our graveyards are, I mean, people, tourists, believe it or not, tourists drive around just to see the quality. We say we are a tourist economy. They drive around just to see the quality of our graveyards, all right? That's a fact. My question is, why are we not utilizing the funds if we've come here to approve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The member for East Grand Bahama led this head with a question on whether or not the funds could be directed towards improvements for parks in Grand Bahama. So there was a budget for this year of $500,000. There was a budget this year of $500,000 under line item 3111403. The budget was $500,000. The actual spending was $2,091,000. Are we understanding correctly how these funds are used? Are they actually to improve park equipment, or are they for landscaping, excavation? Because our understanding is that Parks and Beaches really takes care of park equipment. And I think those are the type of improvements that East Grand Bahama was referring to. So which parks saw these funds allocated and were improved over the last term, last year?
I'll get that information and get it back to you.
Last question, Mr. Chairman. The Airport Infrastructure Program, line item 3111377. The approved amount for this fiscal year was $6 million. The actual amount spent for the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year was $17 million. And then we've gone back to appropriating $6 million for this current fiscal year. What I'd like to know is, what does this Airport Infrastructure Program relate to?
It's an IDB-funded loan that was, I think, signed under the former FNM administration, actually. And we started to draw down to complete Exuma runway, Treasure Key, and North Eleuthero. So, yeah, the runway. The air side works. So the air side for Exuma, Treasure Key, and North Eleuthero is a part of this IDB loan-funded airport program. That's just in the...
It has been moved and seconded that head 33 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 33 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 38 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 38 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Line item 3111387. Can you explain the $10 million for Grand Bahama?
In relation to the bank facility for the construction of a new school and the rehabilitation of Grand Bahama schools. I spoke to this during my budget presentation.
Yeah, I think she opposes the building.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island, the member for St. Anne's asks that you could repeat for the purposes for the public listening.
The $10 million is in relation to Grand Bahama schools, a new school that was projected for East Grand Bahama as a part of a CDB facility.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair
Also-
recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you. Also, for the past 5 years, Jack Hayward High School gymnasium has been out of commission, and I'm hoping that the Ministry of Education can facilitate a floor so that the gymnasium can be used for the upcoming school year.
I've just been from Hurricane Machu.
We note the concern.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Mountain.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up. Finally, as it relates to the reopening of school for the new school term, I know we always take last minute to send repairs to get our schools functioning, and I'm hoping that we have quality contractors who are going to ensure that they are aware of what is needed and what needs to be done, and that all of the repairs are done prior to teachers returning to school and students.
I note your hope.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Campus, Bahamas Building, line item 3111244, an allocation that is a new one for $2 million in this upcoming fiscal year. Can the minister state whether this is for the construction of a new building or the acquisition of a new building?
The repairs of the new facility for Campus, which is designated to be the former Phil's on Gladstone Road, yes.
So campus is going to be placed there. Can the minister confirm that there is no purchase price for this because it was a part of the Resolve fund, correct? Okay. So this $2 million is for strictly the refurbishment, nothing to do with the acquisition. Okay, thank you. All right, sir. Line item 3111286. New primary and secondary schools. The approved estimates for 2025-2026, $8.4 million. The actual amount spent for the first 3 quarters was $3.8 million, and now we are allocating in the new fiscal year $3.7 million. Can you state whether there will be the construction of new primary and secondary schools, and if so, what can $3.8 million
over a period of time? If you notice 3.7 in the following year, 6.4, as you know, the entire construction of a school wouldn't be completed in 1 year. So you must consider the additional amounts as well. There are several schools foreshadowed. I spoke to some of them during my budget presentation. But in a nutshell, that's what we're looking at.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you state then, this $3.8 million is for multiple schools. Can you state whether they are all in New Providence or in New Providence as well as the Family Islands? Are you able to state where?
Family Islands.
Family Islands?
Yeah.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Mountain.
I just want to, I should have added this, but in relations to the contractors who would do summer repairs, can we reinforce that the administration of each school signs off along with whoever you may send to oversee it? Because what has been happening is that the person who comes will sign off and the contractors are incomplete with the work.
I spoke to this extensively during my budget presentation. We're looking to increase capacity to do repairs throughout the year. But, you know, the process is that the administration of the school submits a report that they call a survey. It's refined by the professionals of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Education. And from there, the scopes are prepared and the work is done. We anticipate the work will be done before the opening of school.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that prior to the last few years, principals used to sign off to say that the work has been completed. That has ceased.
I heard you the first.
Thank you. Okay.
It has been moved and seconded that head 38 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 38 has been agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I now move that head 40 be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that head 40 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 40 has been agreed.
Chairman, I was standing, sorry. Just a straightforward question. Actually, there's more. We have removal of sunken vessels. That's almost seeing a reduction of $750,000 from the 26 budget into the 27 budget. What areas have now been cleared, and what areas remain that would be covered by this reduced budget in 2027?
Porter's Key for both answers. East is the first answer, and Porter's Key West is the next answer.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairman. This issue of upkeep of bus stations. Do the buses use the bus stations? And which ones are they using that we're upkeeping them?
They do.
And which ones are they using that we're upkeeping them?
The downtown stations and the ones that exist along the road where persons shelter under when the sun is hot or when it's raining. I know St. Anne's probably doesn't use a bus, so he wouldn't know where the bus stations are located, but I'll take some pictures and bring it for you next time, St. Anne's.
I mean, my brother came in here in a new suit, and he's got a new mouth too, Mr. Chairman.
Member,
The good member and I are cordial. Obviously he knows very little about St. Anne's. I mean, the fact that a woman was shot to death by a husband in Adderley Street, right on the border of St. Anne's and Fox Hill. St. Anne's is the main artery to the heart of New Providence, which is Fox Hill. Everybody that comes from Seabreeze on the way to work typically will pass through Burnett Road into Fox Hill. The big red machine is on the doorstep. The big red machine is on the doorstep of Fox Hill.
Member for St. Anne's.
But of significance to Lundy, to Central Mangrove Key and South Andros's familiarity with bus stops. I'm not sure if he's living in St. Anne's now. He began living in St. Anne's. He might live in Killarney. Yeah, he never said he used it himself. But if you drive along West Bay Street, right in front of where Sandals is, obviously when the shifts change, it's always a difficult bus stop location to maneuver around because persons walk right across the road when they're ready. In the daytime, you have some visibility, but in the median, right where the bus stop is there, in the median, if you can install a street light, that'll be bright enough because persons will come from the post office across from the southern side into the median and then go right across. And you, as a driver, you can't see individuals on that median at nighttime. So if we're going to put some money into maintaining the bus stops, let's make sure we don't have any tragedies like we had with the person that was killed as an employee of Parks and Beaches, as an employee that are using these bus stops.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central Mangrove Key.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I know the area that he speaks about, and we already spoke about it in road traffic, and I'm actually going to use, because the post office is right opposite it, we're looking at putting some lighting right there where persons could see where it wouldn't be reflecting in the eyes of the drivers, obstructing their driving paths. So I have someone looking at it right now.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, you have here on line item 3111335, redevelopment of Porter's Key Dock. The question that I have here is with respect to the recent fire that occurred very short time ago at Arwa Key. Can you say whether any funding from the government has gone toward the reconstruction of those stalls that were so affected?
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me respond to this line item that he's speaking about with the redevelopment of the Porter's Key Dock. This actually has to do with the lighting and the security cameras out there. It doesn't have to do with the stalls itself. Yes, okay?
I appreciate that because I know it's been a security concern. However, to the question about the redevelopment of Arawak Key, since you have Potter's Key listed here, has any government funding gone toward the redevelopment of the impacted stalls at Arawak Key that were involved in the fire?
The chair
Mr. Chair,
recognizes the honorable member for
Through
Centerville.
you to the member from Long Island. We are now finalizing those payments, and that should be coming forth with. There were certain legal issues that had to be addressed by the Office of the Attorney General regarding some of the leaseholders at the Arawak Key site. Some of the persons holding leases at the Arawak Key site, and that is now being ironed out, and so they will be compensated in perhaps within the next 2 weeks.
Appreciate that answer, Senator. Can you say a ballpark figure, what it is that we are contributing?
Do at this time, but when it happens, you will definitely see it. There is a, it will be public.
Thank you.
Yep.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Aqua City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. With respect to the redevelopment of Porter-Ski Dock, I'd like to link that item 3111335 to 3112108, removal of sunken vessels. I wanted to know whether or not the government has made a decision to hold some of the persons who own vessels at Porter-Ski. Hold them responsible for the vessels that have sunk. And I know some persons who had been born for quite some time allowed entire sections of the dock not to be able to be used because of the length of time they have left their vessels there.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, through you, some of the amendments that we did to the law would in fact help us to deal with those owners that left the boats and those that are sunken boats. It would allow us to deal with them right now.
I wanted to find out, how did you arrive at the figures for the removal of the vessels? Did you have a competitive process of various service providers providing quotes? And I just want the public to understand. So if you're able to just explain how you arrive at that, I'd appreciate it.
We use the technical, Mr. Chairman, we get technical advice from our technical support staff in the Port Department, and they have the amounts that we already did to remove boats, and they have the amount of boats. So yes, but as the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador said, once it will go out to tender and a competitive bidding will be done.
Does the government intend to do a public-private partnership on the redevelopment of Porter-Ski? I know that there have been several master drawings done by various groups. Some of them are quite, spectacular. But I would like to know whether or not the government is contemplating doing a public-private partnership on the complete transformation of that area of Porter-Ski.
Mr. Chairman, again, through you, not at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
The good gentleman from Central Mangrove Key and South Andros. He has got a great appointment in ministry now, and arguably the best location of any minister's office in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Yet in the line items, he has an amount for upkeep of navigation aids and light. And it's been at least 3 years, possibly more, that the lighthouse at the entrance of our harbor has not had a functioning light. I'm not going to get into the cost of a total renovation there, but if the top could be replaced and a light could be reinstalled, that would be probably the first thing staring you in the face every day. So until you do it, every time you look out that window, every time you have a guest come to your court, remember your good friend from St. Anne's, the one that hasn't ridden a bus in a long time, has asked that you replace the light on top of that lighthouse. It's actually the oldest lighthouse in the Bahamas and in the region, according to records. So if you could tend to that, I'd look forward to visiting your office when it's all done. Minister, could you do that, please?
Mr. Chairman, through you, his comments are noted. We did the light on top of the water tower, so we will make sure that we take a look at the lighthouse on the end of the western tip of Paradise Island, just to let you know, I know exactly where you mean.
Yeah. It has been moved and seconded that head 40 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 40 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 56 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 56 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. With respect to the Farm Road construction, I wanted the minister to give clarification on whether or not that item has been moved elsewhere, and if so, what is the amount and which roads are you targeting?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
That has been moved to Ministry of Works capital estimates. I can get the exact roads for you. What I can say at this time is there were roads that I know we targeted in Exuma. Any follow-up roads will more than likely take place after September, October, after the end of the rainy period. And I can let you know what we have on schedule as it relates to those farm roads.
Are any of the roads in New Providence, in the Carmichael, Cowpen, Gladstone Road area?
You with that, there's a schedule we have as well for that, so I'll be able to provide you with that information shortly.
So you also have under 3111384, sorry, construction of building. Are you able to elaborate on that, please?
Yes. Yes. Yep, I'm happy you mentioned that because you are familiar, probably more so than any of your other colleagues, with these buildings. These are, in fact, the cultivation centers, a project that actually initiated under your tenureship when you were in the ministry. And I can say that we have successfully completed. Oh. Yes. Well, there's the completion of the cultivation centers, the one for New Providence, Eleuthera, and Cat Island. As you know, we already spoke about the invitation for the one for the opening in New Providence as well. So, yes, I understand. Understood. So there you have it, Marco City. We won't go back down that road again.
It has been moved and seconded that head 56 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 56 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 60 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 60 be agreed. Those in favor remain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to direct the attention of the minister to line item 3111203, upkeep of community clinics. Mr. Minister, in the last fiscal year, you had a projected expenditure of $11 million. For the first 3 quarters, you spent $6.6 million, and now in this upcoming fiscal year, you are projecting an expenditure of $7 million. The question that I have is, this involves the upkeep of community clinics across the country?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Yes, Long Island it does. It is upkeeps of clinics in New Providence as well as the Family Islands.
Thank you, sir. As you know, Minister, and you've already committed to ensuring that the morgue at the Deadman's Key Clinic is the construction and completion of that project begins in short order. The question that I have for you is, if this is in fact for the capital works for the upkeep of community clinics, can you explain why, with these works in this instance in Long Island and across the archipelago, why is it that we are now substantially decreasing the amount of allocated funds for the upkeep of community clinics in this upcoming cycle?
That's a good question. Like I said before, in our last term in office, we renovated some 52 clinics. 52 throughout the archipelago. 52 clinics. Yes, 52 clinics. 52. And we use a lot of resources to do so, but I want to turn your attention to Long Island. No, we did some remedial work at Deadman's Key and Sims, but under the IDB loan facility, there is funding for Deadman's Key and the Sims Clinic via IDB loan facility that is reflective in 28000015 and 2822029. They're IDB loans, and Deadman's Key.
Where's that, sir?
That's the first line, the first two lines. They're IDB funding, the first two ones.
Program to support the health sector?
No, you have your programs to support health sector and programs to support health systems.
Yes.
They are embedded in those two line items.
Okay.
Yes, they're there.
That's IDB funding?
IDB funding is for Deadman's Key and Sims.
So in this new year, under line item 2822029, program to support health system, the 1.5 million and the health sector line item above it for a total of 4 million. Those funds are earmarked for Deadman's Key. No.
They said some of the fundings is allocated for IDB clinics. One of them is Deadman's Key and Sims. There are other ones as well. Some money is there for you, for the finalization of the work in Long Island. It's there under the IDB loan funding.
The reason I raise this question to you, Mr. Minister, I know for a fact that the person who was granted this contract, a person who was offered this contract, one of the reasons they turned it down is because of the insistence by your ministry to offer the contract at a sum far less than what it would cost to provide the improvements. So my point is, with the decreases that are here on these allocations, are we sure we are providing the necessary amount of funds to be able to properly improve these clinics?
The clinic for Long Island, a quantity surveyor scoped the work, not the ministry. A professional hired by the ministry who clearly indicated what the cost of the contract would be. The contract went out. The contractors looked at it and felt they were not able to do it initially. Someone else felt they were able to do it, and we are about to award the contract to that individual. But it's not how you feel, it's what the quantity surveyor said what the contract was worth. There's a lot of emotional involvement of what you think it should be, but we have professionals who scope this work. The contractor can't tell me what it costs. My quantity surveyor tell me what the scope of work is, and I go out and I ask anyone who's interested to actually bid on the contract.
I'll say in completing my contribution on this particular issue, you talk about funding here that is, for the last fiscal period was 11 million, right? The amount that was proposed for the works for the Deadman's Key Clinic, all right, was less than 100,000, Minister. And I mean, realistically, with the greatest respect, $100,000 or less than $100,000 for what is needed. I mean, even to me, I'm not the one who's being asked to construct it, and it seems as though that is an amount that could do very little in terms of the work that is needed.
The quantity surveyor scoped the work for what the value is for the construction of the housing for the morgue facility. As you were aware, the morgue facility was ordered. The wrong size morgue came and it could not fit the existing structure, so we have to build a structure. I sent the quantity surveyors down there who are affiliated with the ministry, scope what that work is supposed to be, and they came back with a price. The price went out in Long Island. The first person who looked at it said they couldn't bill it for it. We went back to the quantity surveyor. The quantity surveyor say, Doc, that's what it is. And so I go back out to tender. I cannot provide a contract based on what someone tell me. I have the professionals who scope the work and give me advice on how to move.
Honorable member for Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable member for Tall Pines, Michael recognized the investment in the medical field, and we thank you for it. My question is, piggybacking off the member for Long Island, the contractors who are involved or engaged in the construction of these clinics, like Megwana, which is a pledge of 600,000, of 1 million actually, the initial stage over a period of 3 years, and Auckland's, which is a pledge of 600,000. The contractors who are on record, do they still remain as the contractors for the completion of these projects?
In my call, we have Inagua, Megwana, Auckland's, and Crooked Island. We have a facility that is being built in Auckland's that is about 80% completed, and we will continue to fund that project to bring it to completion. When we go into Megwana, we brought in a portable clinic in order for us to move our staff out of the existing clinic to do remedial repairs. But the European Union has donated a sum of money to construct a brand new clinic in Megwana, and very soon I will speak with you and the residents who I've been with for the process for construction via the European Union grant funding that is being managed by the IDB. So we have a new clinic for Megwana.
Thanks, Mike.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
As it relates to 311-2101, acquisition of transportation equipment, does that include ambulances, sir? Ambulance. Acquisition of transportation equipment for land. I'm just asking. 101. I know, I'm asking if that was for ambulances. Okay. Oh, it says nothing is there. Okay, I want to know, are we going to get additional ambulances for Grand Bahama?
Yeah, that's recurrent, but I'm not quite sure what she's asking me, man.
That'll be recurrent, this capital.
The ministry is in the process of procuring additional ambulances for the PHA, which is inclusive of New Providence and Grand Bahama. That is under review, and we are in the procurement processes for that.
It has been moved and seconded that head 60 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 60 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 72 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that head 72 be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for Freetown.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. Item 2822018 allocates $3.5 million for the Bahamas National Geographic Information System. Given that the system has already been operational and received $1.3 million in the previous fiscal year, can we explain the reason for the additional 2.1 for this year and any specific deliverables from the project in this fiscal year?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a continuous process and project. And so the first part of the project, the funds that you would see there would cover that part of the project. It's a very elaborate process where we have to provide geospatial data that is accurate, especially for aeronautical travel. And therefore, the company that has been engaged to do this process have numerous
activities that have to happen, including a flyover at ideal weather, in order to get proper mapping so that we can be accurate in terms of our geospatial data in the country. This also will contribute to all other agencies of the government getting accurate location of homes, whether it comes to the election process, numbering of houses when we go through that process, and anything that the Ministry of Works and other agencies would have to do when it comes to geospatial data and proper GPS location data.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Good. So the data is shared across government ministries.
Be made available across all government agencies, and presently the Bahamas National Geospatial Information System, or BNGIS, I spoke about in my contribution. Thank you. That would be the agency that some agencies already rely on to get proper geospatial data. Thank you, Mr. Lightfoot.
It has been moved and seconded that head 72 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 72 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 73 of the schedule be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 73 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 73 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head 74 be agreed.
Second.
Relax, Bimini.
It has been moved and seconded that head 74 be agreed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Line item 2822024. I just want to know the process, whether or not this is going to be sent out to tender as it relates to the demolition of the towers, Casino Bazaar.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Absolutely. Everything with the Ministry for Grand Bahama is sent out to tender. Everything goes in the portal. But the demo, the funds have actually, there's been environment where that's moved to the acquisition of the bazaar. Because until we acquire, it won't be demolished. And so that the funds have been transferred in this fiscal period to the bazaar.
It has been moved and seconded that head 74 be the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under 3111-307, road repair and maintenance, the budget has been increased from 750 to 2 million. Which roads does this apply to?
Yes, roads in Grand Bahama. But in particular, the Hudson Estate Roads has already been commissioned, and some of that is that.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Through you to the member for Pine Ridge as it relates to road repairs. Parts of Central Grand Bahama and even West Grand Bahama is government areas. Pindus Point have not had any road repairs in forever. And I want that to be looked at. I think it's about a mile that needs to be done, but we have road repairs for Grand Bahama, so that could be done as well, and not just Hudson Estate, which is in Pine Ridge. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
I just wanted to be clear whether or not the minister was saying that the 2 million is allocated for Hudson exclusively. Sorry. Yes.
I did not say that.
Identify the area where the roads will be repaired, please, for the 2 million.
Some of it was Hudson Estate, and it'll be based on priority.
It has been moved and seconded that head 74 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Head 74 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the schedule be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. The schedule has been agreed.
Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. The bill in its entirety has been agreed.
That's these, right? Oh. We go into Customs Management, yeah. Mr. Deputy, the Customs Management Amendment Bill 2026. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that it has been moved and seconded that the long title be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It has been agreed that the long title has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that paragraph 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that paragraph 2 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Paragraph 2 has been agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 3 be agreed. Those in favor remain. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Mama.
Just had a question on this. I think it may have been raised a bit earlier. Is the government confident that once this has been passed, that should satisfy the U.S. in terms of the tariff issue?
Connected to the tariff issue, but suffice it to say that as we pointed out to the U.S. authorities, more than 85% of our goods are imported from the United States. And so we rely on the fact that our goods come from the United States. We are concerned about importing goods because our law does outlaw forced labor. And so as a consequence, it's a natural flow from that is that we ought not to be importing and or encouraging other jurisdictions to engage in forced labor. And for our purposes, we decided to ensure that we close this lacuna for the avoidance of any doubt that we will not be permitting the importation of goods that we deem has been produced by persons under what we call forced labor. So this is our law. We're doing it for ourselves, and just filling in that lacuna.
And not related to this, but I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, to take this opportunity as they leave to thank the staff from the Ministry of Finance.
Please stand.
Produce the budget and have been here since
Yes.
9 o'clock this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Member for East Grand Mama.
So,
Honorable
Mr.
Member.
Chair, I also wanted to take an opportunity on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition and all of us on this side to again thank the members from the Ministry of Finance who continue to do a tremendous job. A valuable service to the country.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Chair, again, I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear, because I had and it may have been the wrong understanding, but I had the understanding that we accept that we should not be dealing with anything with respect to forced labor. We accept that. But I had the understanding that this legislation was done to assist in making sure that we don't, to assist in the complaint that may have been made by the U.S. government. And this would have been done to satisfy that request or those discussions. So
The chair recognizes the honorable member. We on clause 3. Clause 3 of the bill. We on clause 3 of the bill.
It is true. It is true that an inquiry was made of us, of our country, as to whether our laws prohibited for goods produced by forced labor, child labor, and that inquiry was made of many countries, and our Attorney General went to an inquiry and spoke to the authorities, pointed out that if we are basically importing, showing what our trade is between the United States and that majority of our goods come from the United States. Right. And I think we made our case, and it was understood that we don't. Plus, we indicated that our laws do penalize the use of child labor here in the country, in our country. So to remove any doubt and to ensure that there is law on our books for that purpose, we did this. Now, I think we satisfied the authorities when we appeared before them, along with other countries, and it was just what I call anterior inquiry. It wasn't an investigation, anterior inquiry, just to discuss this issue. We participated in that discussion. We think we satisfied them, but for the avoidance of doubt, it appears to us that there is a lacuna, and we wanted to make sure it's enshrined in our law. Thank you.
Clause 3. It has been moved and seconded that Clause 3 has been approved. For those in favor, please remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. Clause 3 is approved.
I now move that the bill is in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be approved. For those in favor, please remain seated. For those opposed, please stand. It is agreed that the bill in its entirety is approved.
Mr. Deputy, the Business License Amendment Bill 2026. This is how they have it lined up. Yes, Business License Amendment Bill. Mr. Deputy, the Business License Amendment Bill 2026. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the Business License 2026 bill be agreed. Short title, long title be agreed. For those who agree, remain seated. For those who disagree, oppose, stand. The long title of the Business License 2026 bill, agreed. Yeah, no, that's right. The
Business License Amendment. That's the long title. Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved that the short title of the bill be agreed. For those who agree, remain seated. For those who oppose, please stand. It's agreed that the short title of the bill.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. For those who agree, remain seated. The member for St. Barnabas.
Give us a copy of the amendment so that we could know what's happening. You know, so if you're going to move it, just at least give us a copy of it so we could understand what the amendment is.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the following amendment at Clause 2. An amendment reads, at 9A1, delete the words Part 7 and substitute the words Part VA. And this amendment, Mr. Chairman, is to correct an error in reference to the new Part VA of the bill.
It's been moved and seconded that the amendment to Clause 2 be amended as agreed. For those in favor? Sure.
The amendment, please.
It's an error in reference to a particular section. So in the bill that's before us, it refers to, it says pay the prescribed fee in accordance with Part, I think that's Roman numeral 7, and in fact it should say pay the prescribed fee in accordance with Part VA. Yeah, Roman numeral VA. Yeah. So just Yes.
Chair recognizes Kalani.
Inserting a new section, 60K.
It's been moved and seconded that amendments to clause 2, amendment to the bill be approved. Be agreed as read. For those in favor, remain seated. For those who oppose, please stand. The amendment is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that clauses 3 through 6 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 3 through 6 be agreed as read. Be agreed. For those, as many are as in favor, remain seated. For those who oppose, please stand. Clause 3 through 6 are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I move that clause 7 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 7 of the bill be agreed. As many are as in favor. The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Yes, I wish to propose the following amendment to clause 7. In the new part V, Roman numeral VA, A, renumber 60K, 60L, 60M, 60N, and 60O as 60L, 60M, 60N, 60O, and 60P, and insert a new 60K as follows. And I will read the new proposed 60K, participation of government or regulatory agencies. The board shall, in the performance of its functions under this part, consult with such government or regulatory agencies as the board considers necessary, including the Department of Local Government and Family Island Administrators, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the ministry responsible for health, the Bahamas Agricultural and Food Safety Authority, the Department of Physical Planning, the Department of Works responsible for building control, and any other relevant government or regulatory agency. 2, the head of a government or regulatory agency referred to under Section 1, or a person designated by the head of that agency, shall, upon the request of the board, attend meetings of the board and provide such information, recommendations, or technical assistance as may reasonably be required by the board. And 3, a person attending a meeting of the board pursuant to subsection 2 shall participate in an advisory capacity only and shall not be entitled to vote on any matter before the board. And 4, the board shall have regard to any advice or recommendation provided under this section, but shall not be bound by such advice or recommendations. And C, in paragraph 6MD, delete the word 60K and substitute 60L. And the intent of this new clause, Mr. Chairman, is to allow government or regulatory agencies to assist the Liquor Review Board with information and recommendation relative to applications under review by the board. It allows the board to call on the head individuals from these government agencies to assist them in their to give them advice that would assist them in their deliberations when it comes to liquor licenses.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the amendments to the bill be agreed as read. As many as are in favor, remain seated. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Just a general question with respect to the establishment of the whole liquor license process. And I'm not sure whether, I know as of, I believe earlier last year, I was contacted by a couple of folks who were not earlier this year, sorry, in their process of renewal of their business license, they now had to apply for this additional step in terms of because they were selling liquor. Can we be, or can you assure the public that, and I'm saying this not because we disagree with respect to the steps that are being taken to look at ensuring that the proper persons are granted liquor licenses, but can the process of going through this additional step, because now it appears that there's a board being formed and it's now going to go to this board and they will have to review it and so on, that step will be as seamless as possible so that when they apply for the renewal, that there's no undue delay in terms of the whole renewal process. Because while we understand what is happening and agree with what is happening, we start to focus on the ease of doing business when people are applying to renewal and so on. So I just wanted to get your comments on that.
Chair recognizes the member for Kidani and Kingston South.
We trust that it will be seamless. The board, we hope, will be persons of repute and understand the necessity of being objective, fair, and appreciate the need for expedition. I think the law will be that until the review board makes a decision, the status quo would remain. And so that helps that part of it. Now, this is not a new regime. '60s, '70s, '80s, right up until I think shortly after '97. Before then, shop licenses, liquor licenses, they had a board that considered all applications. The applications were put in, they were advertised, hearings were set so that persons could come in, object or otherwise to the grant or otherwise of a shop or liquor license. That assured a check on the proliferation of these issues. This has come about because the complaints are piling up about liquor stores just popping up all over the place. People don't even know that a license is about to be granted. You take Engliston, for example, right next to schools, liquor licenses are just popping up, and neighbors just wake up one morning and find a liquor store being open next to them. That was never the case before. Now that regime has changed some time ago, and the considerations to change it, I'm not going to say was meritless. There was some merit to changing it, but perhaps something else ought to have been added to it. But in this instance, we are hoping to have neighbors and neighborhoods have a say in whether a liquor store should be in their neighborhood. Now, this does not mean that we are going to revoke all liquor licenses that have been existing for quite a while, because we're all aware that some bars were in place for years, and then a church come in the neighborhood and then try to shut down the liquor store. That's not what this is intended to do. It's intended to put some brakes on what's going on, and it's intended to ensure that persons in neighborhoods will have the ability to have a say in whether a liquor store should be in that neighborhood. Also, most of these licenses used to be issued upon conditions. For example, the liquor store should close at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Those are some of the things that we need to know. And you will not, and if you are breaching your liquor license conditions, if you do anything to not comply with the laws, then you're subject to have your liquor license revoked. But the way the process is going now, I can't see that the ultimate decision maker as to whether or not you get a license and or get your license renewed is fully aware of what is going on. And this is the purpose of this.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador could also address the issue that some of the proprietors are complaining that now that they are up for renewal, they have attempted to put in place a security measure on their counter that would shield someone who's come into the store from being able to easily access them, and that somehow in the inspection that is prohibited. So they are unable to create a kind of barrier between them and a would-be assailant.
That, but my understanding when I make inquiries about this, it is not that they're prohibiting people from having a cage within their store. But what has been happening is the cage is outside, preventing people from coming inside, and so people are congregating at the windows and being served from the outside. And there have been a number of instances where people have been shot, standing up and congregating in front of these stores. So it's not that they're prohibiting them. Once you're inside and you have your enclosure, fine. But it's not. It's just like the gas stations. They all have their enclosures inside, and you can pay at the window, but you can go inside and shop as well. I think that's the same concept that's expected to be of all the stores. We're hoping to stop people from shopping from outside as well, standing at windows, waiting to be served, taking out their monies outside because they become targets for robbery and all of that. And so that's the purpose there.
It's been moved and seconded that the amendments to the bill be agreed as read. As many as are in favor remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. The amendments are agreed. Clause 7 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that clause 8.
That's it. 8.
Be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 8 of the bill be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Amendment to clause 8? Okay, I'll wait.
Chair recognizes St. Barnabas.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the following amendment to clause 8. In paragraph A, delete the words 100 million and substitute the words 175 million. And so the threshold that will attract the 1.5% business license tax. It was in error printed as 100 million in the amendment before us. We're changing that to 175 million.
You said in second. You said in your.
Yeah, which we said in the communication. Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the amendments be agreed as read. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Obviously, this applies to those larger businesses. Can you say whether there are any Bahamian businesses that would fit under this category, or is this just for those international businesses that would deal with this amount?
Our information is that the total number of these businesses are maybe under 20, and there will be some Bahamian businesses that will fall within revenue of 175 million.
What is the relationship then with this amendment and the domestic top-up tax?
Relationship,
Okay.
there's no relationship at all. This actually takes us back to a position that had existed some years ago at the 1.5%.
It's been moved and seconded that the amendments to the bill be agreed as read. As many as are in favor, please remain seated. For those opposed, please stand. The amendment is agreed. Clause 8 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Clause 9 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that Clause 9 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, the chair recognizes Sin Barnabas.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose the following amendment to Clause 9. It reads as follows: delete paragraph 1, and substitute the following.
That's in the fifth schedule. That's in the schedule.
I'm looking at that as the schedule.
Yes, it deals with the schedule, which is the composition of the Liquor Review Board. Yeah.
Mr. Deputy, move that Clause 9 and the fifth schedule be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that Clause 9 and the fifth schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor, Chair recognizes St. Barnabas.
Yes, I propose the following amendment, which deals with the constitution of the Liquor Review Board, and the idea is to provide for actually fewer members of the board to make the whole process more streamlined, and so that these licenses that we speak of can be dealt with in a more expeditious manner. And so I propose the following amendment to paragraph 1, subsection 1. The board shall consist of the following persons appointed by the minister. A chairman possessing experience in law, public administration, business, tourism, local government, or another field relevant to the functions of the board. B, a counsel and attorney at law of at least 7 years standing, who shall be a voting member of the board and secretary to the board. And C, 5 persons representing the public interest. And B, in paragraph 5.1, delete the word 7 and substitute the word 4. And C, in the part heading of the fifth schedule, delete 60A4 and substitute 60C4. And as I said, this is intended to reduce the number of members on the Liquor Review Board in an effort to streamline and make the process more expeditious.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment as read be agreed. As many as are in favor, remain seated. For those opposed, please stand. The amendment is agreed as read.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed, as amended.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety, as amended, be agreed. As many as those who are in favor, remain seated. And those opposed, please stand.